Chapter 9:37. The hemp-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Is it your turn to collect it? This brat snatched our primal essence nature pill and has an irreconcilable grudge with us demonic brilliant two elders. You'd best be smarter. This old man will use the full power of the army-killing fist. Even if the four of you attack together, you will still be blasted into dregs." The middle-aged man clenched his fist and crackled loudly. Many heroic spirits appeared and disappeared in the scarlet military seal, turning into boundless killing chi. Mengbai laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? If you really dare to use the full power of the army-killing fist before you can kill the enemy, you will be turned into an idiot by the killing chi first. This Xiao is really in high demand. I can kill anyone. It seems like anyone can trample on me and become famous. However, are you worthy of taking my head?" Xiao Chun, who was enveloped in a layer of black death chi, suddenly narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at the six. The cycle banner in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness unfurled. The Merak star, which had merged with the death throne, gave off surging death chi like a surging river, flowing endlessly. This deathly aura instantly blocked the deathly aura coming from the longsword. Then it flowed into the longsword ceaselessly. Mengbai and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. They saw the other 8 swords buzzing, and the black sword chi drifting in the formation slowly grew stronger, nearly turning solid. "Oh no, this brat is trying to strengthen the might of the sword formation to trap us." The hemp-robed old man's expression changed. Originally, he only needed to use the flaming fan to easily shatter the sword chi. Now it was incredibly difficult to deal with. He had to repeat it 3 to 5 times before he could destroy the sword chi flying over. "Kill him. We can't let him continue like this." The others felt that something was wrong. They either took out their secret treasures or directly sent out their killing moves. All sorts of attacks flew at Xiao Chun, giving off a terrifying might and multicolored light. With so many Grandmaster-level martial sages attacking together, even with Xiao Chen's current physical body, if he got struck, he would end up no better than the old man who had been blasted into dregs earlier. However, they did not know that the sword in Xiao Chen's hand was the king of the swords in this sword formation. It commanded the 8 swords. They would have to face sword chi that was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than the sword formation. The death chi in the cycle banner poured in endlessly. The sword in Xiao Chen's hand emitted a black light that soared into the sky, suppressing the glow of the white wings in the formation. Chi chi chi. Sword shadows erupted like a mountain torrent. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, along with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. When the 10,000 swords merged together, they destroyed the killing moves of Meng Bai and the others, forcing them to retreat in a sorry state. "Xiao Chun, have a fair fight with me if you have the guts. I'll blow you up with one punch." The middle-aged man roared furiously. His army-killing fist was a close-range combat technique. In the previous wave of attacks, he was the one who was injured the most by the death sword. The hemp-robed old man and Meng Bai's expressions were extremely unsightly as they faced the increasingly sharp death sword chi in the air. Looking at Xiao Chun, he gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Xiao Chun into pieces and grind his bones into dust. The cultivations of the other 3 Black Mountain 4 bandits were weaker in the first place. Their situation was even worse. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "A fair fight? To think that you're not embarrassed to say that. Back then, who was the one who worked together to bully me, willing to be Mr. Qin's lackey? Today, you demonic, brilliant 2 elders only have yourselves to blame. Just wait to be sucked dry by the death sword chi." Facing the increasingly stronger death sword chi, the situation of the 6 people trapped in the formation became increasingly difficult. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and a significant amount of their life force was immediately sucked away. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Just as he was about to add more force and pour in all the remaining death chi in the cycle banner to refine the 6 to death, a strong aura appeared in the inner hall. In the inner hall, a strong aura was flying towards them rapidly. Black light soared into the sky, and the vengeful spirits howled. Even a treasure light was suppressed. It would be hard for the cultivators not to be curious. Xiao Chun decisively stopped, giving up on this excellent opportunity to kill the six. He turned into a flash of saber light and charged into the formation. Then he made a move at lightning speed and grabbed the white wings in the air. After losing the death chi that Xiao Chun poured in, the might of the sword formation immediately slowed. The six took advantage of this opportunity to attack together. Boom! The six broke through the death chi, filling the air, and charged out of the restriction. Their gazes turned cold. Ignoring their injuries, they chased after Xiao Chun. Whoosh! The six had just taken one step when a beam of three-colored starlight flickering with the power of massacre, death, and ruin suddenly shot out from the direction Xiao Chun had taken. The starlight was like a pillar. With a loud bang, it knocked the six people to the ground. How reckless! Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? A cold voice came from the front. Xiao Chun had returned while holding the cycle banner. When he saw the death sword chi injuring the six people to the point where their life force was drained, he shouted coldly. The six were startled. They suddenly recalled that they were not even at half their peak state. They had not completely eliminated the death chi in their bodies. They were probably not a match for Xiao Chun. They all stood up and retreated, riding on their king-grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun purposely scared the six away. Then Lord Jiu sneakily came out and said, "Brother Xiao, you are really something. You managed to chase away 6 Grandmaster-level martial sages." Xiao Chun put away the cycle banner and said, "Let's go quickly. Someone is coming." Clearly, Xiao Chun did not charge back on a whim. Instead, he wanted these people to follow him. The experts who came after hearing the news would definitely give chase as well. Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chun and Lord Jiu quickly left this place together. Soon, a large group of people arrived. Without exception, they were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Among them, there was no lack of experts on the level of the demonic brilliant two elders. The few of them looked at the empty sword formation, and a look of pity appeared on their faces. They were too late. Someone had finally managed to subdue one of the 10 top-grade king-grade magic treasures. After walking for a long time, Xiao Chun and Lord Jiu arrived at a small restriction. When they saw that no one was chasing them, they heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, that pair of white wings appeared in Xiao Chun's hand. When the wings spread out, they were 10 meters long. Dense feathers covered the frame of the wings, at least 10,000 of them. Xiao Chun looked carefully. The crystalline white feathers gave off a faint white light. A gentle breeze swayed gently between the wings. Each feather had small inscriptions carved on it, and immortal chi flowed through them. Xiao Chun felt the taste of freedom. It was like as long as he wore these wings, he could come and go as he pleased, no matter how big the world was. Suddenly, Xiao Chun exclaimed softly and sent his spiritual sense into the feathers. Then, his expression changed slightly. Each feather was actually a small king-grade secret treasure. That was to say, these wings were made of tens of thousands of small king-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chun looked at the frame of the wings, he found that there were at least 1,000 kinds of divine materials, each weighing 5 tons. The white-robed king, Xiao Chun, truly lives up to his reputation. With his own strength, he managed to snatch important treasures from the hands of the demonic brilliant two elders and the Black Mountain Four bandits. He even scared them into not daring to give chase. He truly lives up to his reputation as an outstanding talent who even dares to kill before Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun's expression turned cold as he quickly put away the white wings and focused. He had already been very careful along the way. Furthermore, he had used his spiritual sense to scout. How could someone still follow him? The restriction in front broke, and a mirror-like water curtain appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. 2 youths and an old man walked out of the water curtain with large strides. Of the 2 youths, Xiao Chun recognized one. That was the Xianxia sect's Ji Zong, who once chased after Xiao Chun. Later, a Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move to scare Jizong away. The handsome person beside Jizong walked out of the water curtain. The water curtain behind him turned into a smooth mirror and landed in his palm. The profound water palace's people? The Xianxia sect master had issued a warrant for Xiao Qin's arrest in the heavenly starry ocean. It was not strange for a disciple of the sect to come to seek revenge. The method of hiding their auras should be the work of the person beside Jizong. Jizong was not a problem. Xiao Qin could destroy him in one move. The slightly problematic ones were the youth beside him and the blue-robed old man from the Xianxia sect. However, they were just a little problematic. As Xiao Qin sized up the other party, the youth beside Jizong sized him up as well, revealing a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. That youth shook his head slightly and said, "A peak rank 3 sage body, the cultivation of a grandmaster-level martial sage. Many treasures on you, unparalleled luck. How unfortunate! How unfortunate that you will die in the end, at the hands of me, Yao Chun." Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. He had seen narcissistic people before, but he had never seen someone as narcissistic as this. Even Diwuk would not dare to say such things. The people of the Xianxia sect are all so arrogant. Let's see how capable you are. Xiao Qin's footsteps flashed, and a trembling saber hum resounded in the air. A bright moonlight appeared on Xiao Qin's body. With his saber soul, a powerful sharpness spread out. Xiao Qin arrived riding the wind. With the support of his saber soul, the sharpness seemed solid, piercing through space. When Yao Qin saw Xiao Qin suddenly erupt, he frowned slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes, but he did not move. Xiao Qin looked coldly at Xiao Qin. In his eyes, Xiao Qin was a dead man. The blue-robed old man behind Xiao Qin took a step forward. With just one step, a thunderous sound of water resounded in the inner hall. The formless waves turned into huge pressure. The air became like waves, pressing down on Xiao Qin. The air was like water, and Xiao Qin looked like a reflection in the water. His body turned blurry and hazy. Within the water, Xiao Qin found it difficult to move. It was like he was moving backward, distancing himself from Yao Qin. That's not right. This old man's strength is at most on the level of the demonic, brilliant two elders. How can he give me such great pressure? Xiao Qin calmly analyzed in his heart. Then he looked around and saw Yao Qin standing calmly at the side, as well as the mirror flowing with a watery light in Yao Qin's palm. The mirror reflected a holy river. It looked like a berserk dragon surging and roaring endlessly, crossing the entire world in the mirror. A mirror. The problem was in this mirror. Bang! In the wave-like space, the blue-robed old man looked very relaxed. He raised his hand and punched, clashing with Xiao Qin's move that suppressed his sharpness, sending him flying. Xiao Qin's bones creaked as if they would be crushed by the waves at any moment. Chapter 938. Jizong smiled and said, "This time, my senior brother brought the Xian River Mirror. It can summon our Xianxia sect's secret treasure, the Xian River Phantom." Xiao Qin, do you still think my senior brother is arrogant? After killing you, my name will spread throughout the world, and I'll plunder your karmic luck and treasures. Then, I'll take all the treasures in this sky palace and complete my senior brother's unparalleled ambition. During the immortal epoch, there was a river in the heavenly court that the immortals built. It was as famous as the underworld river of the netherworld purgatory, the Profound River. When the immortal epoch ended, the Profound River broke into several pieces and landed in the Kunlun realm. Many famous rivers were once the Profound River. In the ancient era, the Xianxia sect master had obtained a profound river, which had fallen in quality and was not too powerful. He refined it into an emperor-grade secret treasure and gained some of the might of the immortal Tao Profound River. If the sect's disciples held the Profound River Mirror, they could summon the image of the Profound River and bring out some of this emperor-grade secret treasure's power. Under the Dusk River's pressure, Xiao Qin couldn't even use half of his strength. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have been beaten to death by the blue-robed elder. Yao Qin was also secretly alarmed. His master had once said that as long as this mysterious river mirror was activated, A grandmaster wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths inside. Only a great grandmaster could break free from it. As of now, Xianxia was only a peak medial grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could endure for so long. Amid the heavy waves, Xianxia felt intense pain all over his body. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was a bladesman who had condensed a saber soul. After transcending the lightning tribulation and heart tribulation, with just a thought, he would be able to get rid of all the distracting thoughts. Fear, cowardice, and panic would not appear on him. If my saber soul improves further and reaches small perfection, I can easily break through this profound river image. If my physical body improved further, reaching rank 4 sage body, this image would not be able to suppress me. However, it was a pity that they were still lacking a little, allowing these fellows to be so pleased with themselves. Could it be that he would have to use the thunder source here? Right now, Xiaoqian's cultivation had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. With the purple thunder divine incantations accumulations, he could compete with grandmaster level martial sages. As long as Xiaoqian took the final step and broke through the bottleneck of medial grade martial sage, the image of an emperor-grade secret treasure would be easy to deal with. After dodging the blue-robed old man's attack with much difficulty, Xiaoqian peered through the watery space and saw Yaoqian toss a medicinal pill into his mouth. Raising his eyebrows, Xiaoqian revealed a smile. With Yaoqian's cultivation, it seemed that using the profound river mirror for such a long period of time was not as easy as it seemed. If that was the case, things would be much easier. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and circulated the dragon energy in his body. Under the suppression of this profound river image, Xiaoqian's usage of law energy was restricted. Only his vital qi was unrestricted and could circulate freely. The instant Yao Qian swallowed the medicinal pill and prepared to circulate his energy to digest, it was also the moment when the profound river image was at its weakest. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiaoqian shouted and burned his dragon energy. Then he punched the air. One dragon force was 5,000 tons of force. When Xiaoqian burned his dragon energy, he could exert 15,000 tons of force. Even mountains and rivers would crumble before this. Bang! The dusk river collapsed, and the curtain of water shook violently, forming tiny cracks in space. Cracks appeared in the profound river mirror. The rebound of the emperor-grade secret treasure forced Yaoqian, who had just swallowed the sage-grade medicinal pill, to vomit a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned incredibly pale. In an instant, his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Xiaoqian's aura recovered to its peak. He wished he could roar to the sky to vent the joy in his heart. Xiaoqian looked around and saw the blue-robed old man charging over with the sound of heavy waves. He shouted coldly, "How dare you be so arrogant?" Scram! With the addition of his saber soul, Xiaoqian raised his flawless saber, Dao, to its peak. His body became a saber, his thoughts became a saber, and a bright moon rose up behind him. Boom! After recovering his strength, Xiaoqian punched the blue-robed old man and sent him flying. A boundless saber intent shot out from Xiaoqian's body, buzzing and causing the palace under his feet to tremble. Before the saber intent, some of the small restrictions in the surroundings were like bubbles shattering bit by bit. "Let's go. This brat is too horrifying. I'll bring up the rear," the blue-robed old man said hurriedly to Yao Chun and Ji Zong as he wiped the blood off his lips. Yao Chun paled. After suffering the rebound of the emperor-grade secret treasure, he was incredibly weak. He waved the profound river mirror, and a watery screen formed. Then, he and Ji Zong quickly jumped in. "You're someone who is about to die. Where are you going to bring up the rear? Cycle banner, come out." Xiao Chan waved one hand, and the cycle banner unfurled. A scarlet killing chi leaped out of the astral pearl and formed a bloody kill character. This easily broke the old man's martial technique, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood and take 2 steps back. The grayish-white destroy character and the black die character carried heavy starlight as they struck the old man's body, thoroughly grinding down his sharpness. The Dai character gathered dense death chi and sucked away a lot of the old man's life force. His complexion aged at least 10 years. Xiao Chun shook the tip of the banner and pierced through the old man's chest, killing him. The watery screen behind Xiao Chun grew dimmer. Yao Chen's blurry image said, "Xiao Chun, just you wait. On the day of your king conferral ceremony, I will definitely bring the profound river mirror and give you a big surprise." Thirsty, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and starlight gathered once more. 7 stars flickered, and the cycle banner flew towards Yao Chun at the speed of a meteor. This startled Yao Chun, who was in the watery screen, and he quickly pulled Ji Zong over to shield him. A miserable shriek resounded as the watery screen vanished with Yao Chun. The cycle banner pinned Ji Zong to the ground. He held onto the banner pole with both hands, dying with a remaining grievance. With this battle over, Xiao Chun relaxed. He immediately felt fatigued. The injuries suppressed by the profound river mirror earlier flared up like a torrential storm. After putting away the spatial rings of the two, Xiao Chun took out a rank 9 medicinal pill from Mr. Qin's collection and swallowed it. Then, he started to recover from his injuries. With the strength of Xiao Chen's physical body, as long as no one disturbed him, he could recover to his peak in less than an hour. If Xiao Chun had not given all the sage-grade medicinal pills to Yi Chun, his recovery would have been much faster. Just as Xiao Chen's injuries were about 80% healed, Lord Jiu, who had fled when he saw that the situation was bad, rushed back and said, Little brother Xiao, that fellow Yi Chun is about to be played to death by Diwuk." Xiao Chen's eyes widened, and a brilliant light flashed in them. He noticed that Lord Jiu said playing and not fighting. The difference of one word meant 2 different endings. Ignoring the fact that his injuries were still 20% healed, Xiao Chun stood up and took out the white wings. Then he sent his spiritual sense into them and placed his spiritual mark on them. Whoosh! The wings spread out and turned into thousands of pure white feathers that entered Xiao Chen's back and shoulder blades. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt like his body was as light as the wind. Every cell of his body, his flesh, his bones, and his skin became light. With a pu sound, he soared into the air. The 10-meter-long wings on Xiao Chen's back spread out, and a cool breeze circled around Xiao Chun, giving off a crystalline white light. Freedom. This word suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The wind was calling out to him. It was like there was no place in the world that he could not reach. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun in the air. Xiao Chun was clearly very close, but the other party seemed to be infinitely far away, going with the wind. This freedom wings also contained a magic skill. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He checked it and found that this magic skill was called So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Even the ends of the world were within reach. However, even if Xiao Chun drained all his magic energy, he would not be able to do it. As for how far this magic skill could be, it would depend on Xiao Chen's strength and how much magic energy he was willing to expend. Xiao Chun felt his magic energy flowing like a river in his sea of consciousness. He did not delay any longer. He grabbed Lord Jiu and said, "Show me the way." A cool breeze blew. Under Lord Jiu's guidance, Xiao Chun relied on the freedom wings to pass through several small restrictions, heading forward unobstructed. No, there are too many restrictions. I still have to pass through several large restrictions with Peak King grade magic treasures. Given my identity, I will definitely be discovered. At that time, I will attract even more trouble. Xiao Chun thought for a while. Then, he quickly burned his magic energy and activated the magic skill of the freedom wings, so close yet worlds apart. The space in front of Xiao Chun folded. Many scenes of Grandmaster-level martial sages fighting over magic treasures and cultivators dying miserably in restrictions appeared. These scenes are like pictures flashing before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Chen's figure appeared. Diwuk knocked Yi Chun into the air with a palm strike. Just as Yi Chun was about to land, a palm strike from a distance sent him flying again. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the moving scenes froze here. Then, he took a step forward and used so close yet world apart. He passed through many restrictions of various sizes and stepped out. When Lord Jiu landed on the ground, the folded space bounced back. Lord Jiu was curious and wanted to take a look. Xianxia said directly, "Don't look back. Be careful not to pull you in, and your blood will splash for 50 kilometers around." This startled Lord Jiu, and he quickly pulled his head back. After withdrawing the freedom wings, the two of them hid in a small restriction and passed through the fog. Now they could clearly see Di Wuk, Tianyu Shi, Xiao Qinghan, Xia Dongyang, and the others floating in the air 5 kilometers ahead. The others did not make a move. Only Di Wuk remained expressionless. Occasionally, he pointed with his finger, and a golden sword light shot out from his fingertip. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Yi Chen's chest. 9 finger-sized holes appeared around Yi Chen's heart. They were transparent, allowing wind to enter and exit. Lord Jiu could not help but say, "When I looked at him earlier, there were only 3 sword holes in his chest. Now they are all gaping." Yi Chen, who was in the air, was in a sorry state. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not show any sorrow on his face. Instead, he looked incredibly happy. He laughed loudly and said, "Di Wuk, even if you kill me, you cannot change this fact. You even dare to humiliate the divine daughter. Now, you are speaking such arrogant words. I will take your head on behalf of the divine son." A Frost Moon Palace disciple came out from behind Xiao Qinghan, trying to curry favor with Di Wuk. Xiao Qinghan's expression changed drastically. He tried to pull that disciple back, but he could not. Chapter 9:39. The divine daughter Tianyu, Shi's expression, which had not changed for 10,000 years, also showed a strange change. A rare murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Di Wuk turned his head back and glanced at that Frost Moon Palace disciple. Then his surging mental energy turned into 2 beams of golden light. Pu Ci. Then it pierced through this person's eyes and head. The Frost Moon Palace disciple screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Then the Frost Moon Palace disciple's corpse was crushed into powder by a restriction. The few old men of the Frost Moon Palace frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Based on their expressions, they seemed to be blaming this disciple for being insensible. Xiao Chen could not help feeling suspicious. What exactly did Yi Chen do to provoke Di Wuk into such a rage? Back then, when Xiao Chen kicked Di Wuk at the Sage Mark Monument, he had not seen Di Wuk's expression so sinister and terrifying. Suddenly, the light in the vast palace hall dimmed. Xiao Chen could not even see his own fingers when he stretched them out. Along with the light, the sounds of intense fighting in the inner hall came to a stop. The sky became terrifyingly dark. Oh no! Xiao Chen's heart sank. Di Wuk is going to kill. This is the instant initial knowledge sword. Xiao Chen leaped up and passed through the restriction. Using Thunder Dragon steps, he arrived before Yi Chen. A spot of light lit up on Di Wuk's fingertip. Instant initial knowledge was the first flash of light in the world. According to the legends of the deity race, there was originally no light in the world. When a deity appeared, he said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. The instant initial knowledge sword was a martial technique derived from this legend. When the light of the world first appeared, there would be light. It materialized the power of creation, unblockable. When the light first appeared, the divine kingdom behind Di Wuk gave off a bright light. Boundless prayers flew out and entered the golden ring of light behind Di Wuk. The sword light tore through the air, and the surroundings were filled with praises. Many different worlds appeared in the air as the sword light flew over. After 3 years, Di Wuk's instant beginning sword had become so powerful that it made people tremble. It had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated all the power of laws in his body, and a bright moon rose into the sky behind him. With the addition of a saber soul, Xiao Chen turned into a saber and materialized the flawless saber Dao. The immortal will of thunder pressed down on Xiao Chen's body, and his saber soul turned into a powerful saber intent radiating from every part of his body. His long hair and white robes fluttered. The world was filled with the sound of sabers humming. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chun was like a perfect treasured saber. He also stretched out his hand and pointed. The bright moon disappeared and appeared at the tip of his finger. It turned into a flawless blade light and went up against Di Wux's sword light. The instant the two lights clashed, all the darkness in the world vanished. The sword light and the saber light clashed intensely. Shock waves spread out, shaking the entire palace and causing it to tremble intensely. Countless cultivators died miserably in the restrictions because of this sudden change. The two forces fought to a draw. Eventually, they both vanished, restoring peace to the world. However, the people behind Di Wux and the Grandmaster-level martial sages who were attracted by the show were incredibly shocked, their hearts churning endlessly. Someone blocked Di Wux's instant beginning sword. I heard that no more than 5 people of the younger generation can block Di Wux's instant beginning sword. Even the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages do not dare to receive this sword strike. This person is dead for sure. He blocked Di Wux's killing intent. No one can save him. Discussions resounded. When the cool breeze blew aside Xiao Chen's hair and the crowd recognized Xiao Chen's face, they were even more shocked and incredulous. It's Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, who is causing a huge commotion in the primal chaos domain, actually rushed over to seek his own death. Instead of hiding properly and waiting for his king conferral half a year later, he actually ran over to Di Wux. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang will not be able to outlast him. Furthermore, those loose cultivators are all eyeing his head. After recognizing Xiao Chun, Xia Dongyang, and Xiao Qinghan were different from the shock of the others. They instantly attacked. 3,000 figures came out of the palace behind Xiao Qinghan. Each figure materialized a different killing move. A cold moon rose up, and Xiao Chun shouted like he was a sovereign king. The 3,000 figures charged at Xiao Chun with a destructive aura. Xia Dongyang tossed out an ancient bell. Bell chimes spread out, giving off rings of blue light that pressed down on Xiao Chun at the same time. On the other hand, Di Wux muttered to himself for a while, his expression turning sullen. He did not rush to make a move, as if he was preparing for something. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually recognized the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, he used his law energy to drive it. Many corporeal, ancient, mutated beasts flew out of the cauldron. A total of 1,000 beasts blocked Xiao Qinghan's 3,000 killing moves. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the cycle banner flickered with 3-colored starlight. Massacre, death, and ruin circled the banner pole. As the banner unfurled, a vast astral energy surged out. The cycle banner swung the tip of the banner and knocked over the ancient bell. The bell chimes turned chaotic as it tumbled towards Xia Dongyang. Let's go. Xiao Chun raised his hand and stared at the killing moves of the 2 outstanding talents of the primal chaos domain. Then, he grabbed Bi Chun and prepared to leave. You want to leave? To think that you want to save the person that I, Di Wux, want to kill. After not seeing you for 3 years, you're getting bolder. Die. Di Wux snorted coldly, and a golden divine kingdom appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It gave off a golden light that filled the sky, and a pressure even greater than that of the profound river image pressed down on Xiao Chun. The divine country descended. Within the tens of thousands of rays of light, praises sounded continuously. This was a legendary country with 3,000 temples that nurtured countless believers. Creak, creak. The space seemed like a dangerous building that would collapse at any moment, on the verge of collapse. Like the profound river that Yao Chan summoned, this divine kingdom was an image of an emperor-grade secret treasure. Compared to the profound river, the divine kingdom was also an emperor-grade secret treasure, much stronger. The Xianxia sect only had one segment of the profound river. Furthermore, it had lost much of its mysterious aura. The Xianxia sect's founding sect master had refined it himself with divine materials. However, the divine kingdom was something that the deity race had brought from a world outside the Kunlun realm. It had been passed down since ancient times with an unknown history. By relying on the boundless power of faith, it had grown to an unfathomable level. Diwuk's personal strength was much higher than that of the Xianxia sect Xiaochun. Hence, he could bring out the might of the Emperor-grade secret treasure image. The moment the divine kingdom appeared, everyone looked at Xiaochun as if he were a dead man. The surrounding space had already been locked down. No matter how powerful one's movement technique was, one could not escape. Xiaochun, let go of this person. As long as you are willing to participate in the Heroes' Convention 2 years from now, Diwuk, will help you settle all your grudges. Everything was under control. Seeing Xiaochun being suppressed by the Divine Kingdom, Diwuk took the opportunity to extend an invitation. He continued, "No one has ever been able to save the people I want to kill. You, Xiaochun, are no exception. You'd best not do anything stupid." Under the heavy pressure, Yichen's already crippled body became even weaker. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, "I always said that you were a coward, an outstanding talent in vain. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. We have only met a few times. This he is already satisfied that you helped me block a sword strike. Just agree to it." With every word Yichen said, he vomited twice as much blood. Xiaochun gestured for Yichen not to speak. Then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like no one can stop me from saving the people I want to save. I do not want to run to the northern sea to find your elders to repay the favor you owe me. Let's go." His hair fluttered in the wind and his robes fluttered nonstop. However, Xiaochun ignored Diwuk's words. He could not be bothered to reply at all as he reached out and grabbed Yichen. 2 pairs of pure white wings unfurled on Xiaochun's back. Boundless voyager, so close yet world apart. Xiaochun's magic energy burned endlessly. Scenes flashed before his eyes, extending all the way to the palace gates. When the scene stopped, Xiaochun stepped out. Space folded under Xiaochun's feet. When the divine kingdom landed, Xiaochun had already left the heavenly palace. With one step, he could reach the ends of the world. He was as free as the wind. No one in the world could stop him. Who said that you, Diwuk, cannot block the instant of beginning sword? Who said that you, Diwuk, cannot save the person you want to kill? I blocked the sword, and I saved the person. What can you do to me?" The place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Diwuk had named a person he wanted to kill. However, that person managed to escape from under his nose. Furthermore, that person had taken out the divine kingdom image and left openly, completely ignoring Diwuk's invitation. Right now, Diwuk was very famous. Everyone in the world knew about the Heroes' Convention. He was in the limelight, suppressing Chu Xiong. Be it the son of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend race's 2 stars, the ghost race's princess Qingcheng, the corpse race's heavenly corpse inheritor, or the newly born ancient race geniuses, they were all somewhat inferior to Diwuk. Even before Diwuk, Xiaochun was somewhat weaker. However, the person who kicked him 3 years ago ruthlessly slapped him in the face 3 years later. The people who knew why Diwuk wanted to kill Yichen showed extremely strange expressions. Diwuk's usually calm expression also turned sullen. Xiaochun stepped forward and stood on the divine kingdom image. The golden rings of light behind him glowed, looking very dazzling. Xiaochun's eyes shone with golden light as he looked 50 kilometers away. He instantly caught sight of Xiaochun's figure. Then he shouted coldly, "After him!" After putting away the divine kingdom, Xiaochun's figure flashed as he charged forward. The small restrictions blocking the way scattered one by one, and the 13 keepers followed closely behind. Several unlucky cultivators seeking treasures got in the way. Before they could figure out what was going on, they died mysteriously. The divine daughter, Tian Yoshi, sighed and quietly followed after them. Xia Dongyang looked around the inner hall and asked Xiao Qinghan, "Should we give chase?" There were still a few Peking grade magic treasures in the inner hall that no one had claimed. Xia Dongyang's intention was to go and help or stay here to hunt for magic treasures. Xiao Qinghan said after some thought, "Let's follow. This heavenly palace should not be the heavenly palace in the center of the formation. The magic treasures there are peak ones. In my opinion, the pair of wings on Xiaoqin's back is the most valuable. Xia Dongyang smiled gently and said, "Great minds think alike. This Xiao Chun killed many disciples of our sections. We cannot let him leave no matter what." There were too many reasons to kill Xiao Chun. However, to these outstanding talents, there was only one true reason. Chapter 940. They wanted to prevent Xiao Chun from being conferred king, to prevent a second Qing emperor from rising up. Just think about the era when the Qing emperor was in and how sorrowful the outstanding talents of his generation were. They were not willing to let this happen. They were not willing to see one person shine too brightly, overshadowing all of them. Under the lead of the two, the experts of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace quickly followed. The cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news discussed it for a while. Many of them could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and followed. The clash between the Qing Emperor's descendant and Diwuk was not something that could be seen on a daily basis. Furthermore, everyone knew that the true treasures of this immortal sect remnant were not for them to take. With one step, Xiao Chun arrived outside the Heavenly Palace. He did not stop as he controlled the Freedom Wings. He used so close yet world apart 3 more times, draining his magic energy. Only then did he stop and heave a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun swallowed a medicinal pill and sat down cross-legged. Then, he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation and quickly replenished his exhausted spiritual energy. Yi Chen's injuries were even more severe. The 9 sword holes in his chest looked very ghastly. Xiao Chun did not know how he had offended Diwuk. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chun recovered 30% of his magic energy. Then he opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. This was not truly safe yet. Yi Chen had already changed his clothes, and his complexion looked much better. However, if he wanted to recover, he would not be able to do so quickly. "Do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries?" Xiao Chen asked. Yi Chun smiled gently and said, "Many thanks for Brother Zhao's concern. However, sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries are no longer effective for me. That you are overthinking. I only recovered 80% of my physical injuries before I attacked again. I'm asking you if you have any. I need them for myself." Yi Chun was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "No more. I already used up the 9 sage-grade medicinal pills. Thank you. If not for your 9 medicinal pills, allowing me to attack 9 times, I really would not have been able to return that palm strike." Xiao Chun was a little speechless after hearing this. "Your obsession is really deep. Just for 1 palm strike, you fall into this state." Yi Chun recovered his usual expression, revealing his sharpness. "That is natural. I have always been the one sneak-attacking others in the Northern Sea. Well, have I ever been sneak-attacked? Furthermore, the one who did it was a woman. If I do not vent my anger, I will not feel at ease." Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground. Yi Chun immediately placed his right hand on his saber hilt. However, Xiao Chun calmly stopped him. Xiao Chun saw Lord Jiu sneakily coming out from inside. He chuckled and said, "My heart is indeed at ease now. Even the wind can come in and out." Yi Chun was clearly flabbergasted. He did not expect that this scoundrel that he looked down on could actually catch up to Xiao Chen's freakish speed. Xiao Chun was not surprised at all. Lord Jiu's ability to dig holes was amazing. It was not inferior to the immortal technique, the earth escape technique. As long as there was ground under his feet and Lord Jiu remembered his scent, it would not be strange for him to catch up. "Quickly, tell this Lord Jiu how you offended Diwuk, angering him to such an extent." Lord Jiu asked impatiently as he came out. His beady eyes had a smile on them. Xiao Chun revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to know how Yi Chun offended Diwuk. After all, Diwuk's mental state was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. How could Diwuk kill that Frost Moon Palace disciple who jumped out just because of Yi Chen's gaze? Diwuk was truly angry. When Yi Chen mentioned this matter, he appeared extremely innocent. "How would I know? His wife sent a palm strike at my chest. Naturally, I had to return the favor, ruthlessly sending a palm strike at his wife's chest." The moment Yi Chun said that, Lord Jiu and Xiao were stunned for a long time. This was especially so when they saw Yi Qin's innocent expression. They did not know what to say. What's wrong? She sent a palm strike at my chest. Isn't it normal for me to send a palm strike at her chest? When Yi Qin saw the two's expressions, he could not help but appear even more innocent. Lord Jiu smiled wretchedly and asked, "How is it? Did you feel anything when you sent a palm strike at the divine daughter's chest?" Yi Qin raised his head and thought for a long time. Then he answered honestly, "Very big, very soft, very pleasurable." Xiao could no longer hold it in. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone says that I, Xiao, am very bold, even daring to mess with Diwuk. However, they do not know that you're the real awesome one. Very big, very soft, very pleasurable. Ha ha! You touch the divine daughter's chest and still have an innocent expression. Only you can do that. I, Xiao, rarely admire others. From today onwards, there will be one more, Yi Qin." Lord Jiu laughed even harder as he fell to the ground, continuously saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. This confused Yi Qin. He could not understand what was going on with the two. Is it very funny? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from gritted teeth rang out. The three turned their heads and saw Diwuk standing there for a long time with a dark expression and a frosty expression. Is it funny? To Lord Jiu and Xiao, the chest of the aloof divine daughter was touched. Furthermore, it was done in front of Diwuk. Furthermore, it was done by a simple-minded person like Yi Qin. Naturally, it was funny. However, it was not that funny for Diwuk. The deity race's divine son and divine daughter would definitely become the future divine emperor and imperial concubine. For Diwuk, his fiancée being humiliated in front of everyone was a great humiliation. Compared to this, the kick that Xiao kicked Xiao at the Sagemark Monument was nothing. Based on Diwuk's expression, Xiao knew that he had been here for a long time. He probably heard Yi Qin saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. Xiao could guess how angry and conflicted this outstanding talent of the younger generation was right now. When Lord Jiu saw the dark expression on Diwuk's face, he was frightened to death. He quickly explained, "It's not funny, not funny, not funny at all. What do you mean by very big, very soft, and pleasurable?" This Lord Jiu really did not hear anything. Every debt has a debtor. Divine Son, don't look for the wrong person. The divine light in Diwuk's eyes blazed like fire as it shot towards Lord Jiu. Damn, Lord Jiu already said that it has nothing to do with me. Although this Lord Jiu really wants to touch it, Lord Jiu cursed. Then he leaped up and burrowed into the ground, dodging this divine light. Then he fled to somewhere unknown. Let's go. Xiao unfurled the freedom wings, picked up Yi Qin, and quickly fled. Diwuk's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, there was a group of outstanding talents accompanying him. This was not a good time to start a fight with him. The magic energy in Xiao's spiritual sense had recovered only 30%. He did not dare to use the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. Instead, he relied on the speed of the freedom wings to flee like the wind. Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint. Diwuk's hands moved, and the rings of golden light behind him merged into the image of a deity sovereign. Then it followed Diwuk's hand seals and did the same thing. Xiao's vast mental energy surged and burned. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint behind him gave off a bright golden light. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint's body quickly swelled, reaching the clouds in the blink of an eye, turning into a horrifying giant. First heaven rose behind the deity sovereign. Second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, a total of 9 heavens appeared. Each heaven was a great realm. This was a true great realm, just like Xiao's Sky Dome realm in the past. The difference was that these were great realms ruled by the deity race. In the 9 heavens, the believers of the deity race all felt the call of the deity sovereign. They closed their eyes and muttered to themselves. They prayed sincerely in their hearts, contributing their strength. A boundless divine might spread out. Xiaochen looked back and saw that the deity's eyes were as huge as stars. Even though he had already fled 50 kilometers away, it seemed like he was still within the reach of the other party's palm strike. Destroy! Diwuk shouted expressionlessly. The World Annihilation imprint that the Tianjin Emperor World Annihilation imprint gently smashed down on Xiaochen. The palm strike traveled 50 kilometers. A vast aura of destruction came from it. The power of this palm strike seemed like it could really destroy a world. Before the palm strike landed, the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Such a strong deity race martial technique shocked the many older generation cultivators that flew over from the heavenly palaces. Every deity monarch of the deity race has their own title. Furthermore, they will leave behind a martial technique that surpasses a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, the one who wanted to unify the Kunlun realm and compete with the Qing Emperor for supremacy seemed to be this Tianjin Emperor Zhu. That deity sovereign was also someone who could shake the heavens with a flip of his hand, comparable to Neptune. Unfortunately, he ran into the Qing Emperor. In the end, that was his tragedy. However, compared to the deity sovereign, Diwuk is still far inferior. The deity race rules 900 lower realms. With a thought, the Tianjin Emperor Zhu can open 900 heavens. With one palm strike, he can shatter a star. Don't say that. For Diwuk to be able to open 9 heavens at such a young age, he is sufficient to sweep through the younger generation. That's true. Given this, it looks like he was hiding his strength when he executed the split-second beginning sword. Xiaochen's accumulations are insufficient. Compared to Diwuk, he is still far inferior. How unfortunate. The cultivators chasing after Xiaochen were at least peak superior grade martial sages. There were many Grandmaster-level martial sages. Some of the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages were even more knowledgeable. With one glance, they could tell the origins of the martial technique Diwuk executed. Yichun sighed softly and said, "My massacre saber Dao can also destroy the world. If I were at my peak, I would really like to try this move." Despite facing a great disaster, Yichun was very open-minded, not fearing death at all. Xiaochen withdrew the freedom wings and looked at the descending Tianjin Emperor's world eliminating imprint. Yichun's words infected him, and lofty sentiments welled up in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "World destroying. Let me see how you destroy the world." Xiaochen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. He executed the Dragon Tone Art, the Dragon's Gate's secret technique that countered the deity race. The image of a blue dragon swam about in Xiaochen's chest. A surging dragon roar spread out uncontrollably from Xiaochen's body. The blue dragon roared ferociously, and a strong wind blew. Driven by the Dragon Tone Art, the formless dragon Qi moved about above Xiaochen's head, forming a huge, indistinct dragon head. The dragon's body hid in layers of clouds for 50 kilometers around, making it impossible to see its true body. As Xiaochen burned his magic energy, the dragon head became increasingly visible. From a distance, it looked like an ancient blue dragon king tore through space and peeked its head out. Xiaochen could no longer suppress the energy stored in his chest. He opened his mouth and roared in rage. Chapter 941. The colossal dragon head in the clouds opened its jaws at the same time, and a whirlpool-like sound wave spewed out from the blue dragon king's mouth. It formed a small black hole and clashed with the descending Tianjin Emperor's world, eliminating imprint. Bang! Overwhelming sounds rang out endlessly in the sky. The sky shook, the ground trembled. The 9 layers of sky behind the deity, sovereign, shattered. The golden light faded, and the divine might vanished. Xiaochen's throat turned hoarse, as if it was on fire. Since he reached great perfection in the Dragon Tone Art, this was the first time he brought out its full power. The martial techniques of the deity race were unexpectedly effective. Dragon Tone Art, what strong mental energy! He must have summoned out the ancient Blue Dragon King's image. Otherwise, he could not have fought the Tianjin Emperor. Everyone keeps talking about the white-robed Xianxia, forgetting his identity. He is the descendant of a Qing emperor. Unexpectedly, the grudge from 10,000 years ago lasted until this great age. Everyone was shocked. Even after Wuxia sent out the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint, he still failed to destroy Xiaochun. A mere deity sovereign is only SOSO. A dead person dares to glare at me? Die. Earlier, Wuxia said die, so Xiaochun did the same. A banner filled with starlight, radiating the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin, flew towards the deity sovereign image in the sky. The Tenjin Emperor, who had lost his divine might, could not stop the meteor-like cycle banner. With a kacha sound, the war flag stabbed into the heaven-illuminating divine emperor's forehead. Death chi, massacre chi, destruction chi, and the power of a star instantly spread out. Cracks appeared in the huge deity's sovereign image before it exploded. It was so fast that Wuxia could not react in time. 100,000 strands of divine light flew out. When the divine light struck some of the cultivators, they immediately felt their mental energy increase. Wild joy immediately appeared on their faces. The other martial artists immediately fought with all their might. Only the older generation grandmasters and the disciples of the big sects remained indifferent. The goddess Tianyu, she held the divine halberd in her hand and materialized a 33-sky black and yellow pagoda. The divine light scattered in all directions quickly poured into the black and yellow pagoda like a gale. Several of the cultivators who absorbed the divine light earlier had their heads explode. The divine light surged out and entered the pagoda. A bunch of fools. Without the blue-robed emperor's strength, they dare to recklessly absorb the Zhu Tenjin Emperor's divine power. The Tenjin Emperor's shadow has been destroyed. The power of faith will decrease by a lot. In the future, when Wuxia uses this move, its power will be much weaker. The Dragon Tone art truly lives up to its name of the Qing Emperor's research. It specifically targets the deity race. It is indeed incredible. Wuxia showed a slightly stunned expression. It was not that he did not know that Xiaochun knew the Dragon Tone art. However, the Dragon Tone art countered the deity race's martial techniques. It was like how water countered fire. As long as the fire grew bigger, the water would be like a mantis try to stop a chariot. You gave me a palm strike, so I'll give you a punch in return. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. However, Xiaochun did not stop in the air. Deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. 10 dragon force, 50 million tons of force. Bang, bang, bang. The clothes on Xiaochun's right fist instantly tore. His skin cracked open and blood leaked out. However, he still punched without hesitation. Wuxia narrowed his eyes. A sense of danger flashed in his heart for some reason. Aside from facing older generation experts or extremely dangerous ferocious beasts, he had never felt this before. This was something that Xiaochun had never done before against a cultivator of the same generation. This punch did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Behind him, one could vaguely see 10 ancient heaven dragons roaring. The force of this punch carried the might of 10 dragons. 10 dragon force. When the Tenjin Emperor's deity statue broke, Wuxia's expression went blank for a moment. It was this brief blankness that Xiaochun firmly grasped. By the time Xiaochun recovered his wits, the fist light had already arrived before him. He had nowhere to dodge and could not summon the divine kingdom image in time. Wuxia quickly formed hand seals, and a vertical eye opened on his forehead. Then, 12 small shields flew out and formed a miniature formation. The shields turned into 12 different mutated beasts of the deity race, encased in divine light. This was a king-grade secret treasure that Xiaochun personally refined. It was different from others. Xiaochun pursued the higher grade of the secret treasure. However, he was limited by his strength, unable to bring out its full strength. The Heavenly Beast Shield was a secret treasure that Wuxia forged based on his own strength. It could bring out 120% of its might. Once Xiaochun's strength improved, he would immediately add divine materials to the heavenly beast shield, allowing it to keep up with his improvement. The might of this secret treasure could not compare to that of peak king-grade secret treasures. However, it was the most suitable for Diwuk. This secret treasure could improve as Xiaoqian's strength improved, eventually bringing out 120% of its might. Diwuk was confident that no matter how powerful Xiaoqian's punch was, Xiaoqian would only lose one secret treasure at most with the heavenly beast shield. He would not suffer any injury. However, the force of this punch far surpassed Diwuk's expectations. 10 dragons roared, 50 million tons of force. The 12 heavenly beast shields shattered immediately. The mutated beasts of the deity race shrieked miserably. The force of the punch did not diminish. Before Diwuk's shocked gaze, it pierced through his protective divine light, shattered his protective armor, and sent him crashing down. Bang! The ground cracked, and a deep pit appeared. Chunks of soil the size of small hills soared into the air. Dust flew everywhere, preventing anyone from seeing the situation below. After 3 years, Diwuk got knocked into the air again. Furthermore, it was the same person, the person who kicked him at the Sage Mark Monument 3 years ago. The divine son Diwuk got knocked into the air. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe the scene before them. Whoosh! Just as everyone's minds went blank, a beam of divine light flew over. Tianyu, she held the divine halberd in her hand as she charged at Xiaoqian, who had entered a weakened state after executing deities descending. Her white hair fluttered, and her holy and flawless face appeared cold and emotionless. She did not check on Diwuk's injuries immediately. Instead, in the time it took for a spark to fly, she attacked when Xiaoqian opened up the most. She was so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. Scarlet light filled the air. A ghostly saber light appeared beside Xiaoqian. Every strand of saber light contained a boundless will of massacre, confusing one's mind and killing everything in the world. Yichen held the long saber in his hand as his figure flashed and landed in front of Xiaoqian. A bright scarlet light gathered in his body as he hacked at the approaching Tianyushi. Yichen's black hair had already turned scarlet, and his eyes were scarlet. His entire being radiated an evil aura. He was like a killing god that walked out of hell as he sent out a ghostly saber light. Tianyu, she held the divine halberd and circulated the profound deity rays cultivation technique, clashing head-on with this saber. Divine light flared, and his clothes fluttered, looking holy and inviolable. This was a stark contrast to Yichen's aura. In the end, Yichen was still injured. This full-powered saber strike from Yichen could not block Tianyushi for long before Tianyu. She knocked him back. Tianyushi's gaze turned cold as she brandished the divine halberd. Divine light fell like rain behind her. However, Xiaoqian recovered his wits at this moment. He had already passed his weakest moment. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the cycle banner in the sky. Starlight shot out and blocked Tianyushi, who was preparing to attack Yichen. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, "The divine daughter is really emotionless. To think that she wants to kill brother Yi so badly. My brother's obsession with you is no stronger than the divine son's." At this moment, no one knew if Diwuk was dead or alive. The 13 keepers covered the sky, not allowing anyone to approach. Xiaoqian's magic energy was drained, and he no longer had any vital qi. His physical body also suffered a huge backlash. Furthermore, he had already sustained injuries from earlier. His injuries had worsened. However, when facing this aloof, pure, and unfathomable divine daughter, Tianyushi, Xiaoqian could not help but feel relieved. When Xiaoqian thought about Yichen's one-track mind and looked at her towering chest, he could not help but relax. No matter what, Xiaoqian had knocked Diwuk into the air and mocked the divine daughter. Even if he was surrounded by the heroes of the primal chaos domain and surrounded by danger, he had settled his debts of gratitude and revenge. Xiaoqian had used his actions to tell the 3 holy masters and everyone in the world that he would definitely rise up in this life. No matter who it was, not even Diwuk could stop him. Xiaochen would not die within half a year. He would appear at the king conferral ceremony as promised and inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. Bang! The rocks in the deep pit where Diwuk landed shattered, and a figure flew out. Blood leaked out of a corner of Diwuk's lips as he walked out. At this moment, Xiaochen's complexion was pale, and there were bloodstains on his skin. He had already changed into a new set of clothes. The golden light behind him was gone, and he looked like an ordinary person. As he walked in the air, he stretched out his hand and tied up his drifting white hair. Then, he revealed a faint smile. White-robed Xiaochen, descendant of the Qing Emperor. You truly live up to being a person with great luck. Even the Tianjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint could not kill you. Furthermore, you seized the opportunity to counterattack and injure me. Diwuk's calm tone made Xiaochen's heart sink. At this moment, Xiaochen's mental state no longer had the rage from earlier. Now it was perfect and flawless. The injuries on Diwuk's body were clearly very severe, but they gave Xiaochen a sense of extreme danger. Diwuk's eyes were calm and tranquil. He said, "Many thanks. Your punch scattered my pride and knocked me off my divine altar. My 33 Tianjin Emperor's holy scripture also successfully broke through. Now that your luck is overwhelming, I can kill you with a flip of my hand." Xiaochen crossed his arms and smiled faintly. So Brother D's cultivation technique is so special. You need to be kicked forcefully by others before you can truly break through. In the future, if there's a need, the Xiao does not mind kicking you a few more times. Suddenly, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and smiled in enlightenment. That's not right. Your cultivation technique requires you to get angry first and let someone touch the divine daughter. After that, you get kicked before you can improve. The deity race's cultivation technique is truly wondrous. This time, Brother D needs the help of 2 people to advance. In the future, you can leave it to me alone. I will kick your face, and I can touch the divine daughter's chest. Xiaochen had a serious expression as he explained logically. Occasionally, he would glance at the divine daughter Tianyu's chest. A huge flaw immediately appeared in Diwuk's perfect mental state. He was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. The rage in his eyes burned ferociously again. The divine daughter Tianyu, she was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Chapter 942. Xiaochen laughed heartily. "Brother D, you're angry again. Looks like someone's going to kick you again. Unfortunately, I don't have time today. I'll kick you another day." Xiaochen had achieved his goal, successfully breaking Diwuk's mental state. His cultivation technique probably returned to normal. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen turned around and ran with Yichun. "Kill him. He must die today." Diwuk was incomparably furious. The 13 keepers behind him obeyed the order and chased after him. The outstanding heroes of the primal chaos domain, who had been watching the show for a long time, could now see how weak Xiaochen was. All of them began to think of ways to deal with him, surrounding Xiaochen. Without his magic energy, Xiaochen could not use the Freedom Wings. His physical body was severely injured, and he was surrounded by many experts. Just as Xiaochen was about to use the will clone of the Haoyan Emperor, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open and a bottomless pit appeared. There was something strange at the bottom of the pit that quickly pulled the 2 down, leaving them unable to resist at all. When they were halfway down, a hand stretched out from the hole in the wall of the pit and pulled the 2 of them, who were caught off guard. It was Lord Jiu, who had fled a long time ago, coming back to kill them. "Don't talk, follow me." Lord Jiu chuckled and quickly led the 2 underground in the heavenly ruin wasteland. On the ground, the crowd stared at the pitch-black, bottomless pit. They looked at each other and hesitated on whether or not they should give chase. There were many ancient remnants buried in the heavenly ruin wasteland. There were many unpredictable dangers underground. If one went down rashly and accidentally triggered a restriction, only death awaited them. Lord Jiu stopped and said to the 2, "We are safe now." Yichun turned his head back to check. Indeed, there was no danger. He smiled and said, "You scoundrel, you are really capable. I underestimated you in the past." Lord Jiu said proudly, This Lord Jiu is not very capable above ground. However, in the underground, especially in the heavenly ruin wasteland, if a great Grandmaster-level martial sage dares to come, this Lord Jiu can beat them down. This Lord Jiu is the king of the underground. Rumble. While he was speaking, the cave suddenly started to shake incessantly. The rocks above Lord Jiu's head loosened, burying him in an instant. Xiaochun and Yichun were still somewhat strong. They casually pushed aside the falling rocks. The shaking continued for a long time before it stopped. Xiaochun and Yichun both felt that something was wrong. Lord Jiu pushed away the rocks in a sorry state. His skinny body was covered in wounds. He coughed a few times and cursed. Damn it! Can't this Lord Jiu be cocky for a while? Xiaochun's expression was grave. He closed his eyes and ignored Lord Jiu's complaints. Xiaochun sent his spiritual sense out in a straight line. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The heavenly palace is destroyed, and the formation is broken. The thing under the mountain is coming out." Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. "Come, let's go check it out. It is highly likely that there is an immortal artifact suppressed beneath the mountain. If I can obtain it and sell it, the resources I can get would be more than enough for me to cultivate up to the great Grandmaster stage." Yichun countered, "You? Stop dreaming. If you really manage to snatch it, there would be no need for the blue-robed emperor to make a move. A great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be able to kill you with one finger. This immortal artifact is not something we can even think about. If it really was an immortal artifact, it was indeed not something they could fight for. The three-peak sects of the Primal Chaos domain would definitely send out great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even the blue-robed emperor might make a move. However, Xiaochun had seen many disciples of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. However, he did not see any Muddy Sky Gate experts. Xiaochun did not know what the other party was planning. Xiaochun thought for a while before saying, "Let's go and take a look. There is no need to fight for it, not to mention our severe injuries. Even if we were at our peak, we would not stand a chance." Lord Jiu chuckled and immediately took action. He was born with a keen sense for danger. In the underground, he avoided many of the terrifying restrictions. After 9 turns, the three emerged from the twisted underground tunnel and looked in the direction of the immortal sect remnant. The 9-colored light in the sky vanished, and the heavenly palace shattered. The magic treasures inside shattered as well. Several of the cultivators who did not manage to flee in time were severely injured. Cracks appeared on the immortal mountain below. Resplendent spiritual light could be seen in the cracks, looking very dazzling. Bang! The immortal mountain crumbled completely, and the world shook again. The entire heavenly ruin wasteland trembled. The three quickly jumped out of the ground. Lord Jiu said with lingering fear in his heart, "Fortunately, we came out to take a look. Otherwise, we would still be underground and buried alive." The instant the mountain crumbled, abundant spiritual energy poured down like spring rain. A cold drizzle drifted down from the sky. The raindrops were a faint golden color, made entirely of spiritual energy. Peak spirit vein. The three sucked in a deep breath and could not help exclaiming. The faint golden spiritual rain was the most obvious sign of a peak spirit vein. Looking at this spiritual rain covering close to 500 kilometers, it was hard to imagine how many peak spirit veins were hidden in the immortal mountain. An immortal sect magic treasure nourished by so many spirit veins was definitely an immortal artifact. Whoosh! Strong auras flew towards the immortal sect remnant. Several of the hidden great Grandmaster-level martial sages finally could not hold back and revealed themselves, waiting for the immortal artifact to appear. Xiaochun led the three back and landed on an extremely desolate mound, watching from afar. Whether it was an immortal artifact or not, the shock waves caused by it would definitely spread far and wide. Right now, Xiaochun and Yichun were not in good states. If they got caught up in the shock waves, they would not feel good. The faint golden spiritual rain fell endlessly. Many golden dragons flew out of the destroyed mountain. These were the manifestations of the peak spirit veins' origins. These dragons already possessed spiritual energy and were as strong as Grandmaster level martial sages. Regular martial sages would not last more than 10 moves against these spirit dragons. 1, 2, 3, damn, it's already more than 50 and we still haven't seen the bottom. Lord Jiao was flabbergasted as he counted the spirit veins' origins. Peak spirit veins. The Haotian sect which Xiaochun was in had accumulated only 100 peak spirit veins over the past 10,000 years. Apart from sects on the level of the three holy lands, no other sect had such a large number of supreme-grade spirit veins. Just one mountain gate suppressed so many peak spirit veins. When this sect was at its peak, there were many mountains around it. What a grand sight it must have been. However, such a great sect disappeared silently in the long river of history with the destruction of the immortal epic. Xiaoqin's thoughts wandered. He felt very curious. The previous immortal epic was so strong. What exactly destroyed it? At the peak of the martial epoch, those legendary martial gods, whose existence was unknown, must have sensed something and disappeared from this world, not leaving behind any news at all. A total of 100 peak spirit veins. This immortal artifact finally appeared. Lord Jiao's startled cry interrupted Xiao Qin's thoughts. Xiao Qin looked up and saw a treasure light soaring into the sky. A painting slowly unfurled. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, spanning 5,000 kilometers. From 5 kilometers away, Xiao Qin discovered that what he saw was not a painting, but a world. Mountains, rivers, plains, and sand dunes entered his eyes as the painting unfurled. He could clearly see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree. When the painting completely unfurled, the words "beautiful mountains and rivers" appeared on the upper right corner. This was a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. The expected shock wave did not happen. Instead, it was extremely calm. The surroundings were quiet. The cultivators nearby did not move at all. Something's not right. Xiao Qin's expression changed. How could no one move when the treasure appeared? Instead, it was so quiet. This was extremely strange. When Xiao Qin squinted and looked carefully, his expression changed again. It was not that these people did not move. Rather, they no longer had the opportunity to move. The figures that Xiao Qin saw were not really standing in the air. Instead, at some point in time, they had all become people in the painting. The strange, beautiful mountain and river painting seemed to be in harmony with the surrounding space, giving people the illusion that they were in the painting or not. Several of the people sucked into the painting were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even so, they were silently sucked into the painting. Xiao Qin asked himself if he could defeat these people. However, he did not think that they would be much stronger. If he had not resisted his curiosity, he would have been sucked into the painting as well. When Xiao Qin thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It already touches on the laws of space. This beautiful mountains and rivers painting is definitely an immortal equipment, Yichun said. Xiao Qin said after some thought, great Grandmaster-level existences can bring out the full might of a peak king-grade secret treasure. They should be able to fight for this ownerless item. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, beams of light quickly flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting in the air. All of them were great Grandmaster-level existences. The primal chaos domain was where the loose cultivators of the world gathered. There were more great Grandmaster-level martial sages there than anywhere else. Seeing so many great Grandmaster-level martial sages appear, Xiao Qin did not find it strange. However, the two people who appeared after them startled him. Diwuk and Tianyushi stood on a vast divine kingdom and flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting, filling the sky with light. When the two worked together and relied on the divine kingdom image, they were not at a disadvantage against a group of great Grandmaster-level martial sages. These great Grandmaster-level martial sages were at least 500 or 600 years old. Diwuk and Tianyushi of the younger generation stood out among them, shining brightly. At this moment, Diwuk's mental state recovered once more. His strength seemed to be significantly higher than before. Xiaochen could not help frowning slightly. Wuxia's strength was unfathomable in the first place. Even if he used all his trump cards, Xiaochen only had a 70% chance of defeating him. Now that Wuxia's strength had improved, Xiaochen's chances of victory would be less than 50%. Yichen sighed and said, Xiaochen, your opponent is extraordinarily horrifying. He probably still has many trump cards that he has not used in his fight with you. Xiaochen knew that he had caught a gap in Wuxia's deity's descending 10-dragon force punch. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiaochen to knock Wuxia away. Old Gio, did you see the 100-peak spirit veins flying in the sky clearly? Who snatched these spirit veins in the end? Help me remember their scent and come back later. Xiaochen did not have any thoughts about the beautiful mountains and rivers painting. However, he would take as many of these 100-peak spirit veins as he could. Now that Xiaochen was injured, he could only ask Lord Gio for help. After he recovered, he could snatch them back one by one. Chapter 943. Yichen could not help feeling stunned for a while. Xiaochen's appetite was a little too big. Based on what he said, it sounded like he wanted to take away all 100-peak spirit veins. Don't worry, I prepared them long ago. I was just waiting for you to say that. Lord Gio chuckled and burrowed into the ground. Not surprised at all. I thought that I was ruthless enough. Xiaochen, you are even more ruthless than me. Yichen sighed as he looked at the two, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Xiaochen smiled and said, Otherwise, how do you think I obtained those 900 magic treasures? Come, let's go and recuperate first. We will do something big later. The two returned to the underground tunnel that Lord Gio made. Xiaochen took out 2 lunar cassia flowers from the immortal spirit ring and handed them to Yichen. When Yichen received the lunar cassia flowers, he was startled. Xiaochen really had an endless supply of good stuff. He wondered where he got them. When consumed alone, the lunar cassia flowers were only as effective as a rank 9 medicinal pill. However, there was a benefit to them. They would not clash with other medicinal pills. For example, if one consumed several medicinal pills of the same grade, their effects would be greatly reduced. Sage-grade medicinal pills were no exception. If one consumed a lunar cassia flower at this moment, it would still bring out the effects of a rank 9 medicinal pill. When Xiaochen saw that Yichen was about to swallow both lunar cassia flowers, he quickly said, Conserve it. One is enough. The remaining one is for you. I don't have many lunar cassia flowers left. As the two treated their injuries underground and recovered their strength, they did not know that the outside world was already in chaos. Be it the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting or the peak spirit vein, they had already reached a miserable stage. 2 days later, Xiaochen's injuries completely recovered. The damage from the profound river mirror, the divine kingdom image, and the backlash from 10 dragon force had all healed, leaving no hidden injuries. Yichen's injuries were much more severe than Xiaochen's. He had not recovered in the first place. Then, he blocked that saber strike for Xiaochen. Even with the help of the lunar cassia flowers, he had only recovered 80%. Not wanting to disturb the other party's recovery, Xiaochen walked out of the tunnel and made many turns before arriving at another underground tunnel. After taking a deep breath, Xiaochen circulated his law energy and laid down a lightning barrier. Xiaochen took out the sealed thunder origin in the universe ring. Berserk electricity immediately spewed out everywhere in the spacious passageway. Not only did the strong force fail to break the lightning barrier that Xiaochen laid, but it even made the barrier even more stable and transparent. The thunder origin was a mutated spirit veins origin. It contained pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. To Xiaochen, who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques, it was a divine treasure bestowed by the heavens, a great supplement. To Xiaochen, it was even better. The purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer had a huge appetite. Tichen did not know. Xiaochen did not know how. He did it without thunder. Xiaochen did not know how. Xiao Tichen would have needed to cultivate. On. Chen Ti Tichen. Ti. Xiaochen cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation, had a peak rank 3 sage body, and swallowed many divine materials. Although there were no obvious changes to his physical body, Xiaochuan could feel that his physical body was undergoing a great transformation. As for what these changes were, he could only figure them out after he gathered 10 dragon force and materialized the blue dragon battle armor. However, Xiaochuan could sense that his physical body seemed to be undergoing a huge change. As for what exactly this change was, he could only figure it out after he gathered 10 dragon force and materialized the azure dragon battle armor. With these cards in his hand, he could swallow up the thunder source without worrying about the danger of his body exploding. The other cultivators did not have such conditions, so they could only devour it step by step. Xiaochuan opened his mouth and inhaled. The purple thunder origin turned into a bolt of electric light and surged into his body. The electric light surged around, and this process lasted for a long time. The law energy of thunder slowly merged into a circle. Xiaochuan understood that as long as it formed a circle, he would reach superior grade martial sage. Xiaochuan slowly formed a circle. He understood that as long as he formed a circle, he would advance to superior grade martial sage. His comprehension of heavenly sage laws reached a whole new level. When Xiaochuan completely absorbed the thunder origin, the vast lightning-attributed energy allowed him to smoothly break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage and advance to superior grade martial sage. The power of laws gathered into a circle, forming a circle, no longer a single straight line. Behind Xiaochuan, the power of laws surged out, forming circles of purple light wheels, a total of 1,000. It was similar to Wuxia's golden halo, but it was much weaker. This was a phenomenon unique to high-grade martial artists. However, very few people could be like Wuxia. At such a young age, after the power of law surged out of his body, he could still emit such an intense and dazzling light. In the past, Xiaochuan's law energy was as thick as an arm and a kilometer long. It was vast and mighty. The mysterious phenomenon it materialized was like a boundless sea of lightning, filled with a tyrannical and unblockable aura. Now that it formed a circle, it lost the tyrannical and vast aura. Instead, it gained a gentle feeling. The berserk lightning-attributed energy became docile. Xiaochuan carefully experienced the feeling of advancing to superior grade martial sage. With a thought, the boundless spiritual energy underground was sucked into the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him. After the lightning-attributed halo circulated, the quintessence that the law energy sent to Xiaochuan was even more refined, much stronger than before. Xiaochuan opened his eyes and scattered his cultivation technique. However, the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him had not completely vanished. There was still a faint trace of it. This was because Xiaochuan's cultivation was too vast. Furthermore, he had just advanced to superior grade martial sage, so he could not use these lightning-attributed halos as he pleased. After some time, he would be able to hide them all with a thought. Now that his cultivation had improved significantly, Xiaochuan was confident that he could defeat Grandmaster-level demonic Brilliant 2 Elders without relying on the cycle banner. After he went out and snatched all 100 peak spirit veins, he would be even more confident. Xiaochuan stood up and moved as fast as lightning, arriving at the passageway where Yichun was. Yichun's complexion was much better now. He was not far from his peak state. Superior grade martial sage, 1,000 lightning-attributed halos. Yichun immediately noticed the purple lightning-attributed halo behind Xiaochuan. He could vaguely hear thunder in the blurry lightning-attributed halo. Xiaochuan nodded and said, "I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly ruin wasteland and just broke through. This is really shocking. When I first entered the heavenly ruin wasteland, I felt that I had at least a 60% chance of victory against you. Now, I feel that I barely have a 50% chance." Xiaochuan waved his hand, and the cycle banner appeared in his palm. The heavenly jade pearls massacre chi poured out endlessly. "Brother Yi, you cultivate the massacre Dao. Coincidentally, I have an item that contains a boundless amount of massacre chi." At the same time, There's also Death Qi and Ruin Qi. These two are related to Massacre. I can lend it to you to cultivate for a while. Yi Chen circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed some of the Massacre Qi. Then his eyes lit up. Good stuff. To think that there is such a treasure in this world. If you lend it to me for a month, when I meet Xianxia again, my Massacre Dao will definitely surpass his. You met Xianxia? Xiao Chun asked doubtfully. He had not heard any news of this old friend of his for a long time. According to his first senior sister, Xianxia had not appeared in the starry Heaven Silver Lake. This was a genius of the Sword Dao immersed in the martial Dao. The first time they met, Xianxia gave Xiao Chun immense pressure. Back then, in the heavenly dew divine spring, Xianxia did not even care about Diwuk. Half a year ago, I met him once in the heavenly starry ocean. Like me, he cultivated the Massacre Dao. I wanted to swallow up his state of massacre, and he wanted to swallow up my state of massacre. Unfortunately, I lost rather miserably. I used the will clone that father gave me to escape this calamity. Xianxia is the greatest enemy of my life, Yi Chun said slowly. As Yi Chun spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This murderous intent did not represent hatred. Instead, it was a dense fighting spirit. It turned out that Xianxia had gone to the heavenly starry ocean. No wonder there was no news of him on the continent. I wonder how much he improved in the past 3 years. Oh, right? You already condensed a saber soul. How come I have never seen you use a saber before? Yi Chun asked as he stuck the cycle banner in the ground beside him. At first, he thought that Xiao Chun was hiding his strength on purpose. However, when he saw that Xiao Chun did not draw his saber even when facing Diwuk, he felt suspicious. Yi Chen's question caused Xiao Chun to reveal a somewhat sorrowful expression. The flawless saber Dao. If one always did not have a saber, how could one be truly flawless? Even if one used one's thoughts as a saber and one's body as a saber, without the saber in one's heart, one would find it hard to reach consummation. After a long time, Xiao Chun squeezed out a smile and said softly, I lost my saber. Yi Chun found this strange. It looked like he had asked a question that he should not have. There should be a story between Xiao Chun and that lost saber. Just as Yi Chun was about to say something to console him, he heard Xiao Chun say calmly, however, one day, I will find her, no matter the price. Xiao Chen's calm tone contained an unquestionable certainty. Yi Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. The underground turned silent. Yi Chun started to absorb the killing qi of the heavenly jade star, while Xiao Chun continued to stabilize his cultivation. After some time, rustling sounds came from the tunnel. The two opened their eyes at the same time. They knew that this was Lord Jiu's special method of moving. Boom! A hole appeared in the stone wall above them. Lord Jiu landed between the two, covered in dust. His shifty-eyed appearance had not changed at all. Hee. Young heroes, your injuries should be more or less healed, right? The 100 peak spirit veins will be taken by others soon. If you still do not come out, you will not even get the leftovers. Lord Jiu asked impatiently, his eyes filled with hope. This time, he was going to strike it rich again. Who took the beautiful mountain and river painting? Yi Chen asked the question that piqued his interest as well. Xiao Chen revealed a curious expression as he looked at Lord Jiu. The Muddy Sky Gate's blue-robed emperor snatched it away. Originally, Diwuk took advantage of the time when the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect's blue-robed emperors were fighting each other to send out a divine sovereign clone and obtain the beautiful mountain and river painting. Unexpectedly, the Muddy Sky Gate, which had been waiting patiently, made a move at the last moment. The blue-robed emperor descended and directly crushed the divine sovereign clone, snatching away the beautiful mountain and river painting. When Lord Jiu spoke of this matter, he sounded extremely exaggerated. The scene of the blue-robed emperors making a move even caused the sky above the immortal sect remnant to collapse. This resulted in several spatial tears in the heavenly ruin wasteland that had not been mended. Chapter 944. Let's go. I want to see who it was that stole the peak Great Spirit Vein. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he took the lead. As long as it was not Diwuk who obtained it, it would be fine. since the Muddy Sky Gate obtained it. Xiaoqian could use his relationship with Qi Wuxia to observe it in the future. Xiaoqian was extremely interested in the spatial Tao contained in the beautiful mountain and river painting. Of course, the most important thing right now was the 100-peak spirit veins. Most of the roaming dragons formed by the 100-peak spirit veins in the heavenly ruin wasteland had already been subdued. However, the heat did not decrease. Not many people left. The cultivators who managed to obtain peak spirit veins by luck were very confident. They wanted to obtain a few more. Very few people were satisfied. Those who didn't manage to obtain a peak great spirit vein were naturally even more anxious, and they racked their brains to find a peak grade spirit vein. Immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them, so they could not compete for them. However, the blue-robed emperor was not interested in top-grade spirit veins. Furthermore, there were many of them, so they had to compete for them. Pung! The ground exploded, and Xiaoqian's group of 3 appeared on flat ground. We're finally out. I wonder if Di Wuck and Tianyu have left yet. At this moment, not only had Yi Chun recovered to his peak state, but his strength had also soared significantly by relying on the cycle banner's qi of massacre, death, and ruin. Right now, he was brimming with confidence, and he could not wait to have a great battle with Di Wuck. Xiaoqian also felt a sense of heroism in his heart as he said, "Old Jiu, lead the way. This time, we will kill our way there in an upright manner." Lord Jiu sniffed twice. Then he raised his head and laughed. Coincidentally, there are 2 targets 150 kilometers to the north. I remember that they seem to have obtained a peak spirit vein not long ago. Go! Without saying anything more, the 3 of them immediately headed north. Along the way, Lord Jiu was very excited. He had long since wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could only watch. With Lord Jiu leading the way, the target had no chance of escaping. 1 hour later, the target appeared before the 3 of them. However, all Xiaoqian could see were 2 corpses. The spatial rings on their hands were still there, but the peak spirit vein was nowhere to be found. Yichen frowned slightly and asked, "Who is it? How could he kill 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages so quickly? We chased him all the way here." Xiaoqian bent down and checked the cause of death of the 2 corpses. There were no visible wounds on the surface. There was only a palm print on each of their chests. Their ribs were not broken, but their internal organs had all been shattered. They died in an instant. "A great Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move," Xiaoqian said with a grave expression. Even among Grandmaster-level martial sages, there were differences in strength. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages only had higher cultivations than superior-grade martial sages. As for the heir of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, they only had a basic understanding of it. At the level of the demonic Brilliant 2 Elders, with the accumulation of time, 1 or 2 centuries, their understanding of the martial Tao would increase. Furthermore, Xiaoqian's cultivation was incredibly deep. When he attacked, he could bring great pressure to others. He could integrate all the martial techniques he had learned and modify them to suit himself. Above that would be the level of the Haotian sect's Han Qinghe. Not only were his cultivations deep, but he had also grasped the air of a grandmaster. With a raise of his hand, he could bring out 120% of the might of any martial technique he had learned. He was known as a great grandmaster. These people could establish their own sect and leave behind their own inheritance for 1,000 years. If they had a fortuitous encounter, they could soar to the heavens in one step, becoming an influential person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. The person who killed these 2 people was a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Yi Chun analyzed. Normally speaking, the great grandmaster-level martial sages of the various sects have their own things to do. Peak spirit veins are useless to them. They can use the holy spirit veins of their sects at any time. The one who did this was probably a loose cultivator. Lord Jiu's lips twitched as he said, "Which old fellow is so shameless? For the sake of 1 or 2 peak spirit veins, he is not afraid of ruining his reputation." Great grandmaster-level martial sages were people only 1 step away from ascending to the heavens. If word of such action spread, it would not be good. Xiao Chun stood up and said, 1 or 2 peak spirit veins are not worth him making a move. He is like us, probably trying to pocket 100 peak spirit veins. That's impossible. Aside from this Lord Gio, who else could remember who obtained the spirit veins and the smell of these people? Lord Gio said, unconvinced. Even a great Grandmaster level martial sage would not be able to do that. Never mind. Just continue leading the way. Let's not worry about this for now. However, we need to be prepared to clash with a great Grandmaster level martial sage. As they continued forward, Lord Jiu sniffed the air and revealed a smile on his face. He had found another target. However, this time they were too late. All they saw was a corpse and nothing. Damn, I'm too late again. The result of the third target was the same. Someone else took away the peak spirit vein before them again. The corpses on the ground were all killed in one strike. Needless to say, there had to be a great Grandmaster level martial sage with the same target as them. Xiao Qin's expression turned cold. After thinking for a while, he unfurled the freedom wings. Xiao Qin's body became as light as the wind. Crystalline, pure white feathers drifted down from his body. Lord Jiu, point me in a direction. Even if it is a great Grandmaster level martial sage, I have to fight for it today. Xiao Chun looked in the direction Lord Jiu pointed. A scene appeared before him, then froze. Xiao Chun took a step forward, carrying Lord Jiu and Yi Chun across 50 kilometers. The space behind him scattered, forming a wondrous scene. This time, no one got ahead of them. Of the 5 targets, only one was a Grandmaster level martial sage. There was no need for Xiao Chun to make a move. Yi Chun, who had grown much stronger, fully executed his Massacre Saber Dao within 100 moves and killed this person, snatching away the peak spirit vein's origin. Lord Jiu smiled widely and quickly put away the spatial rings of the 5. Yi Chun handed the peak spirit vein to Xiao Chun for safekeeping. Xiao Chun spread his wings and flew away, quickly bringing the 3 away from this place. After a while, an old man in azure-colored robes landed. As he moved, he exuded an air of elegance, exuding a natural aura. If Lord Jiu were here, he would recognize this person. This azure-robed old man was Xianxia, who was ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. His ancient Buddhist palm technique had reached perfection, reaching an unimaginable height. Xianxia looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. However, he did not care. The heavenly ruin wasteland was chaotic in the first place. Killing for treasures was a common occurrence. More importantly, even if someone snatched away the spirit veins, it did not matter. They would end up in his hands sooner or later. Xianxia had an incomplete secret treasure called the Armillary Sphere. As long as the spirit vein left the ground, it could sense it within 250 kilometers. Normally, this secret treasure was of little value. However, it was now very useful in the heavenly ruin wasteland. The instant the 100 peak spirit veins flew out, Xianxia made up his mind to collect all 100 peak spirit veins. This time, the heavens are helping me. After collecting 100 peak spirit veins, I will have the capital to go to the heavenly starry ocean and establish my own sect. I will obtain great luck and become Emperor Wu's disciple. However, after that, the situation of others getting ahead of him happened. Xianxia's face sank as he took out the Armillary Sphere and infused it with surging law energy. Most of the heavenly ruin wasteland immediately fell within the range of the Armillary Sphere. Xianxia saw spots of spiritual light on the Armillary Sphere. Each spot represented a peak spirit vein. Xianxia looked around and discovered 10 odd spots densely packed together in the Armillary Sphere. Soon, he understood what was going on. It turns out that there is someone else with the same idea as me. With your help, I can save a lot of time. Xianxia laughed loudly and put away the Armillary Sphere. The battle with the blue-robed emperor had caused spatial tears to appear everywhere in the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several hidden restrictions had been activated as well. As a result, Xianxia's efficiency dropped significantly. Naturally, it was great that he had someone to help. On the other side, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and continuously executed, so close yet world apart. His efficiency increased significantly, and no one managed to get ahead of him. After 2 days, he had collected more than 20 top-grade spirit veins. Such a harvest made Yi Chun feel embarrassed. When he thought about his actions in the heavenly starry ocean, they were simply small skirmishes, not worth mentioning. On the 4th day, the three finally met with a strong enemy. After Xiao Chun tricked the demonic Brilliant Two Elders and the Black Mountain Four Bandits in the Heavenly Palace, they actually worked together. During this time, they had also collected many peak spirit veins. Xiao Chun, you are really bold. To think that you dare to appear before us. The hemp-robed old man watched as Xiao Chun leaped through layers of space and appeared before them. Then, he stared at the freedom wings on Xiao Chun's back with a fervent gaze. The leader of the Black Mountain Four Bandits, Meng Bai, held up his heavy staff and smiled sinisterly. We are already preparing to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. Unexpectedly, a fat sheep delivered itself to us. White-robed Xiao Chun, do you know how valuable your head is now? Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be tempted. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Everyone, there's no need to worry about this, Xiao. Think about how to protect your own heads first. A strong wind howled, and the sound of killing came from the wind. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and his eyes turned scarlet as well. He took a step forward and charged at the Black Mountain Four Bandits. He smiled and said, Xiao Chun, let's treat this as our unfinished battle. Let's compete and see who can end it first. Compared to the demonic Brilliant Two Elders, the Black Mountain Four Bandits were slightly weaker. However, the difference was not too great. Yi Chen's bet was not too unfair. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and clashed with the demonic Brilliant Two Elders. Now that he thought about it, this was his 3rd time clashing with the two. The first time they clashed, it was just the middle-aged man, yet Xiao Chun was already tired out dealing with him. In the end, he had to use his immortal arts and magic skills as a trump card before he barely managed to escape. There was no chance of victory. The second time they clashed was in the Heavenly Palace's restrictions. Xiao Chun had used the cycle banner and clashed with the two briefly. In that battle, Xiao Chun had used external force to suppress the two, preventing them from getting up. Hence, it could not be considered a true fight. The hemp-robed old man took out his flaming fan, and a fiery cloud spread out for 5 kilometers around his head. It looked very horrifying. He said coldly to Xiao Chun, hand over the primal essence nature pill, and the two of us can spare your life and let you leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The primal essence nature pill was a king-grade medicinal pill. Mr. Qin had spent his life's effort and failed countless times before barely managing to refine one. Chapter 945. The demonic Brilliant Two Elders had been stuck at their current cultivation for 100 years already. They had exhausted all their potential and could only rely on external items to raise their strength. The demonic Brilliant Two Elders had originally thought that killing Xiao Chun would be a small matter. Who knew? Not only did Xiao Chun kill Mr. Qin, but he even snatched away the primal essence nature pill. The demonic Brilliant Two Elders had offended the Medicine God Valley and lost the primal essence nature pill. Their hatred for Xiao Chun could be easily imagined. The primal essence nature pill? Sorry, I already ate it, Xiao Chun said without any apology as he smiled faintly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What? You actually ate it? How can it be? How can you consume a king-grade medicinal pill with your accumulations? Whether I ate it or not, you will know after you receive a palm strike from me. Electric light flashed, and purple rings of electric light appeared behind Xiao Chun. The vast and surging law energy did not reveal itself. As soon as he got close to the middle-aged man, he unleashed all of his power, causing the area within 5 kilometers to be filled with a shocking rumble of thunder. It shook the fiery clouds in the sky, causing them to churn endlessly as if they would scatter at any moment. Superior grade, martial sage. It looks like you really did consume the primal essence nature pill. However, You are too naive to challenge me with that. Army-killing fist, breaking 1,000 armies. The middle-aged man smiled coldly, and countless heroic spirits came out of the scarlet military mark above his head. 1,000 armies roared and tore through the sky. Although the middle-aged man said that he did not care about Xianxia, he did not show any intention of underestimating his punch. This was one of the most tyrannical killing moves of the army-killing fist. The fist and palm clashed, and a crack opened in the ground under the two. Xianxia took 100 steps back. With every step he took, thunder roared in the sky. You dare to be so arrogant with just this bit of ability? The hemp-robed old man in the air waved his flaming fan and sent out 100 flaming tornadoes. The tornadoes burned the sky, looking like they would swallow up Xianxia in an instant. I don't think I said that I used my full strength. Xianxia smiled faintly and spread out the might of the wheel of thunder. The slightly dim purple wheel of light behind him instantly became dazzling. The rings of light overlapped one another. With a thought, many lightning flood dragons roared out of the rings of light. Only when there were 100 of them did they stop, transforming from a jiao to a dragon. Xianxia shouted. The law energy in his body and the purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness drained at the fastest speed possible. The 100 lightning flood dragons grew in size, and Jin Lin had 2 horns on his head. Dragon might spread out as they roared and charged at the 100 flaming tornadoes. Bang! Bang! 2 horrifying energies clashed in the air. Chi waves surged into the sky, and lightning and fire turned chaotic. The lightning tribulation saber technique could turn a python into a flood dragon long ago. Now that his will and cultivation had improved significantly, turning a flood dragon into a dragon was only a matter of time. Amid the chaotic clumps of light, the white-robed Xianxia relied on his strong physical body to charge over and arrive before the hemp-robed old man. Using his body as a saber, Xianxia materialized the flawless saber Dao. He chopped down from his side like a saber chopping down. Electric light burst out, and a clanging saber hum soared into the clouds. The hemp-robed old man did not expect Xianxia to arrive so quickly. He hastily condensed a flame shield in front of him. Chi! The flame shield easily broke. Xianxia chopped down on the hemp-robed old man's body like a saber. The hemp-robed old man was not good at close combat. Xianxia took advantage of this weakness. Before the middle-aged man arrived, he materialized the flawless 4 seasons, spring saber, summer saber, and autumn saber. Just as the completed winter saber was about to chop down, a loud rumble came from behind. Xianxia sighed in pity. He could only give up on crippling the hemp-robed old man and turn to face the middle-aged man. Immortal art magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. The middle-aged man stored up power and charged over ferociously. The heroic spirits in the scarlet military seal came out. Xianxia could not be bothered to be polite with him, so he sent out an immortal art magic skill. A black starry heaven storm swept out, sweeping away the vast army. Xianxia smiled coldly and executed the flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. This move was a profound martial technique that Xianxia created after mastering the dragon's subduing slash. It already surpassed the level of a heaven-ranked martial technique. It was not inferior to the Tenjin Emperor's world eliminating imprint that he used to deal with Diwuk. 18 blue dragons appeared, and azure saber lights that could overturn rivers and seas chopped down continuously. With one chop, blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips. He took 3 steps back, and cracks appeared in the scarlet military seal. Ripples spread out in the air like water, shaking the place. Second chop, third chop, fourth chop, after 18 chop. The middle-aged man's corpse did not remain, leaving only a pool of blood mist spreading in the air. The hemp-robed old man felt horrified when he saw this. He put away the flame fan and scattered the killing move that he prepared to unleash. Then he turned and fled. Trying to leave now? It's too late. Cycle banner, set. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner shot out with boundless starlight. the banner unfurled, and the 7 stars appeared. Starlight descended and encased the hemp-robed old man. Within the starlight, the hemp-robed old man immediately felt the air turn viscous, making it hard for him to move. Xianxia's figure leaped up, and starlight bathed his body. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the hemp-robed old man and shielded him. Die then. Back then, when the demonic brilliant 2 elders tried to kill me, you definitely did not expect such a day to come, right? I'll leave this winter saber for you. Snowflakes drifted down and gathered into a crystalline flower. Then, the flower poked out and landed on the hemp-robed old man's forehead. A strong energy pierced through the hemp-robed old man's forehead. As the hemp-robed old man showed a horrified expression, the flower slowly melted. When it completely melted, the hemp-robed old man turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! Boundless saber chi shot out of the hemp-robed old man's body, killing him without a complete corpse. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and grabbed the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring. Then, he put away the cycle banner and slowly descended from the air. Yi Chun, who was on the ground, wiped off the blood on his saber. 4 headless corpses lay beside him, blood flowing endlessly. Clearly, they had just died. Yi Chun sheathed his saber and smiled. I took advantage of you. Aside from Meng Bai, the rest of the Black Mountain 4 bandits are just trash. How about we consider this a draw? That's fine. Sooner or later, I will make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean. When I retrieve my saber, I will fight with you to determine who is stronger. Xiaoqian landed on the ground and handed the spatial ring to Lord Jiu, who appeared. Lord Jiu fiddled with the spatial ring for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "These people really collected a lot of peak spirit veins, a total of 8. Including the spirit veins that we already obtained, we now have 48 peak spirit veins, close to half 100. Yi Chun smiled and said, "This is a pretty good harvest. However, I don't want the peak spirit veins. I do not lack them." Even if Yi Chun did not lack them, the value of peak spirit veins was still there. By saying this, Yi Chun clearly wanted to leave them for Xiaoqian. Lord Jiu added, "I don't want them either. This Lord Jiu's talent is only SOSO. Even if you gave me a holy spirit vein, it would be a waste." Xiaoqian thanked the 2 and unfurled the freedom wings. Let's go. I believe that the mysterious great Grandmaster level martial sage already collected the remaining peak spirit veins. Since we already have such a harvest, there is no need for us to clash with him. Indeed, even if Xiaoqian and Yi Chun work together, they might not even have a 50% chance of defeating a great Grandmaster level martial sage. If they could avoid clashing with him, it would be best. Lord Jiu and Yi Chun agreed with Xiaoqian. They also felt that this was the time to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The scene before Xiaoqian changed continuously. Soon, the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland entered his vision. The scene froze, and Xiaoqian took a step forward. "Ha! Little friends, you helped this old man collect so many peak spirit veins. Why are you in such a rush to leave?" Just as Xiaoqian's foot was about to touch the ground, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. A gigantic Buddha appeared. Xianxia held his palms together and blocked Xiaoqian with a smile. Then, he casually threw a palm strike. The folded space slowly unfurled. This palm strike forced Xiaoqian and the other 2 back, who had already flown hundreds of kilometers. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Blood leaked out of the mouths of Xiaoqian and the other 2. Their hearts sank at the same time. Their expressions turned grave as they looked at Xianxia, who gave off a Buddhist light and appeared dignified as he slowly walked over. Lord Jiu recognized this person. His voice trembled as he said, "Xianxia, ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking." He had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and practiced a Buddhist palm technique. People call him the Blood Monk. There was a huge difference between the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking and the Tianwu Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. The former gathered all the loose cultivators of the world, while the latter was just the loose cultivators of the Tianwu domain. If the top 10 evil cultivators of the Tianwu domain went to the primal chaos domain's evil cultivator ranking, they would not even rank in the top 100. This was the difference. For Xianxia to rank in the top 10 of the primal chaos domain's evil cultivator ranking, his strength went without saying. Being able to rank in the top 10 meant that he did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Xiao Chun had heard of and seen some Buddhist sect martial techniques. When he fought Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, the other party's Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic incarnation was the predecessor of the Buddhist sect's 10,000 Hands Buddha. Chapter 946. The Iron Demon subduing staff of the Black Mountain Four Bandits leader, Meng Bai, was also a Buddhist sect martial technique that was extremely mighty. The history of the ancient Buddhist sects could be traced back to the Immortal Epic. However, with the destruction of the Immortal Epic, the Buddhist sects had vanished like smoke. Magic skills no longer existed, only some fragmented Buddhist sect martial techniques that had been passed down to the martial epic. Without a complete system, it would be very difficult to gather a complete set of cultivation techniques, and movement techniques. Hence, there were very few Buddhist sect experts in the world. Most of them used them to comprehend and broaden their horizons, supplementing their own martial Tao. However, the Xianxia before Xiao Chun seemed somewhat different. The Buddha behind him looked dignified, untainted by dust. It stood upright with a smile, as if it had seen through the mundane matters of the mundane world. If not for the indistinct evil aura at the corner of Xianxia's lips, Xiao Chun would not have been able to see through it. He would have thought that a Buddha had descended to preach the Tao and deliver all living things from suffering. Xianxia smiled and said, "Little friends, you are all doing good. You helped this old monk collect so many peak spirit veins. Quickly hand them over to this Buddha, and it will be considered a great deed, sufficient to wash away your sins in the mundane world." Acting all mysterious, my massacre saber Tao exterminates all life. I do not believe in heaven or earth, only me. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I will destroy them today. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and he instantly drew his saber. In that instant, 900 scarlet saber lights howled out. These scarlet saber lights contained extremely strong killing chi, close to 100% comprehended saber intent. One saber light could kill countless martial sages. When Yi Chen swung his saber, 900 saber lights formed a huge killing formation. Aggrieved spirits roared in the formation, ghosts and deities roared. Scarlet light filled the sky as it pressed towards Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "This Buddha tried to reason with you and gave you beneficence, but you rejected it. In that case, this Buddha can only start a massacre to wash away your sins. Buddhist light illuminates the world." Xianxia pressed his palms together again, and the Buddha behind him chanted a Buddhist name. Then he formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed his right hand forward. The golden light on the Buddha's body faded and turned into a blood-red Buddha's light. The Buddha's amiable face also turned completely evil, overflowing with murderous intent. Scarlet Bodhi flowers flew out of the scarlet Buddhist light. When this Buddhist light shone on Yi Chen's killing saber formation, it started circulating intensely. 900 saber chi spun continuously, blocking the spreading Buddhist light. However, the blood-colored Bodhi flowers continued to appear and disappear endlessly. Yi Chen's killing saber formation came with a ferocious momentum, making ghosts and gods cry. However, under the boundless Buddhist light, the saber formation was slowly whittled down. In the end, it even assimilated into the Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He unfurled the freedom wings and carried Lord Jiao and Yi Chen back at the same time. Wherever the blood-colored Buddhist light passed, Bodhi trees grew on the ground. Under the Bodhi trees, there seemed to be Buddhas preaching, celestials playing music, and bodhisattvas standing with their palms pressed together. This should have been a scene filled with benevolence and virtue. However, What appeared in this blood-colored Buddhist light was extremely strange. Xianxia smiled faintly and took a step forward, passing through the various mysterious phenomena. Then, he landed before the three again, preventing them from leaving. The blood-colored Bodhi tree behind Xianxia suddenly shattered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. There was no sign of life at all, turning into a pile of dead soil. The lifeless color startled Xianxia, Lord Jiao, and Lord Jiao. If this Buddhist light struck the three, they would not even know how they died. Buddha is merciful. This Buddha is virtuous. Hand over the spirit vein and follow me to the heavenly starry ocean to establish a sect. Then, this Buddha can spare you from death. Xianxia walked over with a smile. At this moment, the Buddha behind him looked as horrifying as it could be in the eyes of Xianxia, Lord Jiao, and Lord Jiao. Xianxia, what should we do? None of the top 10 of the primal chaos domain's evil cultivator ranking are simple characters. This Xianxia even managed to escape from the hands of the blue-robed emperor several times. Lord Jiao said in a trembling voice. Yichun sent a voice projection. Xianxia, why don't you agree to him first? When we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that this fellow will die a miserable death. No, you two go first. I can tell that something is suspicious. We will meet up outside. Before the two could deny it, Xianxia stepped forward and said with a smile, there is no reason for me, Xianxia, to take away the things that are in my, Xianxia's hands. Look at you, evil Buddha. You have killed so many people, yet you still want to establish a sect. I will destroy this Buddha image of yours. Then, Xianxia opened his forehead and unleashed the will of thunder. The purple talisman gave off a divine light as it charged at the Buddha image behind Xianxia like lightning. When Xianxia heard the words Xianxia, he said in understanding, so, you are Xianxia. You have been in the limelight recently. However, with just a measly 40% comprehended will of thunder, you dare to break my dermic incarnation? You underestimate this Buddha too much. When Xianxia threw a palm strike, he split his attention into two tasks at the same time. The Buddha image behind him sent out two palm imprints at the departing Yichun and Lord Jiao. A palm imprint clashed with the purple lightning talisman flying over. Xianxia clenched his fist, and a scarlet Buddhist light appeared as if he wanted to crush the talisman. However, contrary to Xianxia's expectations, the talisman gave off an immortal divine light. No matter how much force he used, there was always a clump of light that would not be extinguished. Break! Xianxia shouted, and the talisman broke the palm imprint. Then, it flew towards the Buddha image behind him like a meteor and entered the Buddha's gaping mouth. Horrifying lightning exploded in the Buddha's mouth, and the Buddha image's head immediately exploded. Scarlet light filled the air. After the Buddha image landed, a scarlet Bodhi tree sprouted, instantly sweeping away all the life force in the surroundings. The area within 5 kilometers immediately turned into a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew, and withered trees piled up. Xianxia revealed a pained expression. The Buddha image that attacked Yichun and Lord Jiao broke on its own, and the two took advantage of the opportunity to flee. This old man will eat you alive. The headless Buddha image gave off a scarlet light, and its head slowly grew once more. Xianxia was thoroughly enraged. He stomped the ground, and the sky and earth shook. Even space trembled. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Xianxia leaped up and threw a palm strike at Xianxia. This palm strike was boundlessly tyrannical and extremely ferocious, sweeping through everything in its path. When the gigantic palm landed, it enveloped the area, stirring up mountains and rivers, moving mountains and draining seas. Great Grandmaster level martial sage. This was the strength of a great Grandmaster level martial sage. One palm strike could shake mountains and rivers. The will of thunder returned to Xianxia's body. Then he entered deep thought. If it were the complete Buddha image, he would not be able to block this palm strike. However, the Buddha image is already broken. If I use 10 Dragon Force, it should be enough to block this strike. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. 10 indistinct ancient heaven dragons appeared behind Xiao Chun. Divine light entered his body, and 10 dragon force merged into one. When he punched, the 10 dragons roared ferociously. The instant the fist and palm collided, the ground within a radius of 10 li cracked open. Countless rocks and soil the size of hills shot into the sky, covering the sun in the sky. Everyone in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland felt this berserk energy. No matter where they were, they all looked over. A Buddhist Dharmic incarnation. This is the bloody monk, Xianxia. Why is this old fellow still here? Didn't he leave after losing the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting? Who is he fighting? Is it also a great Grandmaster level martial sage? That's not right. 10 Dragon Roars. This seems to be white-robed Xiao Chen's killing move. Back then, he used this move to send Di Wuxia flying in front of everyone. The cultivators remaining in the heavenly ruin wasteland could not help but become excited. The people of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect were looking for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he fought with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The clash between 10 Dragon Force and the Buddha moves mountains and river caused the ground to crumble. The destructive power was even greater than the battle between Xiao Chun and Di Wuxia. This was because both of their moves were wide, open, and extremely violent. Not only did Xianxia fail to kill Xiao Chun with a palm strike, but Xiao Chun even blocked it. Xianxia was very surprised. The Buddha head behind him was still slowly recovering. This was Xianxia's Dharmic incarnation, a Buddhist cultivation technique he cultivated. He used his will to form this Dharmic incarnation. Injuring the Dharmic incarnation was equivalent to injuring his foundation. Due to his carelessness, Xiao Chun injured the source of his will. How could Xianxia not be angry? Xianxia roared furiously. His roar reverberated endlessly in the scarlet Buddhist light. It was like the roar of a Buddhist guardian deity, supported by Buddhist music. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light behind the great Buddha amplified this roar continuously. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on. This roar spread throughout half of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several cultivators rushing over to watch the battle from afar were shaken and fell from the sky, severely injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This roar was supported by thousands of layers of Buddhist light, forming 2 lines of the 8-word proverb. It was a sound wave attack, as well as a mental enticement and trap. This was an extremely profound Buddhist sect secret technique. Those with weak cultivations would directly give up on resisting, allowing the Buddhist music to strike and shatter them into dust. Even if they were destroyed, they would still feel gratitude. The sayings of the Buddhist sects were originally very wise and kind. However, Xianxia's roar was filled with killing qi, making these words sound like demonic music. Before the Buddhist music arrived, all sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. These were all the suffering he had suffered along the way. These illusions made Xiao Chun empathize with them, making him experience all sorts of suffering again. However, Xiao Chen's heart was tough. His mental state had already reached a perfect and flawless state. He had already experienced all sorts of suffering. What was the point of experiencing it again? Before reaching the peak, there was no turning back. As long as there were thieves and evildoers, the butcher's knife would not stop. Xiao Chen's eyes turned clear as he silently executed the dragon tone art. Auspicious clouds covered the surrounding 5 kilometers. The Blue Dragon King peeked its head out. As Xiao Chun roared, it clashed with Xianxia's scarlet Buddhist music. The two were separated by 5 kilometers. The battlefield was vast and boundless. As the sounds clashed, heaven and earth trembled. The huge pieces of soil floating in the air shattered into dust. Several cultivators who heard the commotion stood on a distant mound and watched, not daring to get close. When they saw that it really was Xiao Chun fighting with Zhuang Zhenghe, they were flabbergasted. It really is Xiao Chun. Based on the situation, he exchanged at least 2 moves with Zhuang Zhenghe. 2 moves. Zhuang Zhenghe is a famous loose cultivator. To think that he could not smash Xiao Chun to death with one palm strike. Xiao Qin's dragon tone art is becoming increasingly horrifying. Zhuang Zhenghe's Buddhist music once killed more than 100 martial sages in one breath, crippling a rank 8 sect. Chapter 947. However, Xiao Chun is definitely not a match for Zhuang Zhenghe. The Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace both issued orders to kill Xiao Chun. Diwuk also promised many benefits. He will definitely flee to the outside of the Heavenly Ruin. If we stand guard at the exit, we might be able to take advantage of him. After the shock, this group of people immediately started thinking. For Xiao Chun to be able to block 2 of Zhuang Zhenghe's moves head-on was already very incredible. However, defeating Zhuang Zhenghe would be impossible. At that time, Xiao Chun would definitely have to leave the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland after getting injured. This was a good opportunity to wait for him. Immediately, several people left quietly, preparing to call their friends over to kill Xiao Chun. Several people from the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect quickly left to report the news of Xiao Chun's appearance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to block the Buddhist scripture. Zhuang Zhenghe's expression turned completely sullen. He shouted a war cry and prepared to execute his killing move again. Who knew? Not only did Xiao Chun not take advantage of the moment he blocked the Buddhist scripture to flee, but he even made the first move. A blazing sun illuminated the sky. An ancient, yang character descended from the sky, looking as dazzling as the sun and carrying boundless solar true flame. Then, it landed on the huge Buddha behind Zhuang Zhenghe. Immediately, the flame blazed fiercely. The huge Buddha head that just grew out let out a pained wail. The dignified, dermic incarnation instantly shattered. Xiao Chun immediately felt the pressure from Zhuang Zhenghe's aura vanish. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like he had guessed correctly. Most of the other party's strength came from this dermic incarnation. As long as Xiao Chun attacked the dermic incarnation, he would be able to injure it, preventing it from paying attention to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun's magic energy was insufficient. Otherwise, his great sun incantation could refine this evil Buddha's dermic incarnation without a problem. Right now, his great sun incantation could only cause the other party some trouble. Moving his hands, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to send out a starry heaven storm. He moved 9 stars in one breath and pushed them together, forming an extremely intense black storm. After that, without waiting to see what the result was, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. With one step, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived before the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. Looking at the 50 kilometers of demonic flame before him, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Zhuang Zhenghe was indeed in some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to execute this magic skill. Xiao Chun took a large step forward and fearlessly walked into the 50 kilometers of demonic flames. If he had not taken care of Xianxia before coming, he would not have had to worry too much about these surging demonic flames. Now that his strength had soared and he had nothing to worry about, he naturally didn't have to wait for a special time to enter and exit freely. Inside the 50 kilometers of demonic flame, Xiao Chun recovered his magic energy as he thought about the earlier battle with Zhuang Zhenghe. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If he stayed for another 10 moves, he would definitely die. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and this kind of great grandmaster. It would be difficult for him to contend against him in a short period of time. Now that Xiao Chun thought about it, back then, when Diwuk and Tian Yushi worked together, they could contend against great grandmaster martial sages. It looked like Xiao Chun had gotten lucky when he sent Diwuk flying with one punch. Xiao Chun could summon out the image of the Divine Kingdom at any time. Actually, he was undefeatable. The images of Yao Chen's profound river mirror and Diwuk's Divine Kingdom, 2 emperor-grade secret treasures, put Xiao Chun in a sorry state. If Xiao Chun could summon out the image of an emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not be so passive. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and he could not help thinking about the Blue Dragon Palace sealed by the space-time formation in the savage battlefield. However, Xiao Chen only thought about it. Back then, the old man from the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had said that before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he could forget about entering the second floor. Without Ao Jiao's help, Xiao Chun would not be able to enter the space-time formation that even Emperor Wu could block. By the time Xiao Chun recovered most of his magic energy, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland was already before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun took a large stride forward. Xiao Chun had nearly 50 peak spirit veins on him, and a great grandmaster martial sage was eyeing him. How could he dare to remain in the heavenly ruin wasteland? The moment Xiao Chun stepped out, before he could even take a breath of fresh air, he was shocked by the formation outside. A group of cultivators in the sky and on the ground guarded the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland with surging, killing chi. A rough count gave at least 100 people. From ordinary martial sages to grandmaster-level martial sages, Xiao Chun checked with his spiritual sense and saw many martial sages rushing over. Fortunately, there were no great grandmaster-level martial sages here. There were also not many experts from the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. They probably just received the news and had not rushed over yet. The instant Xiao Chun appeared, he felt a boundless killing intent lock onto him. However, no one dared to make the first move. He was injured by Xianxia and is now severely injured. He is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack together, someone shouted. Xiao Chun frowned. He immediately figured out the reason. News of his fight with Xianxia must have spread. This group of people must be here to take advantage of him. However, they had seen Xiao Chen's strength. First, he knocked away Di Wuk. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Xianxia. Hence, they did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Chen could not let them work together. Otherwise, with so many martial sages, they could exhaust him to death. He had to shock them with one move. After making up his mind, right after the person who spoke, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and electric light flashed under his feet. Xiao Chen instantly executed his strongest killing move, Flawless Blue Dragon's Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. The blue dragon spiraled out, roaring endlessly. The sound of sabers rang out endlessly. 18 azure saber lights soared into the sky. Each saber light was 500 kilometers long, containing the power to slay dragons. They looked unparalleled and sharp. The appearance of the first saber light caused a boundless saber hum to resound in the surroundings. Chop, chop, chop. With 3 saber strikes, this person's secret treasure, protective quintessence, and treasure armor all shattered. By the time the 18th saber strike landed, not even a mist of blood remained in the air. The surroundings were shocked. No one made a sound. Xiao Chun chopped down a grandmaster-level martial sage, just like that. He did not even have a chance to resist. The shock waves of the saber lights spread out, and a gap appeared in the densely packed encirclement. No one dared to step forward and patch up the gap. Xiao Chun did not say a word. He looked coldly at this group of people and calmly walked out. First, he knocked away Di Wuk with one punch. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Xianxia before leaving easily. White Robe Xiao Chun has truly matured. It will be difficult for the lands of the 3 holy masters to kill others with a borrowed knife. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will definitely be very lively. I wonder what the 3 holy masters will think. What will the major factions that Xiao Chun slapped their faces say? After a long time, soft sighs could be heard from the crowd. A ferocious roar came from the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland, reverberating in all directions. The bloody monk is coming out. A scarlet Buddhist light and a ferocious Buddhist chant. Everyone was very familiar with this aura, so they quickly scattered. A scarlet light flashed, and Xianxia walked out with a sullen expression. When he looked around and saw that the surroundings were filled with people, the rage in his heart ignited. He said angrily, "Scram! Bunch of trash. Are you all waiting to see this old man make a fool of himself? If you still don't scram, this Buddha will swallow you all up." With Xianxia rage, the group of primal chaos domain cultivators preparing to ambush Xiao Chun did not dare to remain. They all scattered. Based on Xianxia's temper, it was hard not to guess that he had suffered greatly at the hands of Xiao Chun. Otherwise, given his status, there was no need for him to lose his composure. With a flip of his hand, Xianxia took out the armillary sphere. Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he said, "Bastard!" He ran so far away in one go. To think that he exceeded the distance and could no longer sense it. 50 peak spirit veins flew away just like that. I will settle this debt later. A palace slowly flew over in the sky. The Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qin Han and the heavenly music sect Xia Danyang stood side by side. As they watched the disgruntled Xianxia leave, their expressions turned grave. "Danyang, how many moves can you last against Xianxia?" Xia Danyang replied sullenly. "After using all my trump cards, I can last 3 moves. However, I will also be half dead. I probably won't be able to fight for half a month." Xiao Qinghan sighed. The white-robed king Xiao Chun has truly matured. Now that he is gone, it will be difficult to kill him in the future. If he succeeds in being conferred king, no one will be able to stop his rise. Don't worry, Diwuk will not let him succeed in being conferred king. Haha, that's true. This time, he really drove Diwuk into a corner. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will probably be very lively. Indeed, it will be very lively. However, I wonder who will be the main character in that excitement. After Xiao Chun left the heavenly ruin wasteland, he unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. After he landed in a forest, he started to wait. Half a day later, the ground rumbled and 2 figures leaped out. The people Xiao Chun was waiting for had finally arrived. Naturally, these 2 were Lord Jiu and Yi Chun. Lord Jiu laughed loudly and said, "To think that you really managed to escape from Xianxia's hands. If this news spreads, it will be even more shocking than when you sent Diwuk flying." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I was lucky. I just gambled correctly. What are the 2 of you planning to do after this?" After coming to the Kunlun continent, I already met the 2 people I wanted to meet the most. The difference is very clear. I'm too ashamed to remain here. When I return to the heavenly starry ocean, I will train properly and see if I can find Xianxia again," Yi Chun said casually with a faint smile. Yi Chun smiled faintly as he spoke casually. The 2 people he spoke of were clearly Diwuk and Xiao Chun. Before Xiao Chun came, he had set his sights high. He thought that these 2 people only had an undeserved reputation. Now, he no longer dared to think that way. As for Xianxia, Xiao Chun had gained a lot from the cycle banner's chi of massacre, death, and ruin. Now, he was confident of fighting Xianxia again. Lord Jiu chuckled and said, "What is there to be embarrassed about? After you return to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that your reputation will soar. The Divine Daughter chest is not something that just anyone would dare to touch." Ha ha ha. Hearing Lord Jiu mention this, Xiao Chun could not help laughing. Yi Chun coughed awkwardly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I'll take my leave first. We will meet again in the future. I wish Brother Xiao success in being conferred king in advance. I will prepare some small gifts for you. We will meet again in the future." After sending off Yi Chun, Xiao Chun looked at the shifty-eyed Lord Jiu and asked, "Lord Jiu, what are your plans?" Hee. This Lord Jiu struck it rich this time. "Naturally, I have to deal with the resources on hand first. Goodbye. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again." Chapter 948. After watching Lord Jiu leave, Xiao Chun sighed to himself, how unfortunate. After he was conferred king, he would have his own territory. At that time, he would definitely need manpower. Without a doubt, Lord Jiu was a talent. Lord Jiu had an understanding of all sorts of treasures, a miraculous skill at digging holes, and an ability to sense all sorts of restrictions. Unfortunately, after parting here, they might never meet again. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and Lord Jiu rushed back in a rush. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Speaking of which, young Master Xiao, do you have any connections? It is not easy to sell these things." The spatial rings in Lord Jiu's hands were all black goods. If there were few of them, it would not have mattered. He could just find an auction house and throw them away. However, there were also many collections of Grandmaster-level martial sages. When added together, the number would be somewhat horrifying. It would be hard for Grandmaster-level martial sages to have some power behind them. If Lord Jiu really investigated them, it would be questionable whether he could sell them or not. Of course, there were also specialized black markets to deal with these black goods. However, the prices would be extremely low. Naturally, Lord Jiu would not agree. Xiaoqin thought for a while. He should be able to use Ying Qiong's connections in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. To her, this would be a small matter. "I have some connections. I can guarantee that I will not make a loss." Lord Jiu smiled and said, "In that case, good. Let's travel together for now. After all, I am just an idle person. I am not in a rush." The Haotian sect was very far from the primal chaos domain. However, with the transportation formation and Xiaoqin's freedom wings, it did not take long for them to travel. 7 days later, the majestic silhouette of Haotian City appeared before Xiaoqin and Lord Jiu. Xiaoqin took out a medallion and handed it to Lord Jiu, telling him to head to the independent mountain that the Haotian sect had given him outside the city. Xiaoqin had something to discuss with First Elder Han Xinghe as soon as possible to figure out the truth behind the king conferral ceremony. Along the way, gazes fell on him from time to time, followed by whispers. Xiaoqin was no stranger to these things. His reputation was almost on par with Di Wux, and in half a year's time, he would be titled Blue Dragon King. Now, he treated these inner and outer disciples of the Haotian sect the same way he treated his senior sister, Shui Lingling, when he came out of Kunlun. After checking his token, under the respectful gazes of the city gate disciples, Xiaoqin entered the city. Suddenly, Xiaoqin saw a young disciple wearing only underwear on the streets of the city. This disciple covered his face as he rushed past him, startling him. Did the disciples of the Haotian sect become so bold and unrestrained after a period of absence? Haha, someone's in trouble again. It's really not easy to accept this top inner disciple mission. How many has it been? It's almost 100. I really don't know how such a monstrous person managed to keep the Haotian sect occupied. I heard that the elders of the mission office are considering raising the rank of the mission to a higher level so that the true inheritors can take it. That can't be. Are the true inheritors going to deal with someone who barely reached half-sage? There's no helping it. The person who just ran out is already in the top 10 of the inner disciples. The surrounding discussions entered Xiaoqin's ears. Suddenly, he had a premonition. He turned to the person beside him and said, "Junior brother, can you tell me what happened earlier in detail?" That person did not seem to recognize Xiaoqin. He smiled and said, "Judging from senior brother's appearance, you should not be in the sect for some time. I went out 2 months ago." That disciple came to a realization. No wonder. It happened a month ago, but now, everyone in the inner disciples knows about it. A month ago, a fatso showed up outside the sect. He said that he was senior brother Xiaoqin's friend from the lower realm. He came to collect his debt after being tricked by Xiaoqin. His tone was ridiculously arrogant, demanding for our sect master to meet him. Xiaoqin's lips twitched. There was no doubt about it. The person who came was indeed that fatso, Kim Tae-ho. Think about it. How could the sect master possibly meet him? He had no proof, and the elders could not be bothered to meet him. He wandered around the city gates a few times, and for some reason, he got into an argument with the sect disciples. Then he attacked. That disciple was too embarrassed to continue. However, Xiaoqin asked, "What happened after that? Let's not talk about it." That fatso is very sinister. He lured a few disciples out of the sect. Our sect's disciples were not strong enough. They all returned in their underwear, robbed until nothing was left. They did not mention anything about what happened. Xiaoqin could guess what happened after that. With Kim Tae-ho's actions, he would definitely be included in the Haotian sect's list of targets to be captured. However, Based on the current situation, it seemed like Kim Tae-ho had gotten addicted to robbing people, returning to his old trade in the Sky Dome realm. I have to find him. Right now, this mess is not big and can be covered up. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun immediately turned around and flew out. Kim Tae-ho's sudden appearance forced Xiao Chun to temporarily stop thinking about meeting Elder Han. Back in the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun had tossed an astral coin to Xiao Chun, saying that it could buy a supreme treasure of a rank 8 sect. The scam incident that Fatty was talking about was definitely referring to this. Xiao Chun originally thought that Kim Tae-ho would not be able to go to the Kunlun realm and that this matter would not be exposed. Unexpectedly, not only did Kim Tae-ho go to the Kunlun realm, but he even came to the Hao-Ian sect and caused so much trouble for Xiao Chun. Wherever Fatso went, he would not let others rest easy. He was as flirtatious as ever. It was not difficult to find Kim Tae-ho. Occasionally, this fellow would reveal himself to attract some inner sect disciples. Seeing Xiao Chen's swollen figure and the air of a rich landlord, there would always be some inner sect disciples who did not believe in him. They felt that they could capture this fatso and complete the mission to obtain the reward. However, Xiao Chun still found this somewhat strange. The quality of the inner sect disciples of the Hao-Ian sect was several times higher than when Xiao Chun first arrived. As for true inheritors, they were even more incredible. The threshold was incredibly high. The first requirement was to be a martial sage. Even so, the number of true inheritors continued to increase. Now that Fatso had come from the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun estimated that he was at most a half-sage. How come none of the inner sect disciples could capture him? The difference between the half-sages of the Kunlun realm and the half-sages of the Sky Dome realm was huge. There should not be any problems with killing Fatso easily. After walking around the city and asking around, Xiao Chun found some clues. The moment Kim Tae-ho appeared in a small town in the west of the city, 4 of the top 10 inner sect disciples rushed over together, swearing to capture this perverted demon. The busybody already started a bet on whether these 4 would return in their underwear or not. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. This fatso was really going overboard. If Xiao Chun had not rushed back in time, the true inheritors or the sect master would have made a move. At that time, there would have been no way to resolve the situation. After arriving at the small town 50 kilometers west of the city, Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense. The surrounding 50 kilometers instantly entered his mind. Many faces quickly flashed in his mind. He is really cautious. After traveling 50 kilometers, Xiao Chun did not see Kim Tae-ho's figure. Then, he leaped into the air and flew another 50 kilometers before continuing his search. He did this 4 times until he was 200 kilometers away. However, Xiao Chun still did not find Fatso's figure. Strange. After I received the news, I took action. Given Kim Tae-ho's strength, 250 kilometers should be his limit. Xiao Chun started thinking. He felt that he had missed something. After a while, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would always appear in the inner city at the first moment, covering their faces and fleeing. If Fatso had committed the crime from a few hundred kilometers away, these people would first appear in a small town nearby and not in Hao-Ian City. Fatso is really bold. After figuring this out, Xiao Chun immediately turned back. When he was near the east gate of Hao-Ian City, he extended his spiritual sense far away and saw Kim Tae-ho's figure in a mountain range 5 kilometers away. Xiao Chun could not help but admire Kim Tae-ho's courage. He actually chose to commit the crime in a place so close to Hao-Ian City. Not many people would have thought of this. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would definitely be too embarrassed to speak about their experiences. Kim Tae-ho was indeed outstanding for being able to roam freely under the Hao-Ian sect for such a long time. In the scene captured by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he saw 4 inner disciples lying on the ground in shame after being beaten up by Kim Tae-ho. They were only wearing their underwear. Hee. Thank you, seniors. Feel free to exchange pointers with me at any time. Bring more spirit stones and astral coins. There is no need to bring these broken secret treasures. How embarrassing. This fat lord feels ashamed for you all. Kim Tae-ho chuckled as he leaned on the coffin board at the side and fanned himself with a golden folding fan. Xiaoqian's entire body shone with jewels. The rings on his hands, the shoes on his feet, the jade pendant on his neck, and the luxurious clothes he wore were actually a complete set of peak sage grade secret treasures. The four got up and left in sorry states. Since Fatso let them in, how could they dare to remain? How poor. The inner disciples of the Haoyan sect are not very wealthy. This fat lord has not even seen a king-grade secret treasure. Kim Tae-ho sighed as he tidied up the spatial rings of the four, his chubby face filled with melancholy. Chi. Just at this moment, the space in front of Xiao Chun suddenly turned hazy and folded. A blurry figure approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer. You're seeking death. You even dare to sneak attack this fat lord. I will slap you to death with this. Fatso's expression turned grave. Then, he moved his hands and feet nimbly, unlike his bloated figure. He picked up the coffin board at the side and ferociously swung it. Under the fatty's control, the golden coffin lid shone with a dazzling brilliance, dazzling to the eyes. When Xiao Chun swung it, the world rumbled. How'd it look like a coffin board? It clearly looked like a mountain peak in his hand. Huh! Unexpectedly, the coffin board, which had worked every time, was blocked by someone without budging at all. This greatly startled Fatso. He quickly retracted the coffin board and tossed it to his feet, preparing to flee on it. Xiao Chun swung his somewhat sore arm. He finally understood why the inner sect disciples could not do anything to Fatso. If Xiao Chun had not used his vital qi as he pleased, he would have achieved one dragon force. If he had been careless, Kim Tae-ho's coffin board would have slammed him back 50 kilometers. Seeing Da Bao riding the coffin board, the space in front of him also folded. Xiaoqian quickly called out, "Brother Da Bao, stop." Chapter 949. Hearing a familiar voice, Kim Tae-ho, who was preparing to ride on his coffin board, immediately turned around. He saw that the person was indeed Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun carried the coffin board on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, oh, Brother Xiao, this fat lord has really been tricked by you this time. Now, I have to rely on robbing others for a living. My days are worse than death. Even my waistline has gotten thinner. Worse than death. That person you plucked until he was only left with his underwear would probably die from anger if he heard this." As for his waistline, Xiao Chun could not see any changes. However, he felt guilty in his heart. At this moment, he could not get angry at Fatso. He smiled and said, "I was wrong in this matter. Come, let's go to my mountain. I will do my best as a host and take good care of you. Hurry up. This fat lord has been living in the deep mountains and forests for the past month. I don't even know how many mosquitoes I fed. Let's go." Kim Tae-ho did not stand on ceremony at all, urging Xiao Chun to leave quickly. "Your title is not very useful. This fat lord said that I was an old acquaintance of yours, but no one paid any attention to me. Finally, a female disciple summoned me, and this fat lord, said a few words and was chased out." Kim Tae-ho complained, feeling very upset as he carried the coffin board. Xiao Chun looked at Kim Tae-ho's getup. He was covered in jewels and treasures, looking very vulgar. Furthermore, he was carrying a coffin board. It would be strange if anyone believed him. However, Xiao Chun was very curious about who received this fat lord. With this fat lord's appearance, it was hard to imagine a female disciple receiving him. "What did you say? Someone chased you out?" Kim Tae-ho said, feeling wronged. "This fat lord is filled with righteousness. My heart is as clear as the moon. What could I say? That person introduced herself as Shui Lingling. I casually said that this girl is really pretty with white skin and tender flesh. Just squeezing her would make her look like water. Tell me, was this fat lord wronged? Before I finished praising her, she chased me out with a palm strike. The looks in the eyes of the male disciples in the hall, just thinking about it makes me scared." Xiao Chun is speechless and speechless. Shui Lingling has accumulated her prestige in the Haoyan sect for more than 10 years. She's like a legendary fairy. It could be described as a miracle that Fatso could walk out alive after saying these words. Why aren't you saying anything? Haven't I been wronged enough? What can I say? It's good enough that you're able to walk out alive. Xianxia said helplessly. Injustice, it really is injustice. On the way down the mountain, Fatso poured out his grievances. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, which was that he had been tricked by Xianxia. After coming to the Kunlun realm, life was worse than death. He had all sorts of bad luck. Even when he went to plunder, all he met were poor people. Xianxia suddenly said, "How about I send you back now?" Fatso fanned himself with his folding fan and smiled embarrassedly. Let's talk about it later, that, thinking about it, suffering a little is nothing. At the very least, this fat lord's waistline has shrunk. Indeed, Xianxia smiled to himself. He knew that Kim Tae-ho was like this. The two chatted along the way. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xianxia frowned slightly and stopped. There was something wrong with the atmosphere nearby. Kim Tae-ho noticed it as well. He quietly lowered the coffin lid on his shoulder and cautiously looked around. "Damn you, Fatso. I finally caught you. Let's see where you can run to this time." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 people leaped down from all directions and surrounded Xianxia and Kim Tae-ho. All of them had strong auras and the golden identity medallions at their waists, signifying that they were true inheritors. The weakest of these people was an inferior grade martial sage. The leader was a peak martial sage. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The person who spoke was actually an old friend. When Xianxia first entered the Haotian sect, this was the lower realm genius who had mocked him several times, Gue Wu. After not seeing Gue Wu for a few years, Gue Wu had become a true inheritor as well. His cultivation had also reached medial grade martial sage. In this great age, he could barely be considered a third-rate genius. "I have already captured this person. Junior brothers, please return," Xianxia said casually. Xianxia asked casually. Given Xianxia's current status and strength, he did not care about Gue Wu at all. Clearly, Gue Wu had not expected to run into Xianxia here. His body trembled imperceptibly for a moment. However, Gue Wu immediately thought of something and plucked up his courage. He said, "Senior brother Xiao, forgive me for not being able to comply. This person is the target of the Elders' Assembly. Please return him to us. Don't make things difficult for us." Xianxia's face sank. He had already given Gue Wu a lot of face with his words, yet the other party was still not tactful. Gue Wu had been observing Xianxia's expression. When he saw Xianxia's face sink, his heart started thumping heavily for no apparent reason. For no reason at all, his heart started to pound, as if it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. A few years ago, that white-robed bladesman's cultivation had been weaker than his. Unexpectedly, he had grown to such a level now. Xianxia said in a cold voice, "I will not repeat myself. Junior brother Gue, please move aside." When the fatty lord saw this, he felt a strange warmth in his heart. The resentment in his chest lessened significantly. Xianxia's words put immense pressure on Gue Wu. However, when he thought of a certain person's promise, he steeled his heart and stepped forward. "Xianxia, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Haotian sect. I'll tell you the truth. This is an order from the ancient race genius, Ren Kongjue, young Master Ren. Ren Kongjue is an absolute genius comparable to Diwuk. Today, you have to hand him over whether you want to or not. Otherwise, if you offend young Master Ren, you can forget about holding your king conferral ceremony." Xianxia had never heard of Ren Kongjue before. He should be like Lan Xiaobai, an ancient race genius who recently rose up in the starry heaven Silver Lake. However, even if Diwuk stood before him, Xianxia could not be bothered with him. Furthermore, it was someone comparable to Diwuk. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Gue, after not seeing each other for a few years, you have forgotten this Xianxia's temper. Back then, when the peak inner sect disciples worked together to suppress me, did you ever see me, Xianxia, lower my head? Today, you want me to lower my head just because you mention an ancient race genius? You are really becoming more and more naive. Before Gui Wu could reply, Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, and 1,000 purple electric light wheels appear behind him. Xiao Chen's casual palm strike carried the boundless might of thunder. The sky rumbled, filled with the sound of thunder. Xiao Chen's feet did not move at all as he sent out a palm wind. This casual strike knocked Gui Wu back 1 kilometer. This palm strike is a lesson for you. If you want him, get Ren Kongjue to come and find me himself. Then, Xiao Chun led Kim Taeho away. Halfway there, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings to avoid running into other trouble. Then, he drained his magic energy to activate the magic skill and took a step forward with Kim Taeho. The place where they landed was outside Haoyan City, the independent peak that the Haoyan sect had given Xiao Chun. A peak spirit vein was suppressed under this peak. Back then, when Xiao Chun helped the Haoyan sect take the top spot in the Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the Haoyan sect had given him this independent peak as a reward. Naturally, the greatest benefit was the peak spirit vein under this peak. Now, Xiao Chun had close to 50 peak spirit veins, so he did not care about this peak. Fatso sighed when he saw Xiao Chun walk away in a tyrannical manner in front of a true inheritor, moving 50 kilometers with 1 step. When Lord Jiu heard the commotion on the empty peak, he immediately rushed out. Kim Taeho could not help but shake his head and say, "Xiao Chun, your servant is not good enough. He looks shifty-eyed. This fat lord's eyes can tell with one look that he is not a good person." When Lord Jiu heard that, he immediately raged. Where did this fatso come from? How is this Lord Jiu not a good person? Kim Taeho sat down and picked up the teacup on the table. Then, he leisurely took a sip and said, "Don't pretend in front of this fat lord. When this fat lord did bad things, you were still in your mother's womb. With just a glance, this fat lord knew what you wanted to do. Hee. Do you want to jump up and kick this fat lord now?" Lord Jiu stared blankly. This fatty was right. He really wanted to give him a kick and teach him a lesson. Looking at someone of the same trade, Xiao Chun could not help but smile bitterly. After exchanging a few words of advice, the two calmed down. After Kim Taeho rested for a while, Xiao Chun asked, "Debeo, why did you come to the Kunlun realm after abandoning such a large business of the Jin clan? How did you get here?" At this moment, Fatso was no longer in the mood to fool around. He said, "Debeo, the Sky Dome realm's Jin clan has already developed to its peak. We can only go up. Being unrivaled is also very lonely. As for how I came up, money can move the heavens. Back then, the Wan clan paid a huge price to send Wan Feng up. Naturally, I have my own way up as well. However, I came to find you not only because of the trivial matter of astral coins. I, Lord Fatty, am not such a heartless person. I won't keep such trivial matters in my heart and not let them go." Xiao Chun could not help feeling curious. He looked at Kim Taeho and asked, "What else is there?" Kim Taeho took out a long, slender saber from his spatial ring. Then, he gently placed it on the table. Xiao Chun's expression immediately changed. He looked at Kim Taeho and asked, "Where did you get this saber? Don't get agitated. I know this is your lunar shadow saber. About 3 months ago, boundless thunderclouds appeared above Thunder Emperor Valley, attracting all the experts of the Sky Dome realm. They thought that a new immortal thunder was about to be born. Who knew? It was this saber that flew out. At that time, and you made a move and blocked the others, snatching the saber. She handed it to me, telling me to pass it to you when I go to the Kunlun realm. Something seems wrong with this saber." Kim Taeho continued as he handed the saber to Xiao Chun. "What's wrong? Take a look, and you will know." Xiao Chun received the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt. Then, he gently tried to pull it out, but he could not. Surprise appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes. He increased his strength and continued to pull. Even when he used 5,000 tons of force, he still could not draw the lunar shadow saber. This saber is really dead. After a long time, Xiao Chun gave up trying. Boundless sorrow appeared on his face. "It's not that serious. If it were really dead, why would I bring it here for you to see? I already showed it to Su Xiao. This is her family's specialty. This saber was originally dead. However, it now has some life. Kim Taeho's words were shocking, revealing a result that Xiao Chun did not expect. The Heavenly Craft Manor belonged to Su Xiaoxiao's family. The various spirit weapons of the Sky Dome realm were forged by her family. The Soul Slayer bow in Xiao Chen's hand also came from the seniors of the Heavenly Craft Manor. If the other party really came to this conclusion, it was most likely correct. Chapter 950. With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help but feel excited. He originally thought that if he wanted to revive Ao Jiao, he could only go to the Penglai Sea and search for an ethereal magic skill. The chances of doing so were extremely slim. Furthermore, he had to wait until he became Emperor Wu before he was truly confident of going to the Penglai Sea. Unexpectedly, Kim Taeho brought him such good news. Don't be too happy. Listen to Su Xiaoxiao. Listen to Su Xiaoxiao's words. This saber should have a connection to Thunder Emperor Valley, causing the originally dead item spirit to evolve into an embryo soul in Thunder Emperor Valley. However, this embryo soul is extremely weak. This is also the reason why the saber cannot be drawn. When it sees light, it dies. This is its way of protecting itself. Many conditions are needed to nurture the embryo soul into an item spirit. Xiao Chun asked anxiously, "What are the conditions? No matter how many there are, I will definitely be able to fulfill them." Fatso shrugged and said, Xiao does not know the exact conditions. She only read about it in an incomplete ancient text. However, she also said that there are sects in the Kunlun realm that know about it. She told you to ask around. Xiao Chen's expression turned warm. However, as he held the lunar shadow saber, he could not calm down for a long time. His long-awaited goal finally had a clear direction. Thunder Emperor Valley was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the Thunder King substantiated his Tao. It was an indelible mark that the Thunder King left behind in the world. The rebirth of the lunar shadow saber definitely had something to do with Thunder Emperor Valley. Perhaps there were some details that Kim Taeho did not notice. If he had time in the future, he would have to return to Thunder Emperor Valley to take a look. Xiao Chun put away the lunar shadow saber and glanced at Lord Jiao. Then he said, "Lord Jiao, take out a portion of the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage and give it to Debao. I owe him this time." Lord Jiao opened his mouth wide and reluctantly took out a spatial ring. Then he handed it to Kim Taeho. Kim Taeho's eyes lit up as he carefully put away the spatial ring. After checking it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. "You are very kind. I did not rush to the Kunlun realm to deliver the saber to you in vain." Xiao Chen smiled and consoled Lord Jiao. "If the old do not go, the new will not come. I will depart tomorrow and help you sell off all your things." White-robed King Xiao Chun, the ancient race's Ren Kongjue, requests an audience. At that moment, a lingering voice resounded on the peak of the mountain. His tone was filled with arrogance and dense, killing intent. With just a single sentence, he was able to distinguish the temperament of the person who had just arrived. Xiao Chen had not expected this person to arrive so quickly. He looked at Jean Debao and asked, "How did you offend this person?" Kim Taeho smiled in embarrassment. He Chen would say, "Shui Ling Shui." Ren was Ling said. Ling was Tan. When I was being chased out by Shui Ling, the way he looked at me was really scary. I seem to have ruined his marriage proposal. However, it is not my fault. This fat lord was truly praising you. First, there was Lan Xiaobai. Then, there was this Run Kongjue. They were all outstanding talents of the ancient races. Xiao Chen wondered if there was anything strange about this. "Hey, young Master Xiao," he asked you a question. "It seems like you have not replied yet." Lord Jiao reminded when he saw Xiao Chun remaining silent. Xiao Chun seemed to have just remembered. He smiled and said, "Go and welcome him. Bring him up. If he is willing to come up, then so be it. If not, just ignore him. Remember to use the method that you are best at, Lord Jiao." Naturally, the method that Lord Jiao was best at was digging holes. Bang! Suddenly, a hole opened in front of Ren Kongjue at the foot of the mountain, and Lord Jiao came out from it. Lord Jiao looked at Ren Kongjue and involuntarily raised his head. Ren Kongjue was tall and stout, at least 2 meters long. His shoulders were broad, and his back was strong. His facial features were firm, looking like they were carved with a knife. His face was filled with pride, and his eyes showed an irrepressible hostility, appearing extremely berserk. As he stood on the ground, he was as straight as a pine tree, giving off a mountain-like pressure. 2 companions stood beside Ren Kongjue. Their auras were exactly the same as his. When they stood together, it was like they were connected by mountains, giving off even greater pressure. To think that he is a genius of the giant Fu race. Young Master Xiao must have known about it, which is why he purposely told me to say that. Should I say it or not? The giant Fu race is rumored to have the most explosive temper. If this punch lands, this Lord Jiu will be beaten half to death. Lord Jiu felt conflicted, not knowing what to say. You are the white-robed Xiaochun. Why are you so old? The person on Ren Kongjue's left asked, finding it strange. Lord Jiu quickly denied it. He smiled and said, Naturally, I'm not no. Why did you come down? We are looking for Xiaochun. Are you messing with us? This person snorted coldly. Lord Jiu felt like a volcano would erupt at any moment. Lord Jiu could not help but feel a headache. He smiled and said, Young Master sent me here to lead you up the mountain. Does he not understand what my big brother said? He is the one who told him to come down and meet us, not the other way around. This person's temper is extraordinarily arrogant. An ancient race is indeed an ancient race. No wonder young Master Xiao is not willing to bother with him. Lord Jiu slandered Ren Kongjue in his heart. Then he directly repeated Xiao Chen's words. Young Master Xiao said that if you are willing to go up, then go up. If you are not willing, then do as you please. Ren Kongjue raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. He is really arrogant. Never mind, I'll go up and take a look. Let's see what exactly he is. To think that he dares to protect the person that I, Ren Kongjue, want to kill. Ren Kongjue had brought a lot of gifts to propose marriage. However, before he could say anything, Kim Taeho's words ruined the situation. In Ren Kongjue's heart, he already treated Kim Taeho as a dead man and had to kill him. When Lord Jiu saw the situation, he ran over to stop Ren Kongjue. Then, he pointed to the hole in front and smiled. Sir, the way is not here. Young Master Xiao wants you to go up the mountain from here. Ren Kongjue's face could not help but sink. He raised his head and looked to the middle of the mountain. Xiaochen knew why he was here, so he used the most direct method to reject him. What if we do not go up from here? The Kwafu race youth on Ren Kongjue's right was clearly angered. Not only did Xiao Chan not go down the mountain, but he even wanted them to go up from the hole. Xiao Chan did not care about the Kwafu race at all. His words already contained murderous intent. Lord Jiu giggled and said, Naturally, we cannot go up. I'll pass on the message, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lord Jiu quickly jumped into the hole he dug. His movements were so fast that it flabbergasted everyone. The Kwafu race youth, who was preparing to make a move, had just raised his fist when he punched the air heavily in frustration. The force from his fist exploded, and a loud sound rang out. A strong wind blew, causing the flowers and trees on the mountain to bend over. It was unknown how horrifying the force of this punch was. Big brother, what should we do? According to the rules of the Haoyin sect, we cannot barge into such an independent mountain without permission. Ren Kongjue said sullenly, Let's go. I think that Shui Lingling is doing this on purpose. She is using this as an excuse not to see me. If she does not want to marry, so be it. Our Kwafu race has a noble status. She will regret this in the future. What about Fatso and Xiaochun? Are we just going to let them off? Fatso is just a dancing clown. We can kill him at any time. This Xiaochun will be holding a king conferral ceremony half a year from now. At that time, I will teach him a deep lesson and let him know how severe the consequences of today's matter are. Halfway up the mountain, Xiaochun's group of 3 sent off Ren Kongjue's group with their eyes. Kim Taeho looked at the mountain peak, at the strong wind that had yet to scatter. The shock wave from that Kwafu race youth's casual punch had yet to dissipate. These 3 fellows are really horrifying. Xiaochun, I have implicated you this time. Xiao felt the lingering force in the air and said softly, "It has nothing to do with you. If someone does not show me any face, there is no need for me to show him any. If he dares to come half a year from now, I will show him who is the one teaching who a lesson." Lord Jiu looked up and said, "Hey, someone is coming. Why does she seem somewhat familiar?" Kim Taeho's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Isn't that the girl who chased me out? Xiao, you two know each other?" Smiling faintly, Xiao said, "Let's go. I'll help you resolve this grudge. Since you are sincerely praising me, there is no need to feel guilty." Kim Taeho smiled embarrassedly and said, "This never mind. This fat lord will go in and hide for a while." Lord Jiu chuckled, being very tactful. Then he followed Fatso and went into hiding. Xiao walked down alone and met his first senior sister, Shui Lingling, at the foot of the mountain. No matter when they met, first senior sister's gentle face would always move one's heart, preventing one from looking directly at her. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and asked, "Fatso is on your mountain, right? Senior sister, are you here to denounce me?" "I guessed half right. I am not wrong in looking for him, but there is no need to denounce him. Junior sister Xianxia and I have confirmed that he is indeed your friend. It was wrong of me to chase him out. However, his subsequent actions cancel each other out, so there is no need for me to apologize to him." Xiao smiled embarrassedly. The Bao's habits came from the Sky Dome realm. No matter how he tried to explain it, he could not. The two chatted as they walked on the mountain path. After not meeting for a long time, they chatted happily. Soon, the topic of Kim Taeho was forgotten. Xiao smiled and said, "Sorry about that. Earlier, I angered a group of people away. I'm afraid I ended senior sister's marriage." "How can that be?" "I was just worrying about how to get rid of this run, Kongjue. You owe me a lot. I should be the one thanking you." Shui Lingling sighed and said, "After Master announced my identity as his personal disciple, there was an endless stream of marriage proposals." Feeling confused, Xiao asked why. "Master is preparing to break through to sovereign martial emperor. In less than 10 years, I will inherit the position of the Haotian sect's sect master. The dowry for marrying me will be the entire Haotian sect." "Why do you think so?" "The Haotian sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families. Now, the sect was flourishing. Shui Lingling was young, pretty, and charming. Furthermore, she was about to inherit the position of sect master. Being single and unmarried was indeed hard to not be tempted." Xiao smiled and said, "This dowry is really big. Junior brother, are you tempted? This is a deal with guaranteed profits and no losses. You will get a great beauty and a member of the 9 ranks of the great families." Shui Lingling smiled craftily as she looked at Xiao. An alluring light flashed in her pretty eyes. Xiao smiled and retorted, "However, I only want a beauty and not a dowry. Is that all right?" Shui Lingling's bubbly laughter rang out. "Hee, you're really direct. I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business. Master already knows about your matters in the primal chaos domain. The only thing he can help you with is to guarantee that no blue-robed emperor or above will make a move on you. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will suffer the endless rage of the Haotian emperor." Chapter 951. Xiao said seriously, "It is my fortune to receive such care from the sect master. Most outstanding talents have a Tao protector behind them. The sect master has been your Tao protector for a long time now. However, this is all he can do. Whether you can take back the king title that belongs to you at the king conferral ceremony half a year later will depend on yourself." Xiao nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, he asked about another matter. "Senior sister, do you know of any peak refining sects or forging grandmasters that have deep ties with my Haotian sect? What do you want to do? Forge secret treasures?" "No. I want to ask for answers to some questions. I would like the sect to give me a recommendation letter." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "That is easy. The most famous grandmaster forging swords in the profound domain, Sido Leihong, has deep ties with Master. I'll write a recommendation letter for you. You just need to bring your identity token to meet him. He has forged many subdivine weapons before. He is a legendary blacksmith. He will definitely be able to answer your questions." When Xiao Chun heard this, he rejoiced. A person who could forge a subdivine weapon would definitely know the requirements for nurturing an embryonic soul into an item spirit. After saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, Xiao Chun brought Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, Jin Lin, and Xiao Xian to his own mountain. Then, he chatted with Debao and the others for a long time. Everyone chatted about the past and the martial Dao. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Xiao Chun went out alone and met with the first elder, Han Qinghe. From him, he learned some inside information about the king conferral ceremony. The Thunder King had been in closed-door cultivation. The Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters' Holy Land was in charge of the Bushan Palace. This time, the king conferral ceremony was extended by half a year. Another important reason was to create an opportunity for Xiahou Ju of Beidasheng, the head of the Three Holy Masters, to accumulate military merits and meet the requirements of being conferred king. At that time, he would be conferred the title of king at the same time as Xiao Chun. With the foundation of the Holy Land, he would completely overshadow Xiao Chen's limelight and tell the world who was truly supported by the Bushan Palace. The land of the Three Holy Masters had really gone through a lot of trouble. In order to suppress him, they had even used this. The only good news was that the Haotian Emperor had personally helped him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King from the Three Holy Masters. After Xiao Chun found out, he didn't say anything. As long as he could get the title of Blue Dragon King, everything was negotiable. The Haotian Great Emperor had helped him to this step, and he would take care of the rest himself. As for those people who wanted to cause trouble at the king conferral ceremony, Xiao Chun would use his strength to retaliate. When Xiao Chun returned to the mountain, Gong Yangyu had already left. Lord Jiu and Kim Taeho were still sleeping soundly. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chun return, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother Xiao Chun, after you are conferred king, you will definitely have your own territory. I would like to go with you when the time comes." "Senior brother, we are willing to go as well," Jin Lin and Xiao Xian quickly said. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "You are thinking too far ahead. Furthermore, you are all elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Whether you can go or not depends on Elder Han." Yu Chenxi smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry about this. First senior sister was the one who told us about this. Since she agreed, Elder Han and the sect master will definitely not have a problem." Jin Lin and the other two said, "Now, it will depend on senior brother's opinion. If Xiao Chun succeeded in being conferred king and given his territory, he would be able to establish his own sect even though he would still be under the Haotian sect. At that time, he would definitely need help." Xiao Chun's original plan was to use this as the base for the Dragon's Gate in the future. If he wanted to restore the Dragon's Gate to its former glory, he would not be able to do it alone. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, and the others would definitely become Grandmaster-level martial sages in the future. If Xiao Chun sincerely joined the Dragon's Gate, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, all this would have to wait until Xiao Chun repaid the Haotian sect's debt. It was too early to say all this now. Xiao Chun rejected their suggestions for now. "Many thanks. However, let's talk about this after I am conferred king. If I cannot give you a better future, even if the sect master agrees, I will not agree." Seeing that Xiao Chun did not directly reject them, Jin Lin and the others did not insist. At least, there was still hope. "In that case, I will take my leave first. Senior brother Xiao Chun will definitely succeed in being conferred king." "Will he definitely succeed?" Xiao Chun thought about the strength that Di Wuk and the Divine Daughter displayed in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland, the Three Holy Masters' deliberate suppression, and the ancient race's outstanding talents eyeing him covetously. Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony was destined to not be peaceful. If he made a mistake, his past would be ruined. Those people would definitely not let go of this opportunity to kick him when he was down. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen woke up Kim Taeho and Lord Jiu. "Wake up. Stop sleeping. It's time to depart." Fatso rubbed his eyes and asked in a daze, "Depart? Where are we going?" "To the profound domains in Clan. Help Lord Jiu deal with some illegal goods." The largest merchant association in the Kunlun realm the flourishing heaven pavilion, is there. I believe you will be interested." When Kim Taeho heard this, he immediately perked up. Lord Jiu had woken up long ago. He wished that he could sell off all the treasures in his hands. Xiaochen opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. 18 sails rose up, and the warship carried Dabao and Lord Jiu towards the profound domain. A cool breeze blew as the warship traveled through the clouds. On the warship's bow, Xiao Chun played with the lunar shadow saber in his hand. His expression was calm and peaceful. His hair fluttered in the cool breeze, and his white robes fluttered endlessly. The flawless saber, Dao used the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber. However, without a saber in one's hand, something was missing in the end. It would never reach true flawless. Only by becoming one with the saber would one be able to cultivate the flawless saber, Dao, to great perfection. Only by becoming one with the saber could one cultivate the flawless saber, Dao, to great perfection. Vaguely, as Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he entered a wondrous state of comprehension. The position of the flawless saber, Dao, slowly became clear in his mind. The flawless saber Dao was not just a martial technique. Instead, it was a Dao that Xiao Chun wanted to walk, a saber Dao that no one before or after could match. Right now, the flawless saber Dao was like a newborn baby with only a rough outline. When Xiao Chun comprehended it and materialized this saber Dao to its peak, it would not only increase his strength significantly, but it would also benefit the bladesmen in the future. It would give bladesmen in the future another choice, achieving immortality for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a strand of killing chi. He squinted and sent out a saber light. The clouds for 5 kilometers around scattered, and a black-clad man appeared before Xiao Chun and the other two. Without saying a word, the black-clothed man extended his hand and pointed with a finger. Circles of white light bloomed behind him. Every circle of light contained surging energy, as if they were real. There were a total of 1,500 circles. There seemed to be a vague, white, holy tiger in the center of the rings of light, roaring at the sky. The black-clad man's palm strike scattered the clouds for 5 kilometers around. As the tiger roared, they suddenly gathered again. The black-clad man pointed, and a transparent ripple appeared in the sky. A huge index finger extended from the ripple and headed for the Dragon's Gate's warship. At the same time, many cryptic talisman scripts appeared in the rings of light with the Dragon's Gate's warship as the center. They formed a void formation and locked down space. When this mysterious black-clad man made his move, he created a horrifying might. Kim Taeho and Lord Jiu, who were on the warship, paled slightly when they saw the gigantic finger descending. With a thought, a bright moon rose behind Xiao Chun. The dark night hung upside down in the sky. Kassier, Kassier. The instant the bright moon rose, the formation locking down the Dragon's Gate's warship shattered. When facing the horrifying finger, Xiao Chun also pointed, and the bright moon in the sky vanished. The resplendent moonlight turned into a saber light and shot out from Xiao Chun's fingertip. The saber light clashed with the gigantic finger, producing a loud explosion in the air. Shock waves surged, lightning bolts, saber lights, sword images, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed continuously in the sky. The black-clad man pointed with a contemplative expression. Then, he turned around and leaped up, preparing to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment the black-clad man turned around, he saw Xiao Chun, who had the freedom wings spread out on his back, looking at him coldly. Brother Xiaoho, instead of accumulating 1 million military merits to be conferred king, you rushed from White Emperor City to the Haoyan province just to point at Xiao Chun. This Xiao is truly honored. The moment this person made a move, Xiao Chun recognized him. This was the White Emperor City's holy son, Xiao Hoju. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the other party had grown to a startling level by relying on the accumulations of the Holy Lands. Although Xiao Chun had casually pointed earlier, it had the momentum of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth sufficient to kill some ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. After being seen through by Xiao Chun, Xiao Hoju pulled off his mask and smiled. There is no need to worry about me. I will definitely be conferred king smoothly. Just worry about yourself. The title of Blue Dragon King is not that easy to obtain. Xiao Chun said calmly. Let me return the same words to you. Just worry about yourself. Since you gave me a finger, I will give you one in return. Snowflakes drifted behind Xiao Chun as he pointed at the completed winter saber with the flawless 4 seasons. The snowflakes filling the air gathered into a crystalline flower. Behind Xiao Chun, a vast expanse of snow blanketed the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Xiao Hoju's expression turned grave as he stretched out his hand. The world turned silent, and a stone finger containing a vast and ancient energy shot out. He quickly pointed out and hit the crystal-clear wandering flower, and the wandering flower instantly shattered. However, the cold chi continued to spread and seeped into the ancient stone finger. Cracking sounds rang out, and the stone finger instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. Xiao Hoju grunted. He had not expected the cold chi to be so strange. After suffering a small loss, he said coldly, Xiao Chun, let's see if you can still be this arrogant after half a year. Xiao Chun let Xiao Chun leave. Then he entered deep thought. He stretched out his hand, and the ice shards in the air turned into motes of light and entered his hand, forming another ice flower. 4 seasons like snow, born and never extinguished. Half a year from now, if this is all you are capable of, I will make you suffer greatly. The appearance of the White Emperor cities, Xiao Hoju, was both unexpected and reasonable. For a long time, the 3 holy masters had been the leaders of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Among them, Xiao Hoju's ambition was the greatest. Now, Xiao Qin's fame resounded throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Although the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, his prestige had already surpassed that of the 3 holy masters among the Tianwu domain's younger generation. However, the prestige of the 3 holy masters' 10 years and the 10,000 years of accumulations of the Holy Lands were much greater than that of Xiao Chun, a person who had risen to prominence only 4 or 5 years ago. Chapter 952. As time went by, Xiao Chun was not considered to be much stronger than the 3 holy masters among the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. However, if Xiao Chun succeeded in being conferred king and traveled the world as the Blue Dragon King, the situation would be different. To Xiao Hoju, who wanted to rule the Tianwu domain's younger generation, Xiao Chun would be a great threat. Xiao Chun personally made a move to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chun was currently in a crucial period of accumulating military merits. If he still did not have 1 million military merits after half a year, it would be bad if he could not be conferred king. Hence, Xiao Chen's appearance surprised Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun returned to the Dragon's Gate's warship, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Xiao Chun rushing back. Kim Tae-ho fanned himself and said, Old brother Xiao Chun, how many people did you offend? The moment you went out, you ran into such a horrifying person. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. He had offended so many people that even he could not count them. Who is this person? Lord Jiu asked out of curiosity. The White Emperor city's holy son, Xiao Hoju. Lord Jiu sighed and said, Young Master Xiao, the number of people you offended is truly incredible. The White Emperor city's holy lord is one of the strongest people in the entire Kunlun realm. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He said, Lord Jiu, you have lived for more than 200 years already. Do you know how many people in our Kunlun continent can truly reach the peak? Xiao Chun had only been in the Kunlun realm for 6 years. He had been busy cultivating and did not know much about this. Kim Tae-ho also looked at old Jiu with great interest. Obviously, anyone would be interested in these legendary figures. Lord Jiu revealed a cocky expression. He smiled and said, You youngsters really do not know much about such matters. This Lord Jiu is not clear on the situation of the heavenly starry ocean, so I will not talk about it. I will only talk about the 5 strongest people of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. the Tianwu domains Thunder King, the Fiend domains the Fox King, the Ghost races Danyue Ghost Emperor, the Corpse races Heaven Punishing Corpse God, and the Deity races Emperor Forsaken. These 5 people could be considered the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. As for the others, like the Primal Chaos domains number 1 Loose Cultivator, the Heavenly Evil King, and the Profound domain Sabersword 2 Sovereigns, they are slightly weaker. Lord Jiao chatted excitedly, telling Xiao Chun about the legendary deeds of these people. Xiao Chun listened very carefully, feeling a boundless yearning in his heart. Finally, Lord Jiao said, in the heavenly starry ocean, there are some people who are comparable to these 5 people. This Lord Jiao only knows of the Myriad Fiend Palace's Myriad Law, Fiend Master. I'm not sure about the others, so I do not have much say. The heavenly starry ocean did indeed have people who were comparable to these people. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall should not be weaker than these 5 people. The Thunder King, the Fox King, the Danyue Ghost Emperor, the Heaven Punishing Corpse God, and Emperor Forsaken. Xiao Chen wondered how strong these 5 people were. Right now, he probably did not even have the chance to meet them. The Fox King. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that the last time he met Bai, he seemed to have heard that the Fox King had adopted her as his daughter. At that time, Xiao Chen did not know how strong the Fox King was. Now that he heard Lord Jiao say that the Fox King was comparable to the Thunder King and the others, he finally understood how fortunate Bai was. Cultivate. Otherwise, the next time Xiao Chun met Bai, if he could not even compare to Bai, he would truly have failed. The Dragon's Gate's warship continued to move forward. Xiao Chun stopped chatting and sat at the bow, preparing to use the time on the way to complete the Spring Saber of Flawless 4 Seasons. Xiao Chun had already experienced the might of the completed Winter Saber long ago. If he comprehended all 4 seasons, then this Flawless 4 Seasons might not even be weaker than the Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. For some reason, Kim Taeho started thinking about the black goods on Lord Jiao. He kept pestering Lord Jiao, asking him to sell the black goods and hand them over to him to manage. Then, Lord Jiao guaranteed a 10-fold profit. Xiao Chun continuously bragged about his glorious deeds in the Sky Dome realm, which actually tempted Lord Jiao. Half a month later, Spring Thunder suddenly roared in the sky above the Dragon's Gate's warship, shaking the Dragon's Gate's warship. Inside the warship's hold, Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao were discussing their grand business plans, looking very spirited. When they heard Spring Thunder, they quickly rushed out. The moment the two went out, they smelled a fragrant flower fragrance. Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao were shocked to see that their surroundings had turned into a peach blossom forest. Peach trees covered the ground, and peach blossoms filled the branches before them. When the spring wind blew, boundless peach blossoms formed a beautiful land. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the depths of the peach blossom forest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and heard a melodious saber hum. The peach blossom forest vanished, leaving only a section in Xiao Chen's palm. Using Spring Thunder as a guide, Xiao Chen made peach blossoms bloom for 5 kilometers around. After half a month, he finally figured out the final hurdle and completed the Spring Saber. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the section of peach blossoms in his hand. Then he smiled faintly and tossed it to the sky. Kung Chong, the peach blossom branch, which was only half the length of an arm, shattered. Boundless peach blossoms danced in the air, carrying a boundless saber intent. Every petal was a lethal weapon. With a thought, Xiao Chun stopped in satisfaction. The peach blossoms vanished, but the fragrance lingered in the air. Compared to the sharp winter saber, the spring saber was much gentler. However, this might, as well as the range of the ripples, the peach blossoms for 5 kilometers around, would not be any weaker than the winter saber. Have we arrived at the profound domain? Xiao Chun asked Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao as he turned around. Given the speed of the Dragon's Gate's warship, they should have arrived by now. We arrived 3 days ago, Lord Jiao answered. Xiao Chun took out a letter and handed it to Xiao Debao. This is a letter that I personally wrote. The two of you take this letter and go to the Ying clan to look for Xianxia. There should not be any problems dealing with that batch of illicit goods. To Xianxia, this was just a small matter. She did not even need to personally make a move. Xiao Chun had more important things to do, so he did not want to waste time on this. Young Master Xiao, you are not coming with us? Lord Jiu asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chun placed a finger mark on Kim Taeho's forehead. Then, he said, I still have something to do. I'll lend you this warship for now. After I'm done, I'll meet up with you. After Xiao Chun spoke, he jumped off the bow of the warship. Kim Taeho checked himself and discovered that he could already control the Dragon's Gate's warship. He could roughly guess what Xiao Chun was going to do, so he could understand Xiao Chen's urgency. Smiling mischievously, Kim Taeho snatched Xiao Chen's letter while Lord Jiu was not on his back. Then, he said, remember to listen to me when you go to the Ying clan. This fat lord is an expert in this aspect. You could just be this fat lord's manservant. That way, you won't give yourself away and get the price pushed down. Lord Jiu felt somewhat confused. Was he the one selling the goods, or Fatso, the one selling the goods? How did he become the manservant? Situ Leong was the most famous forger in the profound domain, a grandmaster who could forge subdivine weapons. Xiao Chun followed the address that First Senior Sister gave him and unfurled the freedom wings. He flew past mountains, rivers, and cities. When he arrived at a mountain manor at the summit of a tall mountain, he put away the freedom wings and landed. The mountain manor was not big, and the signboard was not obvious. However, the queue at the entrance stretched as far as the eye could see, stretching all the way to the bottom of the mountain. All of them were cultivators seeking a master to forge swords for them. Xiao Chun landed at the side. As he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he was flabbergasted. He discovered that there was no lack of Grandmaster-level martial sages. He even saw 2 or 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages obediently lining up at the back without any complaints. Such a lineup completely surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. He could not help but wonder, is what First Senior Sister said reliable or not? Can I really enter just by relying on my identity token? The main gate was tightly shut. Only a small door at the side was open. The cultivators in line all stood in front of the small door, knocking on the door until they reached the foot of the mountain. They stood about 3 meters apart from each other, waiting anxiously. Strange, why is no one knocking on the door? Where did this little fellow come from? He is holding a saber and running to the sword-forging peak. Is he here to cause trouble? As Xiao Chun stood outside the line, it would be hard for him to not attract attention from a group of swordsmen while holding the lunar shadow saber. Not long after Xiao Chun landed, someone started berating him. Since ancient times, the debate between the saber and the sword had never ceased. The saber was different from other weapons. The saber was born from a sword. There were swords and sabers in the world. With such a direct relationship, it was hard to avoid comparisons between the two. Out of respect for the master, Xiao Chun did not want to cause trouble here. His priority was to revive Ao Jiao. Xiao Chun looked at the person who spoke. That person carried a 1-meter-long sword and wore purple robes. His hair was tied into a bun, and there were 2 strands of purple scarves fluttering in the wind, looking elegant and free. This person was not more than 40 years old. He could be considered an outstanding talent of a younger generation. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a strong sense of sharpness in them. Xiao Chun said calmly, although I am a bladesman, I do not have any intention of competing with swords here. I am here to ask Master Situ for a favor and am not being disrespectful. However, the purple-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, look at the swordsmen on this mountain. They're all here on foot to ask Master Situ to forge a sword. No one makes a ruckus, no one makes a fuss, and no one dares to fly down from the sky. There are even great Grandmaster-level experts lining up respectfully at the foot of the mountain. You, a bladesman, descending from the sky is very impressive. However, if this is not disrespect, then what is? The other swordsmen in the line glared at the purple-robed swordsman. They were already upset that someone descended from the sky. Furthermore, this person was a bladesman. Naturally, they were even more upset. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber, and performed a cupped fist salute. Sorry, I did not know there was such a rule here. I will go down the mountain and line up. After I enter, I will personally apologize to Master Situ. The master only sees 5 people a day and only forges once a month. You, a bladesman, are here to join the fun? You want to take up our spots? Scram. The purple-robed swordsman ignored Xianxia's concession and aggressively chased him away. I am not here to forge a sword. There is no need to misunderstand. Xianxia's hand, which held the lunar shadow saber, trembled slightly. However, he did not get angry in the end. After saying that, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Xianxia did not want to lose the hope that he had obtained after so much difficulty. How stubborn. I told you to scram, not to leave. The purple-robed swordsman shouted coldly, and a light flickered under his feet. A magnificent sword formation formed, and hundreds of purple sword chi flew out from the formation. The sword chi flew around the purple-robed swordsman, giving off a melodious hum. A sharp sword intent immediately spread throughout the entire mountain. The grass bent over, not daring to raise its head. Chapter 9:53. This person flicked his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi turned into a beam of light and shot out. Its sharpness was overwhelming, able to pierce through mountains and shatter rocks. Xianxia's face sank slightly. He quickly turned around and used the lunar shadow saber to block, using his body as a saber. When he raised his hand, it was like a treasure saber being unsheathed, radiating a sharp light. Bang! When the unyielding sword chi struck the saber scabbard, it gave off a crisp sound. It was like a treasure sword breaking, turning into sword lights and scattering, not injuring Xianxia at all. Xianxia easily blocked the purple-robed swordsman's overbearing sword chi. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. Hey, it is actually an expert. It looks like he is really here to cause trouble. However, he chose the wrong person to pick the Purple Knight Sword sex, Ouyang Feng. Among the younger generation of the Profound Domain, Ouyang Feng is one of the youths with the most potential to enter the sword school ranking. Aside from a few disciples that the sword sovereign personally taught, not many can defeat him. Young Master Feng's eyes are indeed sharp. You can tell with one glance. This white-robed bladesman has bad intentions. He came to Sword Forging Peak to cause trouble. With just a little testing, he gave himself away. Young Master Ouyang's sword intent has already reached peak 90% comprehension and is close to condensing a sword soul. Perhaps he might be able to gain an audience with Great Master Sidu. Great Master Sidu's rules are really strange. He forges swords based on the person. Just by saying that he is not fated with swords, he does not even give face to Emperor Wu. Great Master Situ is someone who can even forge a divine weapon. He is completely qualified to not give face to Emperor Wu. It would be better if a sovereign martial emperor came. All sorts of discussions went on. When Xianxia heard them, he could not help but smile bitterly. How deep is the prejudice that the swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak have against bladesmen? Xianxia said calmly, "There is no need to force me. I am not here to forge a sword or to cause trouble. I just have something to ask of Great Master." Ouyang Feng said sullenly, "I managed to find out with one move, and you still dare to quibble? Do you think that all the swordsmen of my Sword Forging Peak are blind? If you do not scram today, I will beat you until you do so." Ouyang Feng stepped forward and jumped out of the queue, pressing down on Xianxia. Ouyang Feng's purple robes fluttered, and the sword formation beneath his feet spread out, one ring after another. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that it was a large sword formation composed of 81 smaller sword formations. The sword formation was interlinked. 81 strands of sword light danced back and forth in the formation, which was covered in purple mist. They formed a powerful sword intent that was infinitely close to the sword soul. As for Ouyang Feng, who was in the center of the formation, the sword chi around his body was oppressive. With every step he took, he drew in countless sword chi from the swords, as if he was the king of swords. This was the famous Violet Firmament sword technique of the Violet Firmament sword sect. It was developed from the sword domain by a grandmaster of the Violet Firmament Sword sect. It vaguely resembled the sword domain. Ouyang Feng hugged his sword and walked over step by step, pressing down on Xiaochen. The wind from his sword whistled, and his aura was oppressive. Behind him was a precipitous cliff that was tens of thousands of meters tall. He was using this to force Xiaochen, and it was obvious that he wanted to use this kind of ruthless method to chase Xiaochen away. Xiaochen felt helpless. Sometimes, the more you don't want to cause trouble, the more trouble will come to you. Xiaochen kept making concessions, but the other party did not appreciate it. Instead, he became even more overbearing. Xiaochen was clearly forced to retaliate, yet he was slandered as hiding his strength and harboring evil intentions. If not for reviving Ao Jiao and leaving Sword Forging Peak, Xiaochen would not have needed to be polite with this fellow before him. A murderous intent flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. However, he still endured it. He opened his sea of consciousness, and the purple lightning talisman spun around, materializing a bolt of spring thunder in the sky. Flawless Saber Dao, Flawless Four Seasons Spring Saber. With a thought, peach blossoms fell, and the sky immediately turned pink. When Xiaochen looked up, the flower petals formed a long river that stretched for 5 kilometers. A floral fragrance assaulted the nose, spreading everywhere. The many pink petals all contained Xiaochen's small perfection saber soul. Spring overflowed with boundless life force. The flowers and grass on the slope that were suppressed by the sword intent bloomed and swelled wildly. In the depths of the peach blossoms, Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the thousands of peach blossoms gathered into a peach blossom branch. 7 or 8 flower buds appeared on the branch, waiting to bloom. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the peach blossom branch pierced through the sword intent with overwhelming, killing chi. Then it stabbed into Ouyang Feng's purple knight sword formation. Spring thunder roared again, and the 7 or 8 flower buds on the branch bloomed together with the thunder, proudly blooming amid the sharp sword chi. 81 small sword formations stopped operating one after another, forming a large formation that was interconnected with each other. An even stronger force suppressed them, stopping them from operating. Ouyang Feng paled. The purple knight's sword art circulated frantically in his body. However, the sword formation under his feet did not listen to him. That small peach blossom suppressed it until it could not move. Ouyang Feng, who was deep in the center of the sword formation, could not help but show a sullen expression. He stretched out his hand and drew his sword, preparing to charge out. I advise you not to move. These 81 sword formations are already completely broken. They're just suppressed. If you take a step, this balance will immediately break. You will bear the brunt of it. Not only will you have to face your own purple knight sword formation, but you will also have to face my spring saber. You will die without a complete corpse in a moment. As the mountain wind blew, Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber expressionlessly as he spoke calmly. You bastard, where did this fellow come from? I am an elite disciple of the Purple Knight Sword sect. How dare you offend me at Sword Forging Peak? Are you tired of living? Do you think I will be frightened by your nonsense? Ouyang Feng easily suppressed by Xiaochen's attack. Ouyang Feng lost all his elegance and started cursing. Nephew Ouyang, don't move. A shout came from an old man carrying a sword at the waist of the mountain. This old man arrived with one step, and a melodious sword hum rang out. His body was as straight as a sword. While his voice was still echoing, he had already arrived at the summit. Xiaochen thought, the person who arrived is a great grandmaster-level martial sage swordsman. When this person looked at Xiaochen, his sword light seemed solid, giving Xiaochen immense pressure. He wanted to force Xiaochen back with one look. However, Xiaochen possessed a saber soul, and his immortal will of thunder had reached 40% comprehension. Although his aura was not as strong as the other parties, he would not retreat so easily. Xiaochen stood straight, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He did not move at all, not avoiding this person's gaze at all. After the old man shouted at Ouyang Feng, who was in the sword formation, to stop, he checked. His back immediately became drenched in cold sweat. He was greatly frightened. Xiao Chun was not lying at all. He was very clear on the might of his Purple Knight sword formation. The peach tree branch that could suppress the Purple Knight sword formation would only be even more horrifying. When the two overlapped, there should have been a startling shockwave. However, due to the ingenuity of the peach tree branch, it formed a delicate balance. If the balance was broken, what would happen to Ouyang Feng, who was in the sword formation? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. When Ouyang Feng saw the old man rushing over, it was like he saw his savior. He said hurriedly, "Uncle Jiao, kill this fellow and save me." The moment Ouyang Feng said that, the expressions of the swordsmen lining up at the summit changed drastically. Unexpectedly, what Xiaoqin said was true. A peach tree branch broke the Purple Knight sword formation, suppressing Ouyang Feng to the point where he did not dare to move at all. This scene also attracted the gazes of the cultivators going in and out of the tightly shut main doors. "My dear nephew offended you earlier. Little friend, please remove the restriction," the old man with the family name Yao said as he looked at Xiao Chun, ignoring Ouyang Feng's words. As a great grandmaster-level swordsman, how could Ouyang Feng compare to the old man's vision? With one glance, he could tell that Xiao Chun had shown mercy. Ouyang Feng's life and death were in the hands of the other party. Yet, Ouyang Feng still insisted on killing Xiao Chun. This was simply seeking death. How could the old man with the family named Yao listen to him? When facing the old man with surging sword intent, Xiao Chun was neither servile nor overbearing. He said calmly, "This Zhao's original intention was not to compete with the strong. Since Senior said so, I will let you go." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the small peach blossom in the sword formation exploded together with the boundless sword chi of the Purple Knight sword formation, turning into peach blossoms dancing in the air. The sound of sabers and swords clashing came from the petals. Thousands of petals fell like rain, adding to the charm of sword forging peak. Without any restraints, Ouyang Feng instantly drew his sword. He moved with his sword, turning into a beam of purple light as he charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had anticipated this long ago, so he did not panic. Rings of electric light appeared behind him, and thunder roared. Then, he gently drew the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chun pushed aside the extremely vicious sword light that sneak attacked him. He took a step forward and grasped a scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he jabbed at Ouyang Feng's back. Dang! A sword formation appeared under Ouyang Feng's feet. In a fluster, he turned around and blocked Xiao Chen's saber strike. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chun materialized the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber. The sheathed lunar shadow saber in his hand became one with his body. Then, he swung his saber at Ouyang Feng's face at an extremely crafty angle. Ouyang Feng quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's movements were casual and unrestrained, like a heavenly steed flying in the sky. He weaved through the Purple Knight's sword formation, relying only on his saber techniques to suppress Ouyang Feng until he could not move an inch. The old man with the family name Jiao could no longer continue watching. He stepped forward and used his finger as a sword. A surging sword intent erupted endlessly and knocked Xiao Chen back. "Little friend, stop here. There is no need to push things too far." Xiao Chen moved back and remained silent. The old man's words were not fair at all, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, if he could make a big problem into a small one, then he would let it go. "Bastard! After hitting me, you still want to leave? Scram back." Another soaring sword hum rang out. Just as Xiao Chun turned around, Ouyang Feng charged out from behind the old man and soared into the air. 81 sword formations formed in the air around him, forming a vast array. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw purple sword lights filling the sky, looking very mighty. Ouyang Feng stood in the sword formation, giving off a dazzling light. The sword intent in his body rose infinitely as he chopped down at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun kept his spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings at all times. He would be able to sense the slightest movement in the wind and react very quickly to Ouyang Feng's next attack. Peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, the winter snow drifted, the flawless four seasons. All sorts of scenes flashed around Xiao Chun, cycling endlessly. Xiao Chun stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Without drawing his saber, he also sent out a saber strike, clashing with the attack. Chapter 954. The might of the flawless four seasons, which had already replenished spring and winter, was more than 20% stronger than before. Compared to Ouyang Feng's purple night sword formation, it was much stronger. This time, Xiao Chun did not show any mercy, using 80% of his strength. When he swung his saber, a boundless saber intent surged out, knocking Ouyang Feng, who was swinging his sword in the air, into the air. The 81 small purple knight sword formations all shattered, turning into countless strands of sword qi flying in the air. The old man with the family named Jiao caught Ouyang Feng's body and checked it. Then, he could not help feeling enraged. 4 different kinds of energy wandered in Ouyang Feng's body, injuring his meridians and internal organs. Without half a year of recuperation and miraculous medicinal pills, he would not be able to recover. The other party looked like he did not have a temper, retreating time and time again. However, when he was truly enraged, he attacked very ruthlessly, nearly crippling Ouyang Feng without a sound. "Little friend, don't you think you are too ruthless?" The old man with the family named Jiao asked coldly as he looked at Xiao Chun. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "This fellow is finished. Jiao Jintao and Ouyang Feng's father are old friends. This white-robed bladesman injured Ouyang Feng. There is no way to resolve this peacefully. I wonder how badly he injured Ouyang Feng to provoke Jiao Jintao to this extent. No one can save him. Jiao Jintao is a great grandmaster-level martial sage swordsman. He can kill him in 10 moves. What is a bladesman doing here at Sword Forging Peak? He thinks that the great grandmaster-level martial sage will meet him. He only has himself to blame for this." Seeing Jiao Jintao angry, many people started discussing him. The one-punch swordsman did not like Xiao Chun. He had a deep prejudice against swords and sabers. Xiao Chun did not feel that he had done anything wrong. There was a limit to one's tolerance. It was impossible for him to remain calm when the other party kept attacking him. Unfortunately, he could no longer remain at this sword forging peak. He would have to go look for other blacksmiths. I attacked ruthlessly? It looks like Senior's old eyes are really blind. If you want to attack, just attack. However, it is impossible for you to make me stay. The freedom wings on Xiao Chen's back spread open, and he looked at the other party calmly, not backing down at all. Wrong was wrong. Right was right. He could not distinguish right from wrong. Even a great grandmaster did not need to give him any face. Jiao Jintao was so angry that he laughed. "It has been a long time since I have seen such an arrogant junior. If I cannot make you stay today, there is no need for me to continue staying in the profound domain." A surging sword intent spread out from every corner of Xiao Chen's body. Dense blue rings of light appear behind him. He now had 3,000 complete heavenly sage laws. The cultivation behind Xiao Chun made him feel an immense pressure. Sword hums could be heard from each of the light wheels. Creak! As Jiao Jintao's aura reached its peak, the tightly shut gates of the manor suddenly opened. A doorman walked out and asked in a crisp voice, "Who is Xiao Chun? The manor lord invites you over." For a moment, everyone's gazes were attracted by the open main gate. A commotion quickly spread from the swordsmen lining up at the peak to the foot of the mountain. The gates of the sword forging manor are open. This gate has not been opened for more than 100 years, right? The last time it opened, it seemed like the profound domain's sword sovereign came personally. Only then did Master Situ open the gates. Who is this Xiao Chun? Why does he sound familiar? Even the heavily injured Ouyang Feng and Jiao Jintao, who were preparing to make a move, were shocked and looked over. Is Xiao Chun here? Is the Haotian sect's white-robed Xiao Chun here? "The Manor Lord invites you over." The doorman shouted again. The somewhat confused Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward and handed his identity token to the doorman. This is my identity token." The doorman received the identity token and checked it. Then he nodded and said, "It is indeed you. The Manor Lord has not opened the gates for 100 years. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, the one to welcome him is a bladesman. Come in, then." This time, all the swordsmen on the mountain were stunned. The one Sido Leihong welcomed was actually this bladesman. This was too shocking. Diao Jintao looked at the closed gates and muttered, "I came a few times to ask Sido Leihong to help me forge a treasure sword. However, he did not even want to see me. He always dismissed me by saying that I am not fated with swords." White-robed Xiao Chun. So it is him. He is the person who kicked Di Wuck in the Sage Mark Monument 3 years ago. No wonder. He even dared to kick Di Wuck. How could he give face to a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? Ouyang Feng is really blind. I heard that he even killed the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin in the Primal Chaos domain. However, why did the Great Master open the gates for him? Isn't he a bladesman? Some Emperor Wu came to ask for a sword, but the Great Master blocked him at the gates. He insisted on testing his fate with swords. Without a fate with swords, no matter how powerful his backer or how much money he offered, he would not forge a sword for him. The scenery inside the mountain manor was different. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a courtyard filled with thousands of ancient swords. A swordsman came in through a small door. This swordsman frowned as he walked through the courtyard filled with ancient swords. Occasionally, he would make a move, pulling the ancient sword beside him. The ancient swords buzzed. As the swordsman held the sword hilt, it was like all the ancient swords in the courtyard were connected. The drifting sword chi surged in the air, forming a vast and surging sword intent that was as vast as the sea. The swordsman did not just hold one ancient sword, but 1,000 ancient sword in the courtyard. In the end, even after using all his vital chi and laws, he could not draw a single sword. All the swordsmen walking in the courtyard showed unsightly expressions. They frowned heavily, their eyes filled with confusion and confusion. Xiao Chun walked along the corridor with the doorman. As he looked at these swordsmen, he entered deep thought. This is the Manor Lord's test. Only a swordsman who can draw an ancient sword has a fate with swords. Only then can the Manor Lord forge a sword for him. The doorman explained when he saw Xiao Chen's gaze. However, since the Manor Lord personally invited you, there is no need for you to take such a test. Xiao Chen smiled. His first senior sister was right. As long as he handed over his identity medallion, he would be able to enter. After passing the courtyard filled with ancient swords, Xiao Chun did not see another sword in the mountain manor. Instead, he saw flowers, trees, courtyards, corridors, fake mountains, and many other natural beauties. The doorman brought Xiao Chun to a large hall and stopped. Wait for a while. Earlier, a fiend race girl obtained a fate with swords. The Manor Lord is currently receiving her. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and nodded, not objecting. Outside the hall, Xiao Chun chatted with the doorman. He learned many things about Sido Leihong. Only then did they realize that this Grandmaster's position in the mysterious regions, Sword Dao, had reached an unimaginable level. Without exception, all the famous swordsmen in the profound domain had swords forged by a Grandmaster. The one that people talked about the most was the divine weapon of the profound domain sword sovereign, the Scarlet Firmament Sword. This was Situ Leihong's pinnacle work. It was also the divine weapon that made him famous throughout the Kunlun realm. Spirit weapons and secret treasures were two different systems. Compared to the former, the latter had many variations. Sabers, swords, pagodas, treasured mirrors, fans, bronze rings, palaces, and so on could all be secret treasures. Spirit weapons were much simpler, just weapons. The highest level was divine weapons. The biggest difference between secret treasures and secret treasures was that secret treasures were born from magic treasures. However, spirit weapons were unique to the martial epic. The people who forged secret treasures and spirit weapons had different statuses. The former were known as blacksmiths, while the latter were known as blacksmiths. After this conversation, Xiao Chun did not feel bored. Instead, it broadened his horizons. Thinking of something, Xiao Chun asked, I came from the Sky Dome realm. I once heard that only 10 divine weapons are allowed to exist in the world. However, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion has always had one divine weapon, the Heavenly Universe Saber. The bellboy smiled and said, That is not quite right. It is not that only 10 divine weapons are allowed to exist. Rather, only 10 divine weapons can make it onto the divine weapon ranking. The Heavenly Universe Saber once made it onto the divine weapon ranking. However, it was no longer there long ago. If it is not on the divine weapon ranking, it will not possess divine might. At best, it will be equal to an emperor-grade secret treasure. It is not sufficient to face those primordial emperor treasures. Just as Xiao Chun was about to ask what the divine weapon ranking was, the bellboy stopped speaking and revealed a listening expression. The doorman stopped talking and revealed an attentive expression. Someone was probably transmitting a message to him. After a while, the bellboy said, That fiend race girl has already left. Please come in. Xiao Chun tidied up his appearance and looked at the lunar shadow saber that he could not draw. After calming his emotions, he pushed the door open and entered. Sit. The moment Xiao Chun entered, he heard a clear and powerful voice inviting him to sit. A middle-aged man with a scholarly air and dressed in blue robes sat in the seat in the middle. It was like a blazing flame was hidden in his body, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. However, the expression in his eyes was as calm as autumn water, easily suppressing that berserk flame. Instead, he gave off a scholarly air. This person must be Sita Leihong. Xiao Chun felt startled. Unexpectedly, he could not make out this person's cultivation at all. Was he a great grandmaster level martial sage, the blue-robed emperor, or something even higher? He could not figure it out. However, Sita Leihong did not give off any aura that would put pressure on Xiao Chun. There was only a demeanor that surpassed that of a grandmaster level martial sage circulating around his body. It was natural, not showing any signs of pretense. The most important thing was that Sita Leihong's aura was very different from what Xiao Chun imagined. After Xiao Chun sat down, a maidservant brought tea over and invited Xiao Chun to take his time. Sita Leihong sized up Xiao Chun and said, Ing Tianzong has accepted a good student. At such a young age, he already has the air of a grandmaster. His saber soul is also considered to have reached small perfection, comparable to the disciples of the profound domains Wuxia. Lord Zhou once said that the profound domain had two peak experts, the Saber Sword Two Sovereigns. They were second only to the Thunder King, the Fox King, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and Emperor Forsaken. These were the peak sovereign martial emperors of the present age. The Ying Tianzong that Situ Leihong mentioned was the name of the Haoyan martial emperor, and Wu Xiaotian was the saber sovereign of the Saber Sword Two Sovereigns. Only someone of Sita Leihong's status could directly address these two people by their names. However, Xiao Chun had always been good at reading people's expressions. Although the Grandmaster's words were praising Xiao Chun, his tone was very calm. In other words, the Grandmaster meant that Xiao Chun could be considered a genius, barely catching his eye. Xiao Chun took a sip of tea and did not say anything. This person's standards were very high. Xiao Chun could see some suspicions from the rules he set. Chapter 955. The saber was born from the sword. For the sake of understanding the special characteristics of the saber, I learned some saber techniques. Little friend Xiao Chun, if you do not mind, how about we exchange pointers? Sita Leihong was not in a rush to speak. Instead, he wanted to compete with Xiao Chun in saber techniques. Sita Leihong clapped his hands, and a servant stepped forward, bringing out two undrawn sabers, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to refuse. Sita Leihong made an inviting gesture, letting Xiao Chun choose his saber first. Xiao Chun stood up and said, If Senior is willing to bestow a move, I'm naturally willing to exchange pointers. However, I'm already used to the saber in my hand. I hope you can forgive me. As you wish, then. Sido Leihong did not feel upset about this. Instead, some appreciation flashed in his eyes as he clapped his hands. The hall suddenly started spinning, moving very quickly. Before Xiao Qian could understand what was going on, the environment before him turned into a vast drill ground. A cold saber appeared in Sido Leihong's hand. The flickering light seemed to merge with the sky, giving off a vague feeling of merging with the sky. Sido Leihong took one step and charged over to Xiao Qian. A melodious saber hum resounded everywhere. When he swung his saber, he left behind an inextinguishable saber light in the air, looking resplendent and dazzling. Xiao Qian felt mildly shocked. Although Sido Leihong had not comprehended saber intent, the saber light he condensed was no weaker than that of bladesmen with 90% comprehended saber intent. Those who were not sure would definitely mistake Sido Leihong for an expert of the saber Dao. Before Xiao Qian could think, the saber light had already arrived before him. As he grasped the lunar shadow saber, he materialized the flawless saber Dao. The saber merged with his body. When he raised his hand, it was like he had drawn a treasure saber. Dang! The scabbard blocked Sido Leihong's saber light. Shock flashed in Sido Leihong's eyes as he quickly changed his move. The sound of a volcano erupting resounded. Sido Leihong's figure flashed, and an unparalleled tyrannical saber light attacked from the right. Xiao Qian's long hair fluttered without any wind. His saber soul, which had evolved into saber intent, burst out from every corner of his body. Now the saber was no longer restricted to the saber in his hand. The first 100 saber hums overlapped. With a twist, Xiao Qian switched from defense to offense, forcing Sido Leihong to retreat. The two of them did not intend to use any martial techniques. They relied purely on their saber techniques to fight an intense battle in the drill ground. Honestly speaking, Sido Leihong's skills with the saber were excellent. Even a proper bladesman, like Xiao Qian, secretly praised him. However, the other party's heart was not on the saber Dao at all. His love for the saber was fundamentally different from Xiao Qian's. Without using any martial techniques, Sido Leihong would not be able to block the flawless saber Dao, which contained all of Xiao Qian's comprehension of saber techniques. Xiao Qian tilted his body and chopped down. Boundless saber lights flickered. Using his body as a saber and his shoulder as a blade, the incredible saber technique immediately knocked Sido Leihong back. Then, Sido Leihong saw 3,000 strands of black hair flying over. Each strand was like a treasured saber. He had no choice but to take another step back. Ding! Amid the thousands of strands of saber light, a rainbow light flashed. It was Xiao Qian holding the lunar shadow saber scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he took advantage of Sido Leihong's continuous retreat to use the scabbard to tap his opponent's chest. Retreat. Xiao Qian did not truly tap Sido Leihong's chest, only gently touching him. Then, he retreated at lightning speed. Senior, there is no need to continue with this exchange, Xiao Qian said calmly as he landed on the ground. Sido Leihong felt interested in Xiao Qian's novel saber Dao. It's fine. I'm just a bladesman who changed my path halfway through my training. You cannot injure me, so just attack. There is no need to show mercy. Let's continue. Xiao Qian shook his head and said, Senior, since you do not understand the saber, why the need to be so stubborn? Sido Leihong's face sank, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said coldly, You say that I do not understand the saber? Even the profound domain's Emperor Wu would not dare to say that. Senior has a powerful treasure saber, and your saber techniques are excellent, not inferior to a first-rate bladesman's. However, if you do not understand, then you do not understand. If you truly understood, how could you not comprehend saber intent? After a long time, Sido Leihong smiled faintly and said, You have the same bad temper as Ingzong Tian. Back then, he criticized my saber techniques as worthless. That precious disciple of his praised your saber techniques in his letter. Now that I see it, it is rather unique. You created it yourself, right? What is it called? Xiao Qian answered honestly, Flawless. When Sido Leihong heard the word flawless, his expression clearly changed. Then, he smiled in disappointment and frustration. Flawless? How can there be something truly flawless in the world? I once thought that the sword was the most perfect weapon in the world. However, if it were truly flawless, how could it give birth to a weapon like the saber? A thought occurred to Xianxia. He said, Senior, by studying saber techniques, are you thinking of using it to make up for the sword's inadequacies, forging a truly flawless sword? That's right. The highest point of a spirit weapon is a divine weapon. I want to forge a flawless sword that surpasses a divine weapon. Unfortunately, even after 100 years, I have not made any progress. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. Situ Leihong waved his hand, and the world spun around. The scene before Xianxia returned to the Great Hall. Situ Leihong's cultivation was unfathomable. With such means, Xianxia was not surprised. He handed the lunar shadow saber to Situ Leihong and said, I would like Senior to help me take a look at this saber. Situ Leihong received the lunar shadow saber and casually drew it. A resplendent saber light lit up the entire Great Hall, dazzling everyone. When Situ Leihong drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter, Xiaoqian's expression immediately changed drastically. Situ Leihong reacted very quickly withdrawing the saber with a clang. Xiaoqian had tried to draw the lunar shadow saber many times, but he could not. Furthermore, Su Xiaoxiao said that the embryo soul in the saber was extremely weak. The saber could not see light, so Xiaoqian did not try to draw it again. Unexpectedly, Situ Leihong managed to draw it easily. Xiaoqian quickly stepped forward and asked, Senior, is the embryo soul in there fine? Situ Leihong put down the lunar shadow saber and said, It's fine. It is not that weak. You came to me because you want to nourish the embryo soul into an item spirit, right? Xiaoqian heaved a sigh of relief. Senior, do you have a way? If it were an ordinary saber, it would be easy for me to nourish an item spirit even though I am a swordsmith. It would not take much effort. However, this one is somewhat problematic. Xiaoqian said calmly, Senior, just be straightforward. Just tell me the conditions you need. I do not have any hopes of achieving them immediately. Situ Leihong grasped the lunar shadow saber again and said, The rare divine materials of the world are nothing to me. I do not lack any of them. On account of Ying Tianzong, I will help you pay for them. However, there are 3 things that you will have to find on your own. Which 3? Soul returning grass, permetha flower, and 3 life stone. Xiaoqian stood up and said, Many thanks, Senior. If I find these 3 things, will I be able to summon back the item spirit? What's wrong? You doubt my ability? Without the embryo soul, I would not dare say that. However, since I said it, I naturally have complete confidence. Situ Leihong showed displeasure on his face. Xiaoqian rejoiced. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Many thanks, Senior. I will never forget this favor. Xiaoqian will definitely repay it in the future. Don't be in a rush to leave. Situ Leihong stopped Xiaoqian. Then he smiled and said, On account of Ying Tianzong, I can help you pay for the divine materials. However, helping you summon back the item spirit is not free. Earlier, when the Fox King's adoptive daughter came over, I did not help her for free. Senior, please speak your mind. Situ Leihong said, In the profound domain, there is a sword school ranking and a saber school ranking. They have been passed down since the ancient era. Right now, they are in the hands of the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun, and the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian. The ranking happens once every 10 years. Every time, it attracts the attention of the profound domain's bladesmen and swordsmen. There are still 4 months before the 2 rankings begin. The top 10 of the saber school ranking will obtain a piece of 10,000-year-old flame gold. I want you to help me get it. Xiaoqian thought for a while before replying. 10,000-year-old flame gold? I will personally hand it to Senior 4 months later. Situ Leihong smiled and said, Your tone is really big. Do you think that there is no one in my profound domain? This saber school ranking does not prohibit the older generation cultivators from participating. As long as one is not the blue-robed emperor, one can participate. Senior, just wait for the good news. Goodbye. When Xiaoqian walked out of the door, he felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, He recalled that Sido Leihong said that the fiend race girl who came first was the Fox King's adoptive daughter. The Fox King's adoptive daughter? Isn't that Bai? Xiao Chun turned around and prepared to enter the Great Hall to ask Sido Leihong about it. Who knew? The doors were tightly shut. No matter how he pushed them, they would not open. Huh, young master, the Manor Lord already has a new guest. I'll bring you out, the bellboy said to Xiao Chun with a smile when he appeared. Xiao Chun sighed. Xiao Bai had made a trip here, but they had to brush past each other. What a pity. However, he had proper matters to attend to now. He had to ask Xiong about the soul-returning grass, the Permitha flower, and the 3-life stone. He also had to figure out the matter of the Saber School ranking. Inside the Great Hall, right after Xiao Chun left, the Haoyan Emperor silently appeared. Zhong Tian, this disciple of yours is really fearless. He does not care about the Saber School ranking at all. He did not even ask where the soul-returning grass, the 3-life stone, and the Permitha flower are before agreeing. Sido Leihong smiled faintly. He was not surprised at Ing Zongtian's appearance at all. Or rather, Ing Zongtian had arrived long ago. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, Little Lei, it has been so many years since we last met, but you are still as black-hearted as before. You got my disciple to obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and the Fox King's adoptive daughter to obtain the 10,000-year-old essence iron from the Sword School ranking. Just by opening your mouth, you obtained both items. Sido Leihong's face turned black in the blink of an eye. How many times have I said it? Don't call me Little Lei. I'm already more than 200 years old. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, What's wrong? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then reincarnate earlier. I am an old monster over 2,000 years old. Even if you live another 100 years, you will still be called Little Lei. Good, good, good. I can't beat you. Let's talk about proper matters. How confident are you of breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor? Situ Leihong stopped arguing and asked about another matter. Originally, I was 100% confident. However, there were some problems with the 3 holy masters. It is hard to say whether they will make a move or not. Situ Leihong raised his eyebrows and asked, What's wrong? Is it because of that brat earlier? That's right. The 3 holy masters are certain that they are not willing to see the Qing Emperor's descendant rise up. However, you are standing out to support him. Aren't you just finding trouble for yourself? Ing Zongtian did not seem to mind. He said somewhat casually, It is not difficult to become a sovereign martial emperor. It is also not difficult to become a powerful sovereign martial emperor like the Thunder King or Emperor Forsaken. However, if you go any higher, it is a dead end. No one can reach it. Chapter 956. What was above a powerful, sovereign martial emperor? Naturally, it was the legendary martial god. However, everyone knew that there were no martial gods in the world. Even someone as strong as the Qing Emperor, unrivaled in his era, was not a martial god. Even someone like the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years and was publicly recognized as the strongest expert in the world, was not a martial god. Sido Leihong could tell from Ing Zongtian's words that he was very ambitious. Even powerful experts like the Thunder King and Emperor Forsaken had not become his goal. Could it be that you want to become a martial god? Your goal is too unrealistic. Ing Zongtian withdrew the smile on his face. His tone turned somewhat grave as he said, Martial god? I have never thought of it before. After accumulating for 1,000 years, I have already reached my limits. Even after exhausting all my potential, I will only reach the level of Emperor Forsaken. I only want to know what kind of cultivation Realm Martial God is. The ancient sages were too ruthless. If they left, then so be it. In the end, they did not even leave behind a word. They even erased all traces of themselves in the Kunlun realm, not leaving any information behind, abandoning the entire Kunlun realm. I have nothing else to ask for in this life. I just want to know what kind of existence that cultivation realm is. I only want one person to reach that realm. Don't be too ruthless. Just tell me what kind of cultivation realm it is. Sido Leihong could hear the sorrow in Ing Zongtian's words. After accumulating for 1,000 years, if he became a sovereign personage, he would immediately become an expert on the level of the Sword Sovereign or the Saber Sovereign, even stronger than the 3 holy masters. However, Even such a talented person still filled his heart with doubts. Even Situ, Leihong himself, could not be sure if there were martial gods in this world. He could not be sure if there was a peak above the peak. Was the end of the martial epic a dead end? This was the sorrow in Ing Zongtian's heart. However, it was also the sorrow of all the cultivators in the Kunlun realm. It was a dead end. You had to put in a lot of effort, cutting your way through brambles and thorns, climbing your way up, experiencing hundreds of battles, undergoing 9 tribulations. However, even standing at the peak, you still could not escape death. So what if someone as strong as the Thunder King did not die for 10,000 years? In the end, he still remained in seclusion, staring at the sky and waiting for death. Why was it that the path ahead was already at an end, no path left to walk? Above the peak, there was no undying existence. Sito Leihong waved his hand and said, "Let's change the topic. This topic is too depressing." Ing Tianzong smiled and said, "You want the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and the 10,000-year-old essence, iron, to forge the flawless sword, right? How is it going? Let me see." An object that looked like a fire stick appeared in Sito Leihong's mind. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's continue. This topic is rather heavy. In that case, I will get down to business. You helped Lu Xiaoyun forge his divine weapon. He still owes you a favor, right? Give him to me. Get him to protect me and successfully advance to sovereign martial emperor." Sito Leihong cursed. "Damn, you are really ruthless. This is what I used to save my life. Rather than talking about this, you might as well talk about the flawless sword." Sito Leihong's swordsmithing skills were unparalleled in the world. Any faction that obtained his swordsmithing skills would benefit them greatly. Who knew how many experts had designs on him? Naturally, Sito Leihong was able to survive until now because he helped others forge swords and received many favors. Of all these, his greatest reliance was the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun. Everyone knew that the divine weapon in the sword sovereign's hand was forged by Sito Leihong. If anyone dared to touch him, they would definitely suffer the revenge of the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "Little Lei, are you being silly again? After I become a sovereign martial emperor, do I still need Lu Xiaoyun to protect you?" "That's right. After 1,000 years of accumulations, once you advance to sovereign martial emperor, you will not be inferior to Lu Xiaoyun," Sito Leihong said in understanding. "Let's go." "It's settled then." Space fluctuated, and Ing Zongtian vanished from the hall. Everything returned to normal, as if he had never been there. Sito Leihong felt somewhat confused as he said, "Why do I feel like I got cheated?" "He's coming out. Xiao Chun is coming out." The gates of the manor opened. Before the doorman's respectful gaze, a white figure appeared before everyone. A bladesman actually managed to enter the sword-forging manor. Furthermore, Master Situ invited him in from the main gates. Everyone's gazes were filled with one word: jealousy. Diao Jintao stepped forward and blocked Xiao Chun, who had just stepped out of the steps. He glared at Xiao Chun angrily. "Brat, it is time to settle the debt between us." After obtaining the method to save Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun was in a good mood. When facing this unreasonable Diao Jintao, he started to think of other ways to deal with this. Xiao Chun needed to search for the soul-returning grass, the Permetha flower, and the 3 lifestone. In the profound domain, he had already offended the Medicine God Valley's people. If he offended another great Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be somewhat problematic. Even if Xiao Chun could leave now, it would not be a solution if Xiao Chun found news of him in the future and chased after him. Suddenly, Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and thought of a countermeasure. He said, "Old sir, there is no need to make things difficult for this little friend. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There is no deep hatred between us. I merely touched your nephew lightly." Ouyang Feng wanted to vomit blood in his heart. "What do you mean by touched lightly? You beat me until I cannot get out of bed for half a year." Diao Jintao said coldly. "Are you joking? Do you think that you can settle this matter with just a few words?" Xiao Chun hugged the lunar shadow saber and smiled calmly. "Not at all. Old Sir's cultivation is deep and surging. Your sword chi is like a great river, and your peak sword intent is boundlessly sharp. I wonder how old you are? Diao Jintao felt slightly pleased. This old man has cultivated for 400 years. How can you compare to me? It will be easy for me to keep you here. Xiao Chun said regretfully. In that case, you only have 100 years left to live. Martial sages could live for up to 500 years. As long as there were no accidents like a problem with their cultivation, getting severely injured by their enemies, or using a forbidden martial technique, they could live to 500 years old. 500 years was a long time for the people of the mundane world. However, to cultivators, especially strong cultivators, it could only be said in one sentence. There would always be an end. If one could not break through to the blue-robed Emperor realm and extend one's lifespan to 1,000 years, no matter how unfathomable one's strength was, one would eventually turn to dust. This was especially so for people like Diao Jintao, who had reached great grandmaster-level martial sage, but was still a distance away from the blue-robed Emperor realm. Their yearning for the mundane world far surpassed that of cultivators of other cultivation realms. Xiao Qian's words immediately exposed Diao Jintao's weakness. His rage flared up in an instant. Old sir, there is no need to get angry. This Xiao is willing to use a longevity fruit to resolve this grudge. Xiao Chun tossed out a piece of shocking news. The words longevity fruit immediately excited Diao Jintao. You're saying that you have a longevity fruit. Among the long line of swordsmen, several grandmaster-level martial swordsmen felt restless. Now, when they looked at Xiao Chun, they no longer had the same envious expression as before. Instead, they now had an undisguised murderous intent. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and tossed a longevity fruit from his universe ring to Diao Jintao. Diao Jintao caught it, his eyes filled with excitement. Ouyang Feng dragged his heavily injured body to the side. He called out a few times, but Xiao Chun did not reply. It really is a longevity fruit. A longevity fruit that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Ha ha! Now, I might have hope of breaking through to the blue-robed Emperor realm. Diao Jintao could not help laughing out loud as his emotions surged. Then, he quickly put away the longevity fruit. Uncle, you won't abandon this nephew's grudge just because of a longevity fruit, right? Ouyang Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw Diao Jintao's overjoyed expression. Diao Jintao put away the longevity fruit and reprimanded with a stern expression. How can you say that? You repeatedly made things difficult for young Master Xiao, insulting him and attacking him. Xiao Chen only gently touched you. He is so magnanimous, yet you are not grateful. Instead, you talk about a grudge. I feel ashamed for your father. After that, Diao Jintao turned around and performed a cupped fist salute. Young Master Xiao, my nephew was wrong in today's matter. As his senior, I apologize to you. This time, Ouyang Feng was truly angered to the point of vomiting blood. Without miraculous medicine, I will not be able to recover in half a year. What do you mean by gently touching me? Ouyang Feng raged in his heart. He said angrily, Uncle, can you be more shameless? He just called you an old fogey and called you blind. Pa! Right after Ouyang Feng spoke, Diao Jintao slapped him across the face. Pa! Ouyang Feng flew back and rolled down the mountain like a rock. Ouyang Feng had just suppressed his internal injuries. Now, he was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. His miserable cries filled the entire mountain, a tragic sight to behold. An outstanding youth filled with confidence came here to seek a fate with swords. In the end, he ended up in such a state, getting slapped away by his own uncle. This made one sigh. Diao Jintao felt depressed. This Ouyang Feng was really not on the right path. Even now, he still could not see the situation clearly. I gave Ouyang Feng a way out of this embarrassing situation, yet he ended up blaming me. One longevity fruit was 100 years of lifespan, 200 years of lifespan. So what if he was called an old blind man? No matter how harsh the insult was, he would still accept it. Furthermore, what Xiao Chun said was right. There was no deep hatred. It was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Diao Jintao turned around and revealed a smile like the spring breeze to Xiao Chun. Young Master Xiao, it's time to go. This old man will prepare a generous gift for your king conferral ceremony half a year from now. If you're fortunate enough to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm, I will definitely thank you again. Damn, how shameless. Shameless. Truly shameless. He is a great grandmaster-level swordsman. How can he change his mind at a whim, falling out with him at a whim? The group of young swordsmen immediately started cursing, feeling that Ouyang Feng was not worthy of this. However, the group of old grandmaster-level martial sages had already surrounded Xiao Chun. All of them had smiles on their faces as they continuously praised Xiao Chun. Young Master Xiao is truly a talented person with an extraordinary air. I have been unhappy with that Ouyang Feng for a long time now. He attacked young Master Xiao without distinguishing right from wrong. He is a scum and should be taught a ruthless lesson. Do you still have any longevity fruits? Can you give this old man one? The white-robed king's magnanimity is indeed worth learning by the younger generation. It would be great if the younger generation could all be like the white-robed king. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. He truly lives up to being someone that Master Situ personally summoned. All sorts of praises rained down on Xiao Chun like cannon fire, toppling mountains and overturning seas. When these old men saw Xiao Chun casually give a longevity fruit to Diao Jintao, their eyes turned bloodshot with anxiety. They all spoke up, begging Xiao Chun to give them another longevity fruit. Xiao Chun found it funny. These people's earlier words were still ringing in his ears. Now that he saw their performance, it was a great mockery. Chapter 9:57. However, everything was within expectations. This was the effect that Xiao Chun wanted. He smiled faintly and suppressed the voices of the crowd. Old sirs, please don't get agitated. This Xiao no longer has any longevity fruits on me. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to get one. Once those words were spoken, one could clearly see the disappointment on the faces of the many old men. Xiao Chun paused for a while before continuing. Just because I do not have any longevity fruits on me does not mean that I do not have any more. Truth be told, I obtained 10 longevity fruits by chance in an immortal sect remnant in the primal chaos domain's heavenly ruin wasteland. Aside from the one that I gave to old Mr. Diao, I handed the remaining 9 to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Half a month from now, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion will hold a small Grandmaster-level auction to auction off these longevity fruits. There are still 9 left. The old men surrounding Xiao Chun immediately rekindled their hope. Several of the old men looked at Xiao Chun with malicious intent. They did not believe him and wanted to kill him to snatch his treasures. Xiao Chun saw all this. His heart was as clear as a mirror. He smiled faintly and said, I hope that everyone will attend the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction half a month from now. I once said that great Grandmaster-level experts cannot stop me. I was not speaking carelessly. If you want to keep this Xiao Chun here, don't overthink it. The freedom wings on Xiao Chun's back unfurled. He had already prepared the magic skill, so close yet world apart. Instantly excited, he took a step forward and crossed hundreds of kilometers. He really disappeared. I can't sense his aura anymore. Xiao Chun was indeed not bragging. Great Grandmaster-level martial sages cannot stop him. Longevity fruits. Unexpectedly, this old man managed to run into such a natural treasure in his lifetime. I have to obtain it at all costs. It looks like I can only sell the divine materials for forging weapons. Otherwise, I will not be able to buy longevity fruits. Several old men left Sword Forging Peak, preparing for the longevity fruit auction that would take place half a month later. Hundreds of kilometers away, Xiao Chun landed on a small mountain peak. He revealed a satisfied smile on his face. He had 20 longevity fruits in his hands. He took out one longevity fruit to resolve his grudge and advertise it at the same time. He could definitely afford it. After all, it was a trade without any cost. Given Sword Forging Peak's position in the profound domain, the news of the longevity fruit appearing would spread throughout the entire profound domain in less than 3 days. At that time, the many older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages would all take action. None of the older generation great Grandmaster-level martial sages would care about their lifespans. 9 longevity fruits would definitely fetch a good price. He might not even have to search for the 3 life stone, soul-returning grass, and permethal flower. He could use the black astral coins to purchase them. It was a small move, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Resurrection flower, equinox grass, 3 live stone. Xianxia had never heard of any of the 3 items. However, based on their names, he vaguely felt that they might be in the ghost domain or that he might have to make a trip to the 9 hells purgatory. As for the specifics, Xianxia would have to ask Xianxia. He could also ask about the matter of the Saber School ranking. Calculating the time, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu should have already arrived at the Ing clan's headquarters in the Profound Domain, Qin City. Xianxia thought for a while and gave up on going to Qin City. Right now, his identity was somewhat sensitive. It would be better to send someone to inform Ing Qian. The Profound Domain was much larger than the Primal Chaos Domain. On the surface, it looked much calmer. At the very least, there would not be any loose cultivators brazenly walking the streets. However, the factions here were much more complicated and vast than in the Primal Chaos Domain. The Profound Domain was independent of the 5 domains. There were many noble clans of the Ghost race, Corpse race, Human race, and Fiend race. They were all like the sovereign noble clans of the human race. They did not submit to the jurisdiction of the major factions of their own domain, so they left and came to this Profound Domain to establish themselves. After tens of thousands of years of development, this place already had its own unique background, becoming the center of the entire Kunlun realm. Not only were there many local factions, but the Bushin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, the Deity Domain, and the Fiend race had also extended their influence into this place, making it even more complicated. There were countless experts, including several sovereign martial emperors. However, there were only 2 publicly recognized as the strongest: the Saber Sovereign, Wu Xiaodian, and the Sword Sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan. There were many Saber Sovereigns in this world, such as the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Primal Chaos Saber Sovereign. However, only Wu Xiaodian dared to call himself the Saber Sovereign without any prefixes. The Sword Sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan, was the same. The 2 of them were publicly recognized as the strongest in the Kunlun realm when it came to using the saber and the sword. This Lu Xiaoyan was not the Lu Xiaoyan that Xianxia met in the Sky Dome realm. They had different names, and the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Xianxia had been to the Profound Domain a few times. His understanding of the Profound Domain was limited to the bits of information he had obtained. Now that he was on a tall mountain, he looked around. He did not know where he was or which faction governed this place. Xianxia chose the nearest city and put away the Freedom Wings. Then, he started to make his way. After 4 hours, he arrived at a towering city gate. Heavenly Cauldron City. There were 3 ancient and vast words written on the city gates. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, looking very imposing. Xianxia muttered them aloud. Heavenly Cauldron City was about the same size as Qin City, which Xianxia had been to before. It was second only to the Sky City in the center of the Profound Domain, Leisure Feather City. After entering the city gate, Xianxia discovered that there were an absurd number of bladesmen in the city. He even vaguely felt like he was in Saber City at the foot of the Sky Dome Realm's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As a bladesman, Xianxia did not find this unsuitable. On the contrary, he was already used to this feeling. When Xianxia entered the largest inn in the city, he was told that all the private rooms and VIP rooms were taken. All the independent courtyards were sold out long ago, leaving only a few of the lowest quality guest rooms. Excuse me, but the city lord's young master recently organized a tea party, meeting friends over tea and discussing the Tao with the saber. He invited all the famous bladesmen in the world, resulting in overcrowding. Only the lower rooms are left. At the table, Xianxia casually drank wine. Then, he took a sip and put down his wine cup. That's fine. Lower rooms it is. What's wrong? Does the city lord have a great background? He is just a young master, and he dares to invite all the bladesmen in the world? The waiter smiled and said, Of course. This city lord is a famous bladesman in the Tianwu domain. He is already a blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Heavenly Cauldron City is one of the holy lands for bladesmen in the profound domain. Do you think he has a great background? However, this is nothing. At the very least, in the profound domain, even Emperor Wu would not dare to say that he can do as he pleases. The truly incredible one is the young city lord, Bai Lang. His talent is outstanding. The Saber Sovereign took a liking to him and accepted him as his final disciple. Do you think he is qualified to invite all the bladesmen in the world? This tea party has been passed down for a long time. It is as famous as the Sword Dao tea party held by the Sword Sovereign's inheritors and is widely sought after. The waiter sounded very pleased with himself. Clearly, as a local, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's question. Xiao Chen smiled and did not refute the waiter. However, he felt somewhat depressed in his heart. He invited all the famous bladesmen in the world, but why did he not receive an invitation? However, this resentment passed in a flash. After Xiao Chen drank the wine, he tossed it to the back of his mind. Go and help me prepare a lower room. After that, I still have something to do and need you to run errands for me. You should know about the faction that circulates letters in the city, right? The waiter chuckled and said, Preparing a room is part of my job. This little one definitely knows where to circulate letters. However, this is not part of my job. That Xiao Chun tossed out a black astral coin and asked, Is that enough? In the primal chaos domain, Xiao Chun had killed many martial sages. Although Xiao Chun had left the spatial rings with Lord Jiu, he had taken the astral coins and divine materials in them for himself. The items that Lord Jiu had gone to the Ying clan to deal with were the black goods and the spatial rings. In terms of total value, they were much higher than the astral coins that Xiao Chun had taken. Xiao Chun now had more than 2 million black astral coins, a huge sum. Tossing out one black astral coin was more than enough. The waiter happily received the black astral coin and repeatedly said good. Then, he quickly went to prepare a room for Xiao Chun. In merely 3 days, after receiving the letter, Ying Qiong arrived at the appointed time. Xiao Chun casually looked around and discovered 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages hidden in the surroundings. Having learned his lesson, Ying Qiong was much more cautious than before. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages appeared. This showed that the power struggle among the Ying clan's younger generation had reached a peak. Young Master Xiao, you really do not ask for this little girl's help. You can't even bear to meet me. Ying Qiong sat down and looked at Xiao Chun with a resentful look. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Don't give me that. If you were a little girl, then there would be no women in the world. Ying Qiong's expression turned serious as she scolded. You fellow, your mouth is still as venomous as before. That auction was something you decided to hold on your own, right? Are you not afraid that I will fall out with you and prevent you from continuing the auction? Xiao Chun put down his wine cup and said with some pity, In that case, never mind. I was just preparing to give you 3 longevity fruits as a thank you gift after the auction. It looks like you do not care for them. Ying Qiong's mouth gaped open slightly as she asked in a low voice, You fellow, just how many longevity fruits do you have? Don't tell me you even snatched a longevity tree? You overestimate me. With my strength, how could I capture a longevity tree? However, I do have quite a few longevity fruits. Since you agreed to hold the auction, I will definitely give you the 3 longevity fruits as promised. Ying Qiong revealed a suspicious expression. Are you that kind? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Xiao Chun said softly, Don't think too badly of me. I do not wish for the Ying clan to end up in the hands of someone I am not familiar with. In the future, you will be in charge of the Ying clan. It'll be much easier for me to handle some matters. The 3 longevity fruits will allow you to recruit 3 experts. That should be of some help to you. Ying Qiong smiled craftily and said, How come I heard that someone took away the king-grade secret treasures of the Yin clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan science? You are afraid of offending the Ying clan, offending the 4 sovereign noble clans of the human race, right? Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say. If you are willing to hold the auction, then let's settle it. I can hand the longevity fruits to you now. How can I reject benefits that are delivered to my doorstep? That's right. I already helped your two friends with their matters. However, I did not earn a single cent. That fatso is not doing business. What a waste of his eloquence." Xiao Qin smiled and casually handed the box containing the longevity fruits to Ying Xiong. Ying Xiong checked the box for a while. Then, her eyes turned into crescent moons, and she smiled like a flower. "What else is there? Just say it all at once. I don't believe that you will give me something for free." Chapter 958. 3 Life Stone, Soul Returning Grass, and Permetha Flower. Help me ask around for these 3 things. If you can buy them directly, no matter the price, I will buy them. If you cannot buy them directly, then tell me where I can find them. Ying Xiong frowned slightly and asked, "What are those things? I have been in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion for so long, but I have never heard of them before." Xiao Qian's heart sank. To think that even Ying Xiong had not heard of them. It looked like these 3 things would not be easy to find. However, don't worry. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is in charge of intelligence. I should be able to find them. I will let you know after I ask around. Ying Xiong consoled. Xiao Qian relaxed slightly. He said, "One last question. How much do you know about the Saber School ranking? Tell me in detail." Ying Xiong gave Xiao Qian a strange look and asked, "Didn't you come to Heavenly Cauldron City to participate in the tea party? How come you don't even know this?" The series of questions made Xiao Qian feel somewhat embarrassed. I got lost. I just casually chose Heavenly Cauldron City. As for the tea party, I did not receive an invitation at all." Ying Xiong burst out laughing. He could not help laughing at Xiao Qian's explanation. To think that Xiao Qian chose Heavenly Cauldron City because he got lost. After the explanation, Xiao Qian understood what the Saber School ranking was about. It was about the same as what Sita Leihong had said. However, it was more detailed. The Saber School ranking and the Sword School ranking were extremely famous in the profound domain. The Saber School ranking only recorded 50 people. Those who could make it onto the Saber School ranking were all experts with Grandmaster-level combat prowess. Since the Saber School ranking did not reject older generation cultivators from participating, it was extremely valuable. Over the years, the young bladesmen who could make it onto the Saber School ranking would become famous everywhere, praised by everyone. In other words, this Saber School ranking represented the strongest bladesmen under the blue-robed emperor. This was not an exaggeration at all. The Saber School ranking and the Sword School ranking changed every 10 years. Now it was almost 10 years. As for the tea party, both clans held it. The inheritors of the Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign would host it. Firstly, it was to strengthen their reputation and discuss the Tao while drinking tea. Secondly, it was to see who among the younger generation had the potential to make it into the top 10 of the Saber School ranking. Over the years, there have been many youths who could make it onto the Saber School ranking. They had killed their way out of a group of older generation bladesmen and made a name for themselves. However, there were very few youths in the top 10. It could be said that there were none, unless the participating bladesmen could not gather 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Those who occupied the top 10 were all great Grandmaster-level existences. However, the more difficult it was, the more impossible it was. If a member of the younger generation could enter the top 10, that would be a testament to their strength. Chun and Si, Sage, and a Sage Martial, and Spirit Sage would also master. Wiccan World. After Xiao Chun heard that, his expression could not help but turn grave. It turned out that the top 10 were so difficult to obtain. One had to challenge a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. No wonder when Sita Leihong heard Xiao Qian agree, he revealed a mocking expression. Opponents at the level of great Grandmaster-level martial sage were indeed not easy to deal with. At the very least, Xiao Qian's chances of victory were slim. "What's wrong? It looks like you want to make it into the top 10? Ying Xiong smiled and said, that is not easy. In the past few Saber School rankings, no one from the younger generation managed to make it into the top 10. However, it might be possible this time. The Saber Sovereign's mysterious disciple, Wen Xiren, is very promising." Wen Xiren? That's right. One of the main reasons why this tea party is so popular is that Bai Lang invited this mysterious bladesman. Of course, this is just hearsay. Whether this person will come or not is still a mystery. Xiao Qian poured himself another cup of wine and smiled. Whether he comes or not has nothing to do with me. I do not have an invitation, so I cannot go to this tea party. Actually, I can help you get an invitation. However, you have to agree to one of my requests. Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows. Then, he thought of something and was about to agree. However, when he thought about how strange this girl was, he did not know what request she would make. Xiao Qian swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. There's no need. Just help me complete the request. I'll wait for your news. Then, Xiao Qian put down the wine cup and turned to leave. Ying Qiong clenched his teeth and said, "Bastard, will it kill you to ask someone seriously?" While it was unfortunate that Xiao Qian could not participate in the tea party, it was not to the point where he had to participate. After returning to his room, Xiao Qian had some free time. So, he took out the last Heavenly Soul Pearl. This was the highest-ranked Heavenly Soul Pearl he had. Originally, Xiao Qian had prepared to consume it long ago. However, he had not been able to do so. Now that he was free, he forgot about it. Coincidentally, he still needed some time to wait for Ying Qiong's news. Consuming this pearl to strengthen himself was just right. Xiao Qian sat down cross-legged and overlapped his hands. The Heavenly Soul Pearl floated above his palm. Then, he silently circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, slowly consuming the energy contained in it. The light of the white jade Heaven Soul Pearl dimmed, but the dermic powers in the sea of consciousness were boiling like a volcano. They surged and spread across the entire sea of consciousness at a visible speed. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. The growth of the magic power in his sea of consciousness was beyond his expectations. If it continued to grow, his sea of consciousness would soon be filled with magic power. Due to the limitation of the realm, one's magic power would not be able to grow. He was not an orthodox immortal cultivator, but the dragon infant in his body had formed. Xiao Qian estimated that his immortal cultivator level had reached the nascent soul realm. There were still the nascent soul formation, Mahayana, void refinement, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing. In reality, there were only 4 realms: nascent soul transformation, void refinement, and great realization. The immortal epic no longer existed. This world no longer had tribulations to undergo, so it was impossible for an immortal lord to appear. Immortal monarchs were the legendary immortals. They had the same lifespan as the heavens. Any random immortal monarch would have the strength of the Thunder King. Most importantly, they would be able to achieve immortality, escape from the 6 paths reincarnation, and live forever. Just think about the 3,000 immortal monarchs of the immortal epic. That was a legendary and glorious age. Above immortal monarchs were immortal ancestors and immortal kings. No one in the martial epic could match that level of strength. Perhaps only the legendary martial god could make people associate him with a martial god. Perhaps he could compare. However, it was pointless to say anything now. The heavenly Tao had changed, and it was already the martial epic. Even if one had a fortuitous encounter and great luck, walking the path of immortal cultivation in this age, one would not be able to become an immortal. If one could successfully climb to the void refinement realm, that would be the limit. There would be no exceptions. When Xiao Qian finished absorbing the jade white heavenly soul pearl, his sea of consciousness was already completely filled. His magic energy reached the limit, reaching the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Xiao Qian opened his eyes and felt the abundant magic energy. On one hand, he felt incredibly joyful. On the other hand, he felt somewhat vexed. How to reach the nascent soul realm became a difficult problem for Xiao Qian. With a thought, the chubby little blue dragon in his dantian flew out. When the blue dragon landed on Xiao Qian's palm, it was like a clone. Xiao Qian could control this little dragon's every move. The blue dragon Yuanying had its own senses. It could sense everything it saw and felt. This characteristic was no different from a Yuanying's. However, If one were to say that this blue dragon was Xiao Qin's yuanying, the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea would all laugh themselves to death. Xiao Qian simply did not know how to make this little fellow undergo a metamorphosis and advance to the nascent soul realm. After withdrawing the yuanying into his body, Xiao Qian stopped thinking about this problem. Right now, the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was more than enough for him to use. When necessary, he could make up for the lack of law energy. Naturally, he would have an additional trump card compared to others. If he ran into a cultivator with a higher cultivation, he would not have to fear a battle of attrition. 3 days later, the waiter brought an envelope to Xiao Qian. The envelope contained information from Xianxia. After Xiao Qian read it, his expression turned extremely grave. It was as he had guessed. The 3 life stone, the soul returning grass, and the Permitha flower were indeed in the ghost race's 9 layers of purgatory. These 3 items would not be sold on the market. The envelope did mention where these 3 items might be. However, Xianxia strongly advised Xiao Qian not to go. Xiao Qian put away the envelope and looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand in a daze. Even though he knew that even the ghost race did not dare to go to the 9 layers of purgatory, how could he not go? There was also an invitation hidden in the envelope. When Xiao Qian opened it, it was the invitation to the Saber Dao Tea Party. Xiao Qian could not help laughing hoarsely. This woman still remembers how good I was to her. Getting into the top 10 of the Saber School ranking was Sidhu Leihong's condition for helping. Naturally, Xiao Qian wanted to go to the Saber Dao Tea Party if he could. He wanted to understand the strength of his opponents in the same generation and obtain more information. This would be helpful for him to get into the top 10. The location of the tea party was the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza in Heavenly Cauldron City. It occupied a vast area and was very grand. Normally, many bladesmen gathered there, making it an extraordinarily bustling place. Only the young city lord, Bai Lang, will be able to reserve the entire Heavenly Cauldron Plaza for a tea party. Just as Xiao Qian left the inn while holding the invitation, someone called out to him. When he turned his head to look, he saw that it was someone familiar from the Tianwu domain. This person was Feng Xingxing, the top bladesman of the younger generation in the 18 southern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Although Xiao Qian had suppressed this title long ago, Feng Xingxing was now famous. However, now that Xiao Qian had become famous, he was a famous bladesman of the Tianwu domain. It was not strange to meet him here. Feng Xingxing walked over quickly and laughed loudly. I just knew that Brother Xiao would come. Others say that you're not a bladesman. You will definitely come to prove yourself. Feng Xingxing's words came out of nowhere. When Xiao Qian heard this, he found it strange. He asked doubtfully, Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? Why do I have to prove myself? This question startled Feng Xingxing. Could it be that Brother Xiao Qian did not hear what the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord said? What did he say? Someone once asked him if he would invite Brother Xiao to the tea party. He said that he would not. He said that you are famous, but you no longer use the saber. The white-robed bladesman is just an empty title. If you do not even have a saber, how can you be called a bladesman? Since you're not a bladesman, naturally, he would not invite you. This revelation stunned Xiao Qian. It turned out that there was such a reason why he did not receive an invitation. It looked like Xianxia had put in a lot of effort to help him obtain an invitation. Bai Lang, I should get to know this person. He might be interesting. When Xiao Qian heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt some anticipation for this tea party. Chapter 959. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Bai Lang is a straightforward person. As a disciple of the Saber Sovereign, it is unavoidable for him to be somewhat arrogant. Seeing Xiao Qian remain silent, Feng Xingxing asked somewhat nervously. It looked like this was indeed his first time hearing this. He feared that Xiao Qian would get angry and cause a ruckus at the tea party. Xiao Qian took out the invitation and smiled. This is indeed my first time hearing this. However, I already have an invitation. If you do not mind, I will go with Brother Feng. When Feng Xingxing saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, I do not mind. It is a blessing to attend this tea party with Brother Xiao. Many cultivators dressed as bladesmen headed for the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza in the middle of the city. At this moment, everyone in the entire Heavenly Cauldron City was heading in the same direction. The influence of the Tea Party was clear with just one glance. The vast Heavenly Cauldron Plaza was decorated with flowers that competed with each other in beauty. As the crowd moved, the cultivators of the city lord's residence personally led the way and received the guests. Everything was very orderly without any chaos. There were many pavilions in the plaza with fake mountains and fountains. Occasionally, 2 or 3 friends would gather together, either sitting on the ground or gathering in the pavilions. They would drink tea and discuss the Tao, exchanging their experiences. The treasured sabers they carried were all placed at the side. There were also merchants who set up stalls, selling items related to the saber. There were saber-type spirit weapons, secret manuals, ores, and many more. The entire place was extraordinarily bustling, filled with endless laughter. Xiao Chun could not help but feel some admiration for this Bai Lang. It was not easy to organize such a grand event and arrange everything in such an orderly manner. Brother Xiao, this is the periphery of the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza. It looks very lively, but there are no experts. The true tea party will be held in the center of the plaza. Without an invitation, you will not be able to enter. As Feng Xingxing spoke, he casually called over a maidservant and handed the invitation to her. Xiao Chan followed suit and handed his invitation to the maidservant. The pretty maidservant checked the invitation and smiled happily. Honored guests, please come with me. In the periphery, they took many turns and passed through many heavily guarded checkpoints. After carefully checking the invitations several times, the two of them successfully entered the center of the square. 18 stone pillars with ancient bladesmen carved on them stood on a tall platform in the spacious area. They pierced into the clouds, separated by 100 meters, forming a crescent moon. Rumor had it that these 18 stone pillars were not carved by later generations. Instead, they were a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the 18 saber sovereigns advanced to Martial Emperor, similar to the Thunder King Valley in the Sky Dome realm. An elegant wooden table was placed on a high platform. The guests who arrived earlier had already taken their seats. There were not many people who came, only about 30 or 40. However, all of them were outstanding bladesmen of the younger generation. Their saber intents had all reached an extremely high level. Their gazes clashed, and their saber intents seemed solid. It was like they could hear the crisp sound of weapons clashing in the air. Of the 18 stone pillars, a long wooden table was placed under the stone pillar in the middle. There was only one person seated there. This person wore luxurious embroidered clothes with a jade belt inlaid with pearls, jade, and gemstones. His handsome face exuded an air of nobility. This person should be the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord, Bai Lang. However, the seat beside Bai Lang was empty. That mysterious bladesman, Wen Ziren, did not appear. After walking up 100 steps, Xiao Chun and Feng Xingxing ascended the high platform at the same time. Welcome, Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing and the Haotian sect's Xiao Chun, to the tea party. A servant below the high platform read out the names on the invitation cards, reading out Xiao Chen's and Feng Xingxing's identities. This caused a significant commotion in the surroundings. Bai Lang raised his eyebrows and sized up Xiao Chun. However, he immediately left. A pretty and obedient maidservant stepped forward and led Xiao Chun and Feng Xingxing to a wooden table. Then, she served them some aged spirit fruits, exquisite desserts, and superior tea. Xiao Chun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression. Although Xiao Chun did not know much about tea, he could tell that the tea leaves were very valuable from the fragrance that spread in his mouth and the cooling qi that spread throughout his body after the tea entered his body. Then, he looked at the spirit fruits on the table. This Xiao Chun was an expert in this field. With a cursory glance, he could tell that the spirit fruits were at least 3,000 years old. They were truly extravagant. Strange, how strange. Young city lord, didn't you say that a certain person is a bladesman in name, but not a bladesman in reality? Why is he here today at this once-in-a-decade bladesman event? The moment Xiao Chun sat down, a bold and meddlesome person immediately started a conversation. This person's complexion was sickly pale, and his voice had a sinister tone to it. With one look, it was clear that he was a member of the ghost race. Feng Xingxing frowned and explained, "This person is called Xianxia. He is one of the few ghost race cultivators who practice the saber. He specializes in the death saber Dao and is extremely incredible. He has already formed a vague form of a saber soul, and his saber intent is very exquisite." Xiao Chun glanced around. The bladesmen here had at least reached great perfection in their saber intents. There were many who had comprehended 90% comprehended saber intents. However, not many had formed a vague form of a saber soul. Feng Xingxing, who was beside Xiao Chun, was one. The other was this Xianxia. Bai Lang, who was on the platform, was like Xiao Chun, hiding his saber intents very well. Others would not be able to detect their saber intents. Bai Lang said indifferently, "I gave him an invitation as a favor to a friend. My words remain the same. Without a saber in hand, no matter how famous a bladesman is, he is just an empty shell. He cannot be considered a bladesman." Xiao Chen's lips curled up, and he revealed a playful smile. These words were really direct, displaying a noble, cold, and aloof attitude. Xiao Chun held back Feng Xingxing, who was about to speak up for him. Then, he smiled and did not argue. He was only here to see who would be his opponent in the Saber School ranking 4 months from now. If the other party did not like him, there was no need for him to waste any effort arguing. When Jiang Chengzi heard this, he did not say anything more. He only looked at Xiao Chun with a hostile expression. He did not know how Xiao Chun had offended this ghost race bladesman. Bai Lang raised his cup to Feng Xingxing and said, "Brother Feng became famous at a young age. In the early days, you were known as the top bladesman of the southern region of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Since you are willing to do me the honor of coming here today, I will use tea in place of wine to toast you." "Brother Bai, you are too polite," Feng Xingxing said quickly. Bai Lang continued, "Earlier, Brother Jiang shared some of his experiences in cultivating the Death Saber Dao with everyone. Since Brother Feng is here, why don't you explain the Saber Dao that you practice to everyone?" The first part of the tea party was to discuss the Dao over tea, to exchange experiences and make progress together. Naturally, Feng Xingxing would not reject. He put down his teacup and started to talk about the wind saber Dao that he cultivated. There are berserk winds, gentle winds, warm winds, and bone-chilling winds. Every kind of wind has many variations. One can focus on one point, taking only one Dao. If one cultivates it to the peak, one will be able to look down on the world. If one is talented, one can incorporate all the variations into one saber Dao. When Feng Xingxing spoke about his wind saber Dao, he was not stingy. He shared some of his experiences, speaking eloquently and eloquently. At the same time, he shared his doubts and confusion, seeking answers. As Feng Xingxing spoke about the Saber Dao, the atmosphere was good. Occasionally, someone would ask a question. Some even had a flash of inspiration, giving a new understanding. Bai Lang listened very seriously. He also shared some of the questions that Feng Xingxing raised. With such an atmosphere, Xiao Chun could not help but immerse himself in it, listening attentively. Good. After Feng Xingxing finished speaking, Bai Lang, who was seated in the middle, took the lead and clapped. The others followed suit. It had to be said that Feng Xingxing's wind saber Dao was extremely exquisite. It made everyone's eyes light up, giving them many comprehensions. Following that, a few more people discussed the saber Dao that they practiced. Although they were not as brilliant as Feng Xingxing's, they were still unique and had their own highlights. The other bladesmen did not mock them. Instead, they offered their own understanding, complementing each other's saber Dao. As they spoke, the melodious hum of sabers rang out in the surroundings, sounding like zither music, very pleasant to the ears. Saber winds blew everywhere, and a sharp saber intent spread throughout the tall platform. This group of people were all outstanding young talents. As they chatted, they could not hold back their saber intent, which resulted in such a miraculous scene. The endless clanging of sabers sounded like people fighting in the air, materializing the saber Tao that the bladesmen discussed. The ancient bladesmen carved on the 18 towering stone pillars seemed to be listening as well. Their eyes looked lively as if they came to life. After that, several more people came. Among them, there were two incredible people who also comprehended a vague form of saber soul. These two people were Lin Yin and Duga Ju. They were the disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Lightning Saber Sovereign, both famous. The Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Lightning Saber Sovereign were both sovereign martial emperors. Their titles also contained the words Saber Sovereign. However, because of Wu Xiaotian, they did not dare to address themselves as Saber Sovereign. The only person in the world who dared to call himself a Saber Sovereign was Wu Xiaotian. He was unique, the strongest peak expert of the Saber Tao. Under Bai Lang's invitation, the two started to talk about the saber. They also talked about the saber techniques that they practiced. Everyone could clearly feel that the two's comprehension of the Saber Tao was higher than Feng Xingxing's. When the two talked about the saber, lightning and flames even appeared. A vast saber intent spread out, suppressing the saber intents of the other outstanding youths present. This inspired admiration in everyone's hearts. After the two finished speaking, everyone clapped at the same time. The saber intents scattered in the air formed a stirring tune that reverberated endlessly, lingering for a long time. This tune spread to the periphery of the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza. Several bladesmen who heard of it could not help turning their heads to look up, yearning in their hearts. Young City Lord, most of the people here have already spoken. Why don't you speak as well? A disciple of a Saber Sovereign will definitely live up to his reputation. Let us broaden our horizons, someone suggested with a smile. Bai Lang smiled faintly and put down his teacup. His actions were elegant as he said softly, "It is not about broadening our horizons. Like everyone else, this Bai will only speak about some of his own comprehensions." Upon hearing that Bai Lang was about to speak, everyone immediately settled down and prepared to listen carefully. The Saber Sovereign was very famous. Since Bai Lang was a disciple of the Saber Sovereign, he would definitely be extraordinary.